Laudry set the autopilot, turned her seat around, and flared her aura. Homaj drew in a breath. He hadn't been expecting that. Why would she risk that? Wayan twitched in surprise, but didn't recoil. He definitely noted the lack of seal on Laudry's cheek. She extended a hand. Wayan O'Dea, I am honored to meet you. Wayan took her hand, watching her closely. And you are? Laudry, she said. I stand with this person, and will give him what aid I can. Holding her hand, Wayan would sense the truth of that statement. Not exactly an ironclad statement, but for the moment, enough. Wayan pulled back. Well, he looked back to Homaj. Well, I guess you should know. Not that it's entirely relevant anymore. It is, Laudry said decisively. Laudry knew why his uncle had left. Wayan's smile twisted. Well, then, maybe it is. In short, I left because the Duke I'd been in betrothal talks with suddenly withdrew. Or his family did, in any case. He himself was forcibly secluded after manifesting green magics. Homaj glanced at Laudry. She was not surprised by this information. He hadn't known, though. Not even that his uncle might have been betrothed. But a deus. His uncle's duke had manifested green magics. Homaj had never heard of a duke manifesting green magics. I thought that was a ridiculous reason to break an agreement that might end in love, Wayan continued. It had been going that way, and the marriage certainly had political benefits. The Rhialdens sorely needed that alliance with the Apralis. But my brother, the Seritarchus, he was adamant, and he said things that I could not forgive. He shrugged. Could not forgive then, when I was a lot younger and infinitely more foolish. Or, maybe not so foolish. One of my husbands is a magicier. Consequently, he used to be a duke. Homaj swallowed hard. His uncle's words were light, but the old, simmering anger in his eyes was not. Okay. So that was history, maybe relevant to what was happening now, maybe not. The fall of the Aprali family from the high houses made more sense now, but he couldn't immediately see a motive why they might attack the Seritarchus now. They had comfortably settled into industrial innovation as lesser nobility, and hadn't made any significant social ripples in years. But why are you here? Why now? Did you know that something might happen to the Seritarchus? Wayan's brows drew together. He might have just shown his anger, but this now was very real sadness. The Seritarchus knew that someone he trusted was going to betray him. He was gathering evidence against this person, preparing to make it public. No, I don't know who. He didn't say. He wanted me here because he didn't know who he should trust. And he trusted you. After you fought and left like you did. Of course he trusted me. I have nothing to do with Rhialden politics. I have nothing to do with dynastic politics, for that matter. I'm a manager of a large shoe distributor. He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling, but it quickly faded. I was not friends with my older brother, but I do love him. Did. Love him. Gods. Wayan pinched the bridge of his nose, sat back. After a minute he said, I trust that you were not the one he was talking about. Chapter 52. Reasonable Questions. Decreed this day of Nerun the 8th, in the rule of the 8th Seritarchus of the 12th dynasty, 2930. New era, that Homaj Rhialden has abdicated as truth spoken and forsworn change. Official announcement from Palace Rhialden. Homaj's world flashed, his ears ringing. Had his uncle just accused him of No, he said, sitting forward. I would not. Adeus, don't say that. He closed his eyes, trying desperately to smooth away the sting. All right, Wyan said, not entirely gently. It was a reasonable question, especially with Vitrine on the run, and you barging into their safe house, and me finding you there. Homaj reached for Laudry's hand, and she took it. She didn't have to be asked to hold out a hand to Wyan again, who took it as well. I had nothing to do with the deaths of Anathari Rhialden, or Jamir Ne. His voice broke. He swallowed and forged on. Jamir Ne, Xiao Rhialden. Laudry flinched, letting go of his hand. Wyan swallowed, ran a shaky hand over his head, leaving his neat braid mussed. All right. That I can't refute. All right. So. It was the truth speaker, Homaj said. That I am almost certain of. Somehow. He, outed Homaj this morning. Publicly. In the Adeum. He had almost slipped again there. He didn't even know if it mattered here, but he had to get a grip on himself. Is that why Homaj had the first magicer witness for him? Not Aduel? Yes, partly, mostly. He glanced at Laudry, who gave a small shrug. And Seor, she's his truth speaker in training, does not trust him either. Vitrine was last seen with him. Well, until now, if that really was Vitrine. Do you know for sure it was? How did you track them there? Wyan rubbed the side of his neck. I spent all today since I arrived trying to scrape what information I could out of the city's underground. The crime bosses, those with connections to the nobility. You would not believe how many connections to the nobility. I was trying to find what I could, any clue about who had done this, and where Vitrine and Heiress might be. All words said they were still missing. Tavan said that. You spoke to Commander Tavan. They know you're here. Yes. The Saratarkas directed me to speak to Tavan when I arrived if I arrived too late. He closed his eyes. I spoke to Tavan right in the middle of the chaos earlier, before you made your bid. That's what I walked out to in the spaceport. Utter chaos. My shuttle was the last down from the station. No one wanted to let me out. But I still have my emergency ID that marks me as a person of confidence with the Saratarkas. I had Tavan's comm code and used it. At that point, I was not surprised by what they told me. And they told me precious little. Enough to guess. He shifted. There's a rumor that Homaj gave a monumental dressing down to Abret in Laguaya, and that wouldn't have been long ago. Word is traveling fast from the palace, with all the focus on what's happening there. Iata had dressed down the joint commanders. A dais. Could that possibly be true? Wyan shifted again, and his voice held a tight edge. Were you at the palace when that happened? Homaj took a breath. He knew what Wyan was asking, and he hadn't at all wanted to get into this. He still wasn't sure how much he trusted his uncle, and he was eyeing Laudry again, wanting to verify his uncle's truth, as Wyan had done to Homaj. Would that offend him? Did Homaj have the luxury of offense here, if his uncle could be an ally and had information he needed? He had so very few allies. Wyan made a noise, waved at Laudry. Please, if you can verify again. She held out her hands again, and Homaj and Wayan took them. I also had nothing to do with the death of Homaj Rhialden, or Jameer Nishao Rhialden. I had nothing to do with Vatrin's disappearance. I am here because Anatharie asked me to come. I have no intent to harm you, or Homaj, or take the rulership myself. All of it, as far as Homaj could tell from Lodri's sense of the truth, was true. He nodded, let go again. I have been searching for Vatrin since... He didn't even know the time. For most of the day. I've been in the city. Wayan's face went gray, his expression openly horrified. Homaj recoiled. The situation wasn't that bad, surely. He trusted Iata. He trusted Iata with his life. Actually, with his life. And wasn't that what a blood servant was for? He knew he'd pushed beyond what he should have done. And yet, it was what he had done. Were you there when Homaj made his bid to rule? Wayan asked. Yes. Wayan took a breath, eyed him, and Homaj could almost see him thinking. Iata, he said slowly. Do you know who you are? Homaj tensed. Well, yes. He knew he wasn't Iata. He wasn't Iata in truth, even though he was still carrying a lot of Iata's personality and mannerisms over his own. But that had slipped quite a bit, blended in weird ways with his Tanaran persona. This, all of this, was just so much to track, and he was tired and way too keyed up. Yes. He didn't know where his uncle was going with this. Wayan read his expression, read everything about him, then sighed. No. I fear you don't. Iata, blood servants are full, truth-spoken siblings. You might not have as much training as Homaj, but you have as much blood-right claim to the rulership as he does. More, even. You're older. Iata was... What? His ears began to ring. His body understood the implications before his mind did, and kicked his heart into high gear. Chapter 53. Go Back. As a blood servant, I learned to walk quietly in the palace halls, being everywhere and also invisible. Homaj Rhialden, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Homaj stared out the aircar window, his thoughts on fire. Holding Iata's personality as center to his own just now was suffocating. He'd known Iata since they were children. They'd grown up together. They'd trained together, though Iata hadn't been a part of all of his training, certainly. Iata managed his daily life. Iata had always tried to temper him from being too caustic. He knew he was caustic. Iata had been, in many ways, like his brother, though he'd known they were distant cousins, not brothers. But they were brothers, actually, and truly full siblings. His stomach tightened. Iata had been trying to change into him at the beginning of all of this. That had been Iata's first instinct when everything had gone wrong. Iata had played it off as loyalty. But was it? It would be so easy. So immensely easy, from the position Iata stood in now, to take over his life. How? He asked, his voice coming out rougher than he wanted. How are we actually brothers? Wayan waved a hand. There is no service branch of the Rhialdens. I found out when my brother was planning to start his heirs. He told me, actually. He'd been horrified and wanted to know if he should also tell Omari. He sighed. He did. And Omari was livid. Loyal, but livid that he'd never been told. That he'd never known his father had been his father. But when Anatharie started his children, There was little else to do but repeat the cycle. Blood servants are required. A deus. He did not need this complication right now. Did Vatrine know about this? Did Eris? Did Iata? He closed his eyes, fighting back that claustrophobia of personalities and pulling Iata's closer, wrapping it fully around himself. Almost, in truth. He had to know what Iata would be thinking. It hadn't been Ida's idea to take over his life earlier. It had been Homaj's, hadn't it? Or had there been little signals? Had Iata been trying to push him in that direction? No, that wasn't it. Yes, Iata had tried to change into him earlier. It had made sense, the only kind of sense. Protect Homaj at all costs, at significant costs to himself. He'd never accomplished a full likeness change before. Certainly not that quickly. Though he'd done plenty of smaller changes, some of them approaching likeness changes. He did have the training for that mostly, if not all the exact combined experience. He was observant and attentive to all of Homaj's needs as a truth spoken. Iata had always felt a bit stifled by the residence wing environment and his place in it, but he would never, a deus, he would never do anything to deliberately harm Homaj or his position. It wasn't who he was. It didn't align at all with his personal beliefs. And would that change if Iata knew that he was Homaj's full sibling? Was his older sibling? No. Homaj let out a breath, still letting it all unpack in his thoughts, feeling what Ida's emotional responses might be. If Ida knew he was a full sibling, that might change some of his immediate responses, give voice to some of his ambitions, but it still wouldn't make him disloyal. It wouldn't change his loyalty. Not right away, at least. Homaj was also almost certain Ida didn't know. He opened his eyes, letting some of his tight grasp on Ida's personality go. Did Eris know? Vatrine and Eris had never had as close a relationship as he had with Iata. They were distant to each other, cold. He'd seen resentment before in Eris, though he'd thought it understandable. Vatrine had never had much regard for the blood servants around them, seeing them as less than equal. They'd even tried to oust Iata and Iris from their training sessions once, which notion their father had shot down. All of that gained more nuance. Maybe. So much depended on if Vatrine and Iris knew about this. But he hadn't just left Iata with his appearance, with a role. He had left Iata with the actual ruling of a kingdom, while he'd run off to try and find Vatrine. A deus. He hadn't truly understood that. He'd run off because he'd thought it was what he had to do. Maybe he wasn't wrong about that. But he had left Ida in a horrible position. A lot worse than he'd thought. Did the truth speaker know Ida was a full sibling? Who else in the palace knew? The lab tech who'd started their incubators would have, but that was almost 30 years ago, starting with Eras. Were they still there now? Did Tavin know? You need to get back to the palace, Wyan said again. And what would Wyan gain if he did? Wyan was pushing him hard in this direction, and Wyan had said he intended to help, that he had no intention to harm, but there were too many ways to get around solid statements, even statements witnessed by magickers. Wyan had said he hadn't been involved in what happened to Homaj's fathers, but what was his involvement now? He'd been trying to get to Vatrine. Had that truly been out of the goodness of his heart? Homaj wasn't sure such a thing existed. There was always a motive. Everyone had their reasons for everything they did. Even Ita's loyalty had motive, his continued place and balance in the social web of the palace. If going back to the palace got Homaj off the streets, it would give Wayan more room to act, to do whatever he was already doing. "You still don't trust me," Wayan said, sounding offended, or maybe even hurt. But he sighed. "Of course you don't trust me. You're you. Whatever you do, change again. You were seen going in and out of that building, and I don't know who had access to the surveillance. Wherever you were staying, if you were in a safe house, might not be safe either. You could have been traced back through the city. Can you accept that logic at least? You just told me that the Saratarkas said someone close to him was plotting against him, so I'm not convinced that going back to the palace is any safer. And it might not be. Adeus, I do not miss these games. Listen, if you don't want to go back to the palace yet, and I still think you should, I can go back with you. If you want me to, I'll do my best to protect you. I can't change, but I don't think I'll be identified by most people there as I changed after I left. And I haven't forgotten my Avaku training. There is a chance the truth speaker could know me, though. Tavin will as well. Otherwise, he rapped a knuckle on the window beside him. I'll keep searching in the city. Batrine might have fled again, but I have a few more ideas on where they might be. Or at least, I can tap into where others are tracking them to and pray I get there before their enemies do. Should Homaj go back to the palace just now? His instincts were running in multiple and opposing directions. He needed to think, and not hear, where his uncle was trying to push him. And Zhang was eyeing all of this with rigid alarm. He met Laudry's eyes, and she stared back at him, face tight. Chapter 54. A Walk Not His Own. Truth-spoken change all aspects of themselves, absolutely anything that can identify them to anyone but those trained to see who they are, and sometimes not even then. Homaj Rhialden, Saratarkas 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. Laudry banked the aircar back toward the double ribbon of lights that lined the river, set it on auto. She turned her seat back around and popped open a compartment on the dash, pulling out 2 compact gray bags. "Anti-surveillance kits," she said, handing them back. "They're not unobtrusive, but it will take you off system tracking long enough to get somewhere safe." Right. She was no stranger to needing to hide from the city's surveillance system either. She pulled out another bag and set it in her own lap. Was she planning to come with them? He hadn't counted on her help past finding Batrine, and, well, they hadn't quite done that yet. He opened his bag, and Zhang opened hers. There were anti-pattern masks inside, various expandable foam wedges that might quickly alter body shape or gait when triggered, throat stickers that would crudely warp voices. All of this to be done mid-walk. These were crude tools, and not usually needed for a truth spoken. Should he try to force a quick change right now? But Laudry was right, and his uncle was right. If they were being tracked, and tracked at the highest levels, they'd be identified again as soon as they got out of this car, even if the car itself had managed to evade the systems. Best to get out and stagger their use of these props. Disappear on the go. It wasn't impossible for a truth spoken to accomplish quick, feature-obscuring changes on the go, but it was dangerous and draining, and he didn't think he had that capacity just now. Laudry might be able to disappear with her magics, but Zhang couldn't, and she couldn't change either. He quickly ran through the available safe houses and glanced at the dash map. They were nearing River Edge, which was at least close to the pub where he'd entered the city. There was still the chance of leading someone to a new safe house, but it would be less of a chance with Laudry's props. And when they got there, he could change. He could switch up Zhang's cosmetics, and Laudry's, if she would let him. They could make new idents, though the machines would ping the Ceratarchus's inbox at the palace, which he was certain Iata would by now control. Was that a risk? Maybe, but not the sort of risk Wayan thought. Outside the window, the river below gleamed in the glow of lights, and beyond it, the soft, warm glow of the palace. Laudry, set us down there. He pointed at a place on the map, near enough one of his lesser-known safe houses, not so close as to fully point to it. The blood servants wouldn't know about that safe house, but Vatrine might. Wayan. He stopped. How would his uncle contact him when he'd burn his temporary calm as soon as he got out of this car? He'd get another at the safe house, but Homaj wasn't keen to lead his uncle there. Uncle, he finally said, ironically, because it was now true for both the Homaj and Iata instances of himself. If you need to contact me, send it to this code. He said the string of his private comm code, which Iata would have now. He repeated it twice, and his uncle said it back. That was a risk. Homaj's code might be known to their enemies, but it was a smaller risk in a sea of larger ones that night. Laudry, are you coming with me? He asked. Her brows knit, but she said, yes. I can set the car to drop us off and park somewhere else. Somewhere not close. Yes, that was a good idea. Do you have another anti-surveillance kit? Wayan asked. I don't. Sorry. Homaj debated handing over his own. He really only needed the mask. He could drastically shift his walk and posture. But could he afford to not use every tool at hand? He might need the added protection of a different silhouette. And he was tired enough. He didn't want to rely on his truth-spoken skills alone. Not when so much was at stake. Wayan shrugged, as if to say he'd gotten this far on his own. He pinned Homaj with a level look as Laudry dipped the car down. Be careful. Be so very careful, Iata, and get back to the palace as soon as you can. Homaj will need your help. Homaj gave a tight nod. Be careful yourself. And if you find Vatrine, keep them safe. Wayan smiled, reached to squeeze his forearm. Just one brief touch of acknowledgement, affection. The touch flooded his eyes, burned in his throat, and for a moment, his breath caught, and he couldn't move. He couldn't think past the roaring in his ears. The car reached ground level, the engines whining faintly as they switched to hover. Wayan got out and left without a glance back, blending into the night. Homaj took a ragged breath, gathered himself, looked out the window. He knew where they were. We'll walk 2 blocks west, meet up again at the tackle shop. I'll go right, Zhang Center. Laudry left. Don't acknowledge each other. I'll put on my mask at the count of 30. Zhang 60. Laudry 90. He shoved one of the foam wedges into his right shoe, clipped another 2 of the expandable ones on either side of his hips inside his pants to be expanded on the way, and watched as Laudry did the same. Zhang hesitated, unsure. He pointed at what she needed. These. The shoulder pads. Doesn't need to be pretty, just different. We should go, Laudry said, looking up from where she'd been programming the car with her comm. Homaj nodded and pushed out into the cooler, dank air, shifting his walk as he went. The foam wedge was an annoyance, but it kept him from falling into any usual patterns. He didn't look back to see if the others followed, or when the air car lifted, though he did hear the engine's change as it lifted. Then he was alone, walking by himself on the rain-slicked side street of River Edge, the air heavy with humidity, thick with the smells of fried and spicy things coming from a nearby pub, drifting with the sounds of laughter, of music, of people walking, and the soft whirring of cars both on the ground and overhead. He tapped at his hips to trigger the foam expansions and shifted to a more swaying gait. He pulled the mask over his face, weaving around a group of people talking, drinks in hand. The medium brown of the mask would have warps and waves to its coloring, making surveillance have a hard time tracking his features. It would look weird to passers-by, though, so he avoided gazes and kept his walk steady and measured. A walk not his own. Chapter 55. Proof. I didn't always know, and I always wish I had. Chika Usman and Heir popular song, Who is My Brother? Iata heard little beyond the ringing in his ears. It couldn't be true. It could not be true. The truth speaker was trying to get inside his head, trying to manipulate him, blackmail him even. Back in Homaj's apartment, he headed straight for the prep room, waving Chalava after him. Chalava, looking flustered, told the rest of the guards to take up their positions before hurrying after Iata. Iata didn't stop there, though, heading straight for the bedroom. Sir, truth spoken, Chalava said, following. What happened? Were you threatened? Yes, Iata thought. He had been. Threatened that this whole thing could plausibly be pinned on him now if he didn't fall into line, if he didn't allow himself to be controlled. A deus, what Homaj had feared, was already happening. He wished he had a way to contact him. A deus, maybe his brother. But Homaj had taken a generic comm that had no connections to the palace, and a rotating address number. Iata touched the palace guard comm ring on his finger, the one Homaj had been wearing earlier. But, well, it was on his finger, not Homaj's. Should he contact Commander Tavan? And say what? That the truth speaker had threatened him. It had been one of those insidious threats that wasn't a threat without context. And Ida wasn't sure that Tavan, given what the truth speaker had threatened him with, wouldn't start suspecting him too. Because he was, just now, absolutely perfectly placed to carry out his own coup. To have carried it out from the beginning. Iata shut the door to the bedroom, too sharply, but Chalava caught it, eased it shut. That was becoming a thing. What is going on? Chalava asked. Please talk to me. I can't protect you without knowing what... Iata held up a hand. One of Homaj's gestures, and just now, he couldn't ease back into himself. Not without knowing who and what he really was. Not without knowing for sure. He'd snapped out of being Homaj in truth in pure shock at the Adeum, but his mind was still reorienting itself back to his own, too. I need to confirm something, he said, and rummaged in a large cabinet across from the bed, before coming out with one of the genetic scanners they used in training, and sometimes complex changes. It could sample objects for DNA left behind, sample fluids, sample anything that could even conceivably hold a small amount of genetic material. And it could project a holo, extrapolate a genetic sequence from traits input into it, generally help any newer, younger truth-spoken or blood servant with change tasks and persona building, until their innate sense of genetics and traits took over. He and Homaj still used it occasionally to help build variation into what roles were required of them, but it had been months since either of them had last touched it. Iata turned it to scan himself, but no, that would only show Homaj's genetic code, or as close to like. that wasn't going to help him just now. Toothbrushes. He headed into his own bedroom, which suddenly felt smaller, tighter than he'd ever thought it was before. Into his own small bathroom, plucking up his toothbrush. But no. The truth speaker had said that blood servants were trained into distancing their appearance from the royal Rhialden line. Did he remember doing that? He remembered being shown hollows of the Ceratarchus and of a handful of people who had been blood servants in the past. He remembered hoping that one of the blood servants, maybe, had been one of his parents, though his questions about that had always been deflected. He remembered the Ceratarchus's blood servant, Omari, gently saying that when Iata made a change, come back to this ideal. Cheekbones a little sharper, brow a little more prominent, jaw a little wider. This was the mark of the service branch, and he couldn't now remember a time when that hadn't felt natural to him. How could Omari have done that to him if he'd known? But had he, at that point, known? But the Ceratarchus would have known, surely. The Ceratarchus would have ordered for Eris and him to be made, just like his own children. Jalava hovered just beyond the doorway to the bathroom. Are you yourself? Iata's shoulders tightened. A minute, Jalava. Then, yes, because Jalava had stayed with him this far, and he didn't need a panicked guard on his hands. Jalava breathed out. I don't need to. Iata saw Jalava's gesture to their own forearm in the bathroom mirror. They meant recalling him from being Homaj in truth. No, that happened outside the truth speaker's office. Oh yes, I saw that. All right. Iata turned back to his scanner. So how was he going to prove this? Had what had been done to him, if any of this was true? Well, why had it been done? Why would the Ceratarchus take 2 of his own children and mold them into rulers, and 2 others of his own children and mold them into servants? True, a blood servant was far more than a servant. They were, in many ways, co-rulers, shadow support, if the system functioned as it should. But why had he been destined for the shadows, and Homaj for the light? Blood servants had to come from somewhere. If there was no service branch, then where? They had to be able to change, certainly. And their genetics couldn't be sourced from any of the high houses, or their loyalties would be in question. But why not tell him? Or were blood servants supposed to be the backups? So if something happened like what was happening now, if the ruler and the heir, and even the second heir, were taken out, there were still people who could be shown as Rhialdens, and step back up to rule. Either replace the original truth spoken, or step up in their own right. And how many times throughout history might that have happened? If this was true. Iata shivered. Truth spoken, Jalava said. Iata flinched at the title. No, it hadn't been meant to describe him, Iata. But it might have been. He had to know, and the only way he could think to know for sure was to tap deep, so deep into his body's own memory of itself that he remembered his first and original DNA. He and Homaj had both drifted from their original appearances, of course, through training and preference and necessity for the roles they must play in the palace. They'd both reset their internal home sequences as the bodies they called their own now. Iata stumbled back to his bed, sitting hard on the edge, making the mattress creak. He held his hand out in front of him, closed his eyes, and flowed into a semi-change trance. He sifted through his automatic home recalls to pull deeper, to try and settle into an older genetic priority. But if he'd been so young when he was trained away from that, would he even remember? And if he was meant to be a backup to the ruling Rhieldens, had that training been as horrifying as he'd first thought? Or protection? A camouflage? No. No, it had been wrong. So utterly wrong. He strained to find the oldest priority recall, but his strain was only muddying his thoughts, so he centered himself, willed his own calm, and submerged deeper into the trance. A few minutes later, he blinked open his eyes and looked down at his hand. From his wrist down, the skin was just a little lighter, but hardly noticeably so. The structure of his hand hadn't changed. He reached for the scanner he'd dumped beside him and pressed his palm to it, waiting for the soft beep. He looked at the results. This scanner, because of its use in high-security missions, wasn't connected to the Palace networks. He had to periodically update it by hand himself, and those updates only went one way. So there was no danger of what he was scanning now getting back into any Palace network. His changed hand shook as he waved up the hollows to see the results. Iata beer, Rhialden. Age, 25. Blood type, a positive. He scrolled past the list of his specific traits in truth-spoken syntax to get to the bottom. Relations. Classified. He swallowed. Same information as it had always given him even now. But he'd changed his hand. Had he changed it enough? Was his body trying to reassert his current default template? Or had the information the truth speaker given him just been wrong? Chapter 56. Administrative Mode. We don't know exactly what happens during a change. The processes behind what makes a truth spoken able to use their thoughts to affect their bodies is still one of the most closely guarded state secrets. Dr. T. Docella, in the Truth Spoken System, a varied analysis. Iata mentally felt within his hand, felt the bounds and shape of it, felt the genetic instructions he'd given it. They were still intact. His current genetic recall template hadn't reasserted itself, though he was straining for it not to. And it hadn't gone back to Homaj's DNA either, which it would need to when he was finished here. Jalava seemed to have given up trying to get him to talk, and now stood across the room, their arms crossed and expression tight. This scanner wasn't showing anything. Or rather, it was showing him what he'd always seen before. But that shouldn't be the case just now. Not when he'd just changed his DNA away from the profile it would recognize as him. But if the scanner had the old data still in storage, his birth data, would it still give him the same information now? Would he need to do a full change to prove this theory? He didn't have time for that. He needed to continue being Homaj, the interim ruler. Was that what the truth speaker had been trying to accomplish, distracting him from holding control of the kingdom? Iata scrolled through the scanner's data. At the end of the genetic report, there was the option to view the full report, the raw genetic data, or go into detail with specific attributes, and below that, in the lower right corner, was an icon he'd known was there but always ignored. A small key icon, the Ceratarchus's or truth speaker's override icon, which would allow them to see metadata and usage data for this profile. He'd seen them both use the icon to check his and Homaj's progress toward hitting various goals in training. Iata touched it now with his hand that had Homaj's DNA, not his own, and was prompted for a passcode. He flailed around for a moment, trying to think which code might possibly go to this, before he gave up and decided to enter the day's current ruler command passcode, which he'd memorized earlier from the data on Homaj's comm. Nothing happened. Iata felt his hopes sinking before he remembered that the scanner, not being connected to the palace system or updated recently, wouldn't know that Homaj was currently the ruler. He stretched to grab his own comm, not Homaj's, off the bedside table, running quickly through the sequence of commands that would allow him to update the scanner's data from the palace system's current data. He synced the update, smoothed his hair back, and tried again. And it worked. A new hollow window popped up with extra controls. He'd seen this window before. He'd watched his father use it and knew how to access iterations, accuracy curves, everything a trainer might need to check and fine-tune progress. But there was also a button to put the scanner in administrative mode. He hit that. It wanted the passcode again, both written and spoken, and had the specific icon that required a ruler's clearance, with the warning symbol that indicated an unsuccessful attempt to access would hard reset the scanner. A deus. He knew he'd gotten Homaj's intonation right, his voice. If he hadn't hit Homaj's genetics exactly, after that last bit of fine-tuning earlier, he was sure he was within the acceptable range of genetic variance. He'd been able to unlock the door to the prep room with a touch. He knew this would work. And still, his voice shook a little as he spoke the passcode. The scanner blanked, then refreshed. Had it wiped itself? No. The training screen was still there. He went back to the first data and it was different. Infant Rhialden. Age 24. Blood type, a positive. And then the list of his specific traits in truth-spoken syntax. And at the bottom of the list, relations Anathari Rhialden, parent. Jamir Neshao Rhialden, parent. Infant Rhialden, sibling. Vatrin Rhialden, sibling. Homaj Rhialden, sibling. Iata closed his eyes, his breaths out of his control. He knew he was hyperventilating, and that he absolutely had cause to do so. He felt his hand even now, trying to resolve itself with the greater whole of himself. Patch changes without changing. The whole body always took effort to maintain. He let his hand reharmonize with the rest of him, back to Homaj's DNA. The bed shifted beside him, and he looked to see Jalava sitting down. Iata, Jalava said, please tell me what's going on. You're upset. I need to know how to help you. They were doing a good job of trying to hide it, but Adias, they looked scared, and they had every reason to be. They were here in a situation far outside their previous experience, moving in the highest realms of power, with someone who should not be holding that power. That outside perspective, for the moment, grounded him. He did have to tell Jalava. He couldn't navigate this himself, alone. Iata, still holding the scanner, turned it so Jalava could see. He didn't give it to Jalava. He didn't think it would work outside of Homaj's touch, not in administrative mode anyway. This, Iata said, the truth speaker told me, and I think I just confirmed it. He stabbed a finger at the list of relations. These are the relations under my DNA, my full siblings, Eros, Vatrin, and Homaj. Jalava stiffened. They were quiet a long moment, and they hadn't always been the quickest on the uptake before when it came to the twistiness of truth-spoken matters. But every officer in the palace guard had at least some understanding of the nature of truth spoken. They finally looked up. You still think the truth speaker is rotten? Could he have fabricated the data on this scanner? Iata thought that through, went back into the scanner's settings and pulled up a log of every update to the scanner's system. Before today, it hadn't been updated in months, like he'd thought. Not yet satisfied with that, he pulled up exactly what had been updated this time, the raw data. It was the designation of the ruler, and the usual batch update to the genetic data it typically stored. That of the courtiers, the palace staff, the guards, important officials in and around the city. A fair sampling of random citizens' DNA as well, to aid in composite personas. He ran a search. There were no updates whatsoever to the profiles of Iata Rhialden, Homaj Rhialden, Inathari Rhialden, or Infant Rhialden. The only update to Homaj was his new, allowed access as the interim ruler. Iata stared so hard at the screen his eyes were blurring. He didn't see how the information in this scanner wasn't true. And maybe the most cutting weapon the truth speaker could possibly use right now was the truth. Because true secrets could be revealed and proven, not just used as threats. "I know he's rotten," Ada said. "I absolutely know he is. I don't know if he killed the Ceratarchus." He couldn't say, "my parents," out loud. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But he is holding this over me now. And I swear, Jalava, I didn't know until just now. Jalava looked at him. They knew what he was saying. Did they believe it? Because yes, Adeus. Yes, the evidence was now damning. But Jalava nodded. What now? That trust. Ida's chest burned at the intense relief of it. Jalava barely knew him, but had already formed their own opinions, and were holding to them. He clicked the scanner off, so the truth speaker could, if he wished, use this against him. He didn't think the truth speaker would use this information publicly, unless he absolutely had to, but the threat of it was enough. If the truth speaker decided to level murder charges against Ida, charges of treason, of patricide, he certainly could. Iata would not survive those charges, not without Homaj to defend him. Would Homaj believe he hadn't known? Yes. Iata was still close enough to centered in Homaj's personality to know that. He knew his truth spoken. He knew his brother. Homaj trusted him with his life, and Iata had no intentions of betraying that trust. But Homaj was in the city, in who knew what danger. Or maybe he was safer than Iata was in the palace. At that moment, though, Iata could only wish for him to come back swiftly, because right now, if the truth speaker told him to jump, he'd have to. Iata needed evidence of his own. He needed proof that the truth speaker was, in part, behind all of this. Or, barring that, to find out who was. There had been accomplices among the palace guard, certainly. So no, he couldn't go to Tavin with any of this either, if Tavin themselves didn't already know. "Come with me," he said, pushing up from the bed, and added, "Please," because no, he was not Homaj, and no matter who his parents were, he was still not an Adeum-sanctioned, or even fully trained truth-spoken. He was still not himself the heir or the ruler. Jalava nodded and followed him back into Homaj's bedroom. "Where are we going?" "Batrine's apartment. They're not in there, but it was a place to start. And it would be off surveillance if they went in through the back corridors. He didn't know what they'd be looking for, didn't know what he was hoping to find. But something, anything, more than he knew now. Ida touched the hidden panel door beside Homaj's bed, and the panel slid aside. Chapter 57, The Ninth Unit. A walk in the evening along the river after the rain is an experience not to be missed. Travel brochure for the River Edge district of Valon City. It was full night now, and the normal crowds that would haunt a River Edge street at this hour weren't as thick, were more subdued. Some people carried on as usual. There were still laughs. There was still loud conversation drifting from various bars and restaurants and arcades along the street. But less than there should have been. The city, the world, the kingdom had just lost its Seritarchus. Solemnity should have been required. Still, some crowds were useful to blend into. Homaj near the tackle shop, closed now, but with its neon sign still flickering as always, and spotted Zhang heading toward him too. She met his gaze through her obscuring mask, and he didn't stop, so she didn't either. Then he glanced back and saw Laudry crossing the street. She would be able to follow if she could track truth spoken from a distance, so he kept walking. One thing that had been bothering Homaj since leaving the building where Vitrine had been, since talking to his uncle, was why Vitrine hadn't left the city, or even the world. It would almost certainly be safer than being chased from location to location within the city. He understood why Vitrine hadn't come back to the palace. They had to know something more about what was going on than he did. Maybe that the truth speaker was behind all of this too. But his uncle had said someone close to the Seritarchus had betrayed him. Could that be Eduel Shin Myrna? Or was there someone else? Could it have even been Vitrine? Was he in fact chasing his father's killer? The thought seized him up, forced him to focus on smoothing out his walk for several steps. Or could it have been Eros, Vitrine's blood servant, now that he knew who Eros was as well? Adeus, his oldest sister, the oldest of all of them. He knew he hadn't betrayed his father, and he would bet his life. He had bet his life that Iata hadn't either. It very obviously hadn't been the Seritarchus consort, his father Jamir, and almost certainly not Omari, his father's blood servant, if Omari had been killed too. Who else was close to his father? The truth speaker, yes, by necessity. But Homaj Rhialden and Eduel Shin Myrna had never particularly been friends. The relationship between a truth spoken and a truth speaker was by necessity, though, one of closest trust. It had to be, or the kingdom would be significantly weakened by the rift. So what had Eduel been trying to pull by, outing him in public? That had forged an immediate rift of mistrust. And what about Commander Taven? Could they themselves have been behind the attack? Guards had certainly been involved, but Taven themselves? Less close to his father was the captain of his father's personal guard, but he was also counted among the dead, along with, Homaj assumed, most of his father's personal guards. The rest would likely have gone underground as under suspicion, whether they actually were guilty or not. That was the traditional response when a ruler was assassinated. Homaj doubted any of them would resurface, and most wouldn't be looked for too hard. That, too, was tradition. And then there was the palace chamberlain and the palace physicians, possibly even his Shao father's family, though they weren't close, and Homaj didn't know more than a few cousins. That didn't make sense, though, because the High House Xiao would now lose their greatest point of influence in Jamir. They'd never made much effort to get to know Homaj or Vitrine. Homaj couldn't bring enough reasonable threads together to make a plausible case for any of them on what he currently knew. But Palace Rhialden politics could move in many layers and currents. There could have been blackmail involved, or bribery by the high houses. Any of that was possible. He would have to dig deeper there. Still, Eduel. He was certain the truth speaker was a part of what had happened in some capacity. And if Vitrine knew that, and their lover, Lord Burka, had also been killed. Homaj broke into a cold sweat. Being here in River Edge, passing people who were drunk and, if not happy, then at least for a time happily oblivious, had made him want to slip soundlessly into that anonymity. This was the point of intensity, in his normal flow of life, where he would find some willing, anonymous person and lose himself in the oblivion of an epic night of sex. In someone not knowing who he was, in the safety and danger of two strangers passing through. He, as an expert in body language, could keep his partners entertained for hours. The longer, the better. It prolonged his having to return to his own reality. The temptation to slip away into the night was so strong that for a moment it stole his breath. And then he turned down a side street that would lead to the apartment block where the new safe house was. Because, as hard as he'd tried to convince everyone else otherwise, he wasn't someone who walked out on what needed to be done in a crisis, or walked out on his family. He glanced toward Zhong. She was still moving on a parallel course to his own. That might start to be suspicious to anyone watching, a pattern where there shouldn't be one. But he wasn't willing just now to separate himself from her, to fall back, circle around. Not when he was feeling this vulnerable. And she needed his direction on where to go in any case. Laudry, he left to her own skills. The apartment block with the safe house had faded fairy lanterns hanging in the trees. He'd only been here once before, a few years ago, but he remembered that. The lanterns were still there. And it was the 9th unit in the building, correct? His tired mind, a mind that was truly done for the night, couldn't quite remember. But he did know visually which unit it was. He climbed up the flight of metal stairs to the 2nd floor, glanced at the door number, yes, 9, and pressed his hand to the door plate. He'd changed his palm on the way over to not his own, he'd decided, but Ada's, which would still open all safe house doors. That, and holding the genetics of his hand apart from the rest of his body, had further drained his reserves. Inside, the air was stale, though the apartment itself was clean from the cleaning bots. Lights flickered on, and soft music began to play, a welcoming routine. He squinted in the brighter lights and didn't take off his mask yet, not until Zhong stepped inside, and she waved him to keep it on even then. "Stay here," she said, and moved quickly to each room to clear it. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, the open kitchen and living area. "Clear," she said. A soft knock came at the door, and Zhong raised her pistol. "Laudry," Homaj said, and moved to the door. But Zhong held up a hand. She leaned to the window, peered out through the blinds, then pushed him back as she opened the door. Laudry slipped inside, flickering into full view. She shut the door and locked it behind her. Chapter 58. Tired. We're safe. Thank a deus, we're safe. Sergeant Arthur Shea in the vid drama Val on City Blaze, Season 5, Episode 8, Off-World Blues. In the safe house apartment, Homaj glanced at the closed and opaqued blinds and finally pulled off his mask. "No," Zhong said. "We should clear it of bugs first." "You already cleared each room." "Yes, and we know no one's here, but we don't know if anyone's watching." "I'm tired, and this one is known only to truth spoken, not blood servants or any of the palace guard." He knew she was right. He should do a full sweep for bugs, for anything dangerous. But he was just so damned tired. He sank into the nearest comfortable-looking chair, dropping his head into his shaking hands. He probably needed to eat. Certainly needed to sleep. The nap earlier hadn't been enough. and all the emotions he'd allowed to go numb again were now vying with a host of new emotions, new information, everything conflicting. He really should just change, do everyone's cosmetics and they all go again. Maybe do several more change, and leave routines to confuse anyone who might yet be watching. He knew he wasn't out of danger, that their anti-surveillance masks and measures on the way in weren't nearly as effective as he'd like. But he was just so tired. "Here," he said, pulling his bug sniffer lip gloss out of his jacket pocket. He tossed it to Zhang. She'd watched him use it earlier and opened it now, repeating the steps he'd used in the other safe house, beginning her sweep again. Laudry settled on a couch nearby. "Air system," Homaj said. "Circulate." Deeper into the apartment, he heard the air system kick on, and a moment later, a cool breeze swept through the room, pushing back some of the staleness. "Is it working?" he said, as Zhang came back through the living room, on her way to check the kitchen. She gave a curt nod. She looked exhausted too, and he wanted to get up to help her, but his legs wouldn't move. He could not make himself move from this place. His uncle. Why, by Adeus, had his uncle shown up? His uncle had told him why. He'd verified his uncle's sincerity. But it was still too much. In a chain of too much. Zhang took her bug sniffer back into the bedrooms, maybe for a more thorough check this time. Laudry got up and went to the kitchen, opening cabinets. She opened the cooler and brought out 3 silver-foiled packaged meals. Pressing the heat controls on all of them, she leaned back against the counter, waiting. "Decent place," she said. It was inane. It was nonsense. She knew they couldn't talk. After a span of minutes, long enough to heat their meals, Zhang came back from the bedrooms, handing the lip gloss back to him. "I think it was working right, but I didn't find anything." She pushed her pale blue hair out of her eyes. Looked like she wanted to sit on the couch too, but instead she angled toward the kitchen table as Laudry brought the steaming meals over. Homaj grunted and levered himself up, and managed to get to the small table and its 4 metal chairs. Tasteful decor, but 2 decades old, at least. They all sat. Homaj didn't see and didn't care which meal he got. He only grabbed the fork provided and dove in. He barely tasted anything. They ate in silence, which would have been suspicious to any listening ears. But then, if anyone knew to listen here and why, they would already have a good guess as to the apartment's occupants. "So," Zhang finally said, "are we going to go back?" She was watching him closely, trying to gauge his reaction. She'd been there through everything that had happened between him and Iata today. Did his uncle's warning seem credible to her? Seem vital? Was he not seeing a threat because he didn't want to? "I need to sleep." He should change and then sleep. And no, maybe it wasn't fully safe here, but it wasn't safe at all to go back to the palace in his current state either. It wasn't safe to keep crawling around the city. He knew his body fully as a truth spoken, knew its limits and its bounds. He truly needed rest. But his uncle wasn't wrong that he should be at the palace. He almost certainly never should have left. He should have sent Iata out here to track down Vatrine, not gone himself. Homaj had thought he'd have the harder, more vital task with tracking down Vatrine, but that logic had resulted in Iata chewing out 2 military commanders, 2 allies he might sorely need, and who knew what else was happening at the palace just now. He didn't know, and that was the point. He should know. It was about to become his palace, his kingdom, his life. He looked up to Jong, then Laudry. "Will one of you stay up while I sleep? And keep watch while he changed, too." He was going to do it quickly. He didn't want to be vulnerable for more time than necessary. Though he could technically be awakened from a change trance while in the middle of it. If the need was high and situation dire, it wasn't good for his health, and might be intensely painful to try and function in that state. He'd need someone to protect him if, well, they still weren't safe. "I will," Jong said, though she punctuated that statement with a yawn. He wished she could sleep, too. He would need her tomorrow, but someone had to keep watch. "There will be stimulants in the bathroom cabinet." She nodded. Laudry yawned, too, and stood. "I'll take the couch." There was a guest bedroom, but, well, the outside door needed watched, too. Not that Laudry could do much if anyone did try to get inside, but she could at least warn them about it. She was still suppressing her aura. She would continue to do so, he thought, until she knew they absolutely weren't being watched, and maybe even then. She was a high-ranking, unsealed magicier, and he was determined to leave her that way. Homaj louvered himself up, his meal sitting heavy in his stomach, but he'd need it for the change. The sleep that would come after change was a high motivator to get to the bedroom, strip out of these sweat-grimed clothes, do what he needed to do. He stretched, finally starting to let his thoughts unspool, and headed for the bedroom. A knock came on the door. Chapter 59. The Door. It's on the third knock that the illusion ends. Willow Verparala in their novel, A Road Apart. Homaj froze. Laudry, who'd been plumping pillows on the couch, squinted toward the door. She looked back at him and mouthed, "Truth spoken." His uncle? Would his uncle know about this safe house? Had his uncle tracked him from the air car? Or Vatrin, or Eris? A deus. Why hadn't Laudry picked whoever it was up before? Or had she not been trying? Or were they all just that tired? Jong pulled out her pistol, and he didn't stop her this time. He wasn't going to be stupid about this again. Homaj quietly pushed back his chair and moved deeper into the kitchen, to where he could just see the door but wasn't an easy line of sight. Or line of fire. The kitchen, at least, had no windows. Jong opened the door only as far as the security chain. "Yes, I need... Please let me in." Alto voice. Not his uncle, then. Was it Vatrin? Their voice was alto, but that didn't necessarily mean anything with truth spoken. He wouldn't know until whoever it was came in, until he could see them, gauge their tells. Jong stiffened, but to her credit, didn't look back at him to give away where he was standing. She opened the door, and a single person entered. A single set of footsteps. The door closed behind them. Homaj heard the lock click and chime that it was engaged. "Who are you?" the person asked. And that tone was all Vatrin. Homaj edged from the kitchen, wary, and the person turned. Medium height, light brown skin, curly dark gold hair, wide-set eyes, freckles, light makeup, casual but expensive clothing, all the appearance of a stranger, but there were Vatrin's tells beneath the layer of a new persona. And Vatrin had never been the best at the acting necessities around change. Not as good as he was, anyway. He felt his siblings surveying him with as much scrutiny, and he set himself firmly in Tanarin's gestures, which he was still using, then Ada's tells underneath. And then, he didn't have time to judge the decision, or the gut feel, the sense of danger that propelled it. But he was too tired to truly fool Vatrine into believing that he was Iata, not Homaj. So from one heartbeat to the next, he submerged. He became Iata in truth. He saw recognition flicker in Vatrine's gray eyes. Vatrine pulled something from their pocket, and Zhang reacted by raising her pistol, but Iata held up his hands. No, Zhang, no, it's all right. Vatrine frowned at Zhang, but set something on the table, a sound dampener. They turned it on, set the perimeter dial to 3 meters, and Ida's ears popped with the pressure. Laudry had come back from the couch and stood nearest the door, just inside the kitchen, and the dampener's sound bubble. Did she think she'd have to flee? Iata watched Vatrine warily. He'd been sent to the city to find them, and so now, apparently, he had. But Vatrine had found him, and he had the uneasy sense that might not be healthy for him. Iata, Vatrine said sharply. Sit down. He went back to his chair and dropped into it. He didn't have to obey Vatrine's commands, Vatrine not being as truth-spoken, but he didn't want to antagonize Vatrine just now either. Vatrine pulled out a chair and sat too, looking haggard but intent. That was you who found me earlier. Yes, he said. Then, Vatrine, are you well? Have you been injured? Who is after you? Do you know who did this to the Ceratarchus? Vatrine waved a hand, and Iata sat back. Vatrine, for all their want of social reforms, had always been imperious with him and Eris. He let his gaze drop to the table, which he never would have done or felt the need to do, with Homaj. Forgive me. Truth spoken. I am only concerned for your well-being. And you should be, Vatrine said. Their eyes darkened. My brother. Iata stopped his flinch at that, knowing what he did now, but Vatrine continued. My lounge-about brother has decided to make his bid to rule. Iata let out a slow breath. Truths spoken. You were not there. He had to make his bid. Please, do you know who did this? And how did you track us here? Who's with you? Vatrine asked, looking at Zhang, then at Laudry. What level of trust do you place in them? But implying, by the tone, that the trust Ada placed in anyone wasn't the highest factor Vatrine would use here. V. Zhang of the Palace Guard, Iata said, sworn to Homaj, and Laudry, one of Homaj's informants. She is also sworn to him. My brother has seen fit to swear in his own guard. There was danger in that mild tone. Iata hit a fist on the table, his anger rising. You were not there. Truth spoken. Homaj would gladly have deferred, but you were not there. That's because someone has been trying to kill me, Vatrine spat. They did kill Lord Burka. Their voice cracked, and Iata saw the anguish, the terror behind the previously calm facade. Their gaze pinned back on him. And I'm trying to decide if it was my brother, who is now making his bid to rule. Iata blanched. I was with Homaj this morning, and he was in his quarters when he got the word. There were witnesses. Are you that naive, Iata? We don't deal in death ourselves. We have proxies. We hire people. We use, we coerce. So, who has Homaj manipulated? He is the very last person who wanted the kingdom. Don't you see he's spent the last few years trying to push that duty away from himself? and made many enemies while he's at it. Not enemies as such, just not friends. Iata clasped his hands together to keep them from shaking. Truly, Vatrine, Maja had nothing to do with this, and I'm supposed to find you. I did find you earlier. To assassinate me, too. He pushed back his chair, but stopped himself from standing. For Adeus' sake, Vatrine, I would not do that. I'm a blood servant. Vatrine stared at him, gray eyes cold and steady. I know what you are. Oh, Adeus. Did they? Did they know the whole of it, that he, Iata, was also their sibling? Vatrine sat back, breaking eye contact. I need your help. Iata leaned forward again, gripping the edge of the table. Of course. Of course I will help. That's why I'm in the city, when I should be helping my truth spoken. Vatrine gave him a tight-lipped smile. My parents are dead. My lover is dead. I would very much like to save this kingdom from my brother driving it into the ground, and I hear he's made a spectacular start of it, Adeus, being witnessed by a magicier. You'll help me do this. I know you have your loyalty to him, but you have a higher loyalty to the kingdom of Valoris. Will you allow that loyalty to take precedence? Will you help me take my kingdom? Chapter 60. The Request. Homaj and Vatrine were always evenly matched, but with different skill sets, and their personalities were diametrically opposed. While Homaj Rhialden, as the truth-spoken heir, sought to win the hearts of the people, Homaj sought to wreck them. Emil Lopez in an analysis and comparison of truth spoken, Vatrine Rhialden's and Homaj Rhialden's social approaches. Iata blinked. He didn't like this barrage of questions and threats and information, without giving much in return. But Vatrine was right. It was his duty as a Rhialden blood servant to uphold the kingdom above all. But his duty would always, first and foremost, be to Homaj. He held up his palms. I want to help, but I need to know what's going on. I need to know who I can trust. Homaj will welcome you taking the kingdom from him. I know that, and he won't ask. I also know that. But I'm asking, how do I trust you if you won't tell me what you know? I will help you, but you have to let me know what we're up against. Vatrine stared hard at him, mouth tugging to one side, considering. Iata, you have always thought far too much for a blood servant. But unfortunately, Homaj wanted you trained that way, didn't he? And I am asking you to give your loyalties, temporarily, to me. I do value that loyalty. Iata sat still, not letting his face, his body betray what he felt about that pretentious, condescending statement. Adeus, he had to completely set aside for the moment that Vatrine could be such an ass. Yes, truth spoken, he said, though he was fairly sure the statement had been rhetorical. It's the truth, speaker, Vatrine said, and looked grim. He called me to his office this morning and tried to blackmail me. Adeus, with what? Vatrine flashed a humorless smile. I've been trying to maneuver a way to marry Lord Burka. I may have, considered some unsavory options on how to make that come about. Like what? Iata asked, unmoored in this new angle he hadn't known he should consider. Oh, nothing major, but major enough to put a stain on an eventual wedding. Pain flashed in their eyes, but that won't matter now. This said lower, much lower, almost a whisper. Iata swallowed. But That doesn't follow that the truth speaker would kill the Ceratarchus. And we were there at the Adeum, Homaj and I. Sior said you came 40 minutes before the assassination happened. Did she? Vatrine asked softly. Vatrine, we were trying to find you. The whole palace was searching for you. Yes. I went to the city to decide what to do. If I should tell Father about what the truth speaker tried to do. And you think that threat was enough to kill the Ceratarchus? Not that Iata disagreed that the truth speaker was rotten, but did Vatrine think him so gullible as to believe that the most logical course for the truth speaker to take, in that instance, would be to kill the Ceratarchus, and not Vatrine? Or had Vatrine meant the truth speaker had tried to do both? Was maybe still trying? He was watching Vatrine closely, and Vatrine, as truth spoken, could lie better than almost anyone alive. But the best lies were smothered in truths. Whatever Vatrine wasn't saying, it was surely damning for something. They'd admitted to using less than ideal means to try to arrange a marriage for themselves, but that was almost certainly the misdirection. Something else was going on here. Why not return to the palace, enlist Commander Tavin's help, and arrest the truth speaker pending an investigation? It would be a drastic step, yes, but within the realm of possibility. Taking that action might have saved the lives of the Ceratarchus and Ceratarchus consort, by Vatrine's logic. There was absolutely more going on here. Vatrine tapped the table, regaining his attention. Iata, listen. I know you're a blood servant and not trained fully in change, but do you think you could change to someone specific? Could you change to me? Enter the palace as me. I need to go back to the palace, but I need to know what will happen when I do. Iata coughed, reaching for a drink that wasn't there. Instead, he smoothed away the sudden tightness in his throat. What? I can't, truth spoken. I'm not trained for that. I can make small changes. I can create personas and change to play them out. Within boundaries, but... Vatrine tapped the table again. You look absolutely nothing like yourself right now. You can change. But... Adeus. Vatrine wanted him to be bait. It wasn't that Vatrine trusted him to play the role of Vatrine the truth spoken. It was that Vatrine wanted him to draw the fire meant for themselves. Which was his job as a blood servant? Yes. Where is Eris? He asked. Can't she do this? Surely she'd know how to be you better than I would. She's indisposed. Which meant he didn't know what that meant. Zhang stepped closer, watching him with an intensity he wasn't sure what to do with. Trying to tell him something. Vatrine was trying to bully him into this, but they weren't wrong that if they entered the palace, it might be their death sentence. Especially if the truth speaker was rotten, and whatever Vatrine had spoken to him about had triggered all this. And also, especially, if someone in the palace guard had been in on the assassination. Well, and how could they not have been? That should never have happened. Okay, he said. Okay. I'll try. But you'll have to help me. I'm not used to trying to hit a specific genetic target. I don't have that training. Zhang's lips twitched, and he looked up, Vatrine's eyes following his this time. I'll stand guard, she said, though he was certain that's not what she'd wanted to say. Good, Vatrine said and stood. Iata, I want this done quickly. What's happening in the palace has to stop. We must restore order to this kingdom. Chapter 61. Looking for Answers. Blood servants are almost certainly more than they appear, what the Rhialdens wish us to believe. Scholars have speculated, but never definitively proven, that their place in the palace hierarchy is much more than trusted valets to their truth spoken. Dr. T. Docella, in the Truth Spoken System, a varied analysis. Ada could tell Rhialden was deeply uncomfortable moving through the back corridors. They kept looking around everywhere, hand resting on their holstered pistol, though not drawing it. Neither of them spoke. Though the back corridors were sound-dampened to muffle steps, they were built to amplify conversations in the rooms around them that weren't also dampened. Words spoken here could be amplified back as well. Or was Jalava just nervous about Iata's discovery about his parentage? Iata was nervous about that. He was trying hard not to let it overtake his thoughts just now, to keep him from being as aware as he must be. But the thought that he had both gained actual parents and lost them in the same day kept threatening to boil his emotions over. He stopped at the panel entrance into Vatrine's bedroom, held up a hand for Jalava to be completely still, and Jalava tried to motion in the dim overhead lights for him to step back. Let them enter first. But Iata shook his head. He had to be the one to get them inside, and anyone other than him coming into that room was more likely to be shot than he was, if anyone was inside, which he deeply doubted. Iata pressed his palm to the lock and input the ruler's access code. That was becoming a power he should be careful with, use only when strictly necessary, but every time he'd used it so far, it had been necessary. He hadn't come armed, hadn't rearmed since going to the Idaeum, and a ruler shouldn't go armed anyway. It was showing a lack of control, but he reached back now, and Jalava pressed the cool metal of a pistol into his hand. Iata checked the charges. They were set to stun rounds. Okay. He slowly pushed the panel door open, waited, listening. Vatrine's bedroom was dim, only the strips of the dim ceiling nightlights outlining the large four-poster bed. He stepped further into the room, arcing the pistol around, taking in the rumpled bed, the sequined heap of something on the floor. A jacket. That had to be Lord Burka's, because Vatrine dressed loudly, but never that ostentatiously. The door to the prep room was slightly ajar. The door to the bathroom was closed, and the door to Eris's small bedroom suite, like his own, was also ajar. Iata paused, listening. He heard nothing but his own and Jalava's breathing. He lowered the pistol, handing it back to Jalava, who did not reholster it, but held it pointed toward the floor. "What are we looking for?" Jalava asked softly. "I don't know. There shouldn't be surveillance here, though." Jalava nodded. "Should I clear the prep room? The other room, that's the blood servant's bedroom. The layout is similar to yours." "Not yet. I want you with me. And I want to look through this room first." He was holding very tightly to his persona, as Homaj just now. Alone or not, surveillance or not, this was not a safe place. Jalava, at least, was following him, as if he was Homaj. For saying that they weren't good at these games, Jalava was doing just fine. He walked around the bed, feeling lost, feeling like an intruder, because he had no idea what he was doing here. The bedroom as a whole was disordered, though, and that was certainly like Vatrine. There was no clue in that. He checked the bathroom. The toothbrush was dry, which didn't tell him more than that the last time Vatrine had brushed their teeth was more than a handful of hours ago. Frustrated and feeling like this was a waste of time, he moved swiftly into Eris's room. The contents here were neater, at least the bed made. Did that mean anything? Had Vatrine left before Eris, or Eris before Vatrine, or had they all left in a hurry? Would Lord Burka have been with them if they'd all been seen together at the Audeium? Eris's comm was still on the bedside table, and that was odd. He hadn't taken his own comm with him today because he wasn't himself, but Eris had been seen at the Audeium as herself. Iata moved toward the common. Was this another time when using his ruler's override was justified? Yes. Yes, it had to be. He needed answers, and he needed them now. He picked up the comm, then froze. Had he heard something? Out in Vatrine's bedroom. Jalava, too, was looking toward the door, tensed. They glanced at Iata, waving him back, out of line of the door. Then Jalava dove to one side as a silenced shot coughed, pinging the back wall. Not a stun round. Shit, and he didn't have a gun. Iata grabbed the comm and crouched behind the bed. He reached to twist his guard's comm ring, call for help, when he heard a familiar voice. Who are you? Show yourself. Eris, he called. It's me. Don't shoot. Maja? She stepped into the room. Gun raised as he held his hands up, rose slowly. Chapter 62. Eras. If you have stun rounds and live rounds loaded into your weapon, be sure to set the toggle to stun rounds if you are in most situations. Using live rounds requires a permit on most worlds, and may not be permitted for civilian use, in some areas and municipalities. Check with your local safety authority for more information. Public Health and Safety Advisory for the Kingdom of Valoris. Eras slowly lowered her pistol. She glanced to the side where Jalava was still tensed, poised to shoot. Jalava, stand down, Iata barked, and Jalava lowered their pistol too. A lot more slowly than Eras had. Iata looked back to her. She was herself, dyed blonde hair pulled back in a knot, face free of cosmetics like she preferred. A little rumpled, her hair not as neat as it usually was, but herself. Maja, what are you doing in my room? She stiffened, then raised the pistol again. You're not Homaj. He held up his hands again, still holding her comm, and she saw that too. He let his own tells show through, cycling quickly through them. Iata. Though she wasn't as quick to lower the pistol this time, her gaze was sharp, intense. What are you doing in my room? With my comm? He carefully set the comm on the bed. I haven't done more than pick up your comm. We only just got here. Her gaze flicked to Jalava, back to Iata. And he saw on her face the picture that was forming, and he knew that she knew what they both were, as blood servants. And it wasn't new information to her. She wasn't surprised. She was calculating. The truth speaker just threatened me with the knowledge that I'm Homaj's brother. I was looking for answers. Eras swore, then stepped fully into the room, closing the door. How long have you known? He challenged. 4 years. 4 bloody years. And he did not let me ever forget it. Who, Adwell? Who else? Iata, why are you Homaj? Where is Homaj? He's... Fuck, is he in the city looking for Vatrine? Would he be that foolish? Yes, he would, wouldn't he? Iata, he set you up to be his double. That question was going dangerously back toward the original suspicion. Iata held up his hands again, a conciliatory gesture this time. It was his plan. It may not have been fully thought through. Jalava shifted, unhappy with that statement, though Ida couldn't parse that response just now. Eras tilted her chin at Jalava. You've sworn in guards. No, Homaj has. Lieutenant Jalava is loyal to Homaj. Homaj made the bid to rule. I'm only holding his place until he comes back from the city. He was actively holding the rulership, though, and that fact hung in the air between them. He had the ruler's codes. He had the ruler's calm in his own pocket. He had the ruler's face and voice and biometrics. He'd faced down an admiral and a general earlier, and publicly gone to see the truth speaker. How much of all of that did Eris know? Can you contact Homaj? Eris finally asked. He shook his head. Not without going to the city myself. I have no idea where he is. He didn't add that Homaj had wanted it that way. That was a given. He's running out on his responsibilities again, she growled, moving restlessly around the room now, picking up and pocketing her comm. Jalava shifted again at that last statement. You have something to say, guard. Jalava glanced at Ida, then said stolidly, Iata has been doing all he can to maintain order, while the truth spoken is carrying out his oath. Eras stopped, closed her eyes, opened them again and looked at him. Her bearing was not quite that of a blood servant. Neither was his, but he wasn't currently supposed to be himself. She was herself. She'd known that she was the eldest of their 4 siblings for 4 years. Does Vatrin know? He asked. About us, the blood servants. She didn't answer, poking at her comm. A small array of windows popped up, blurred from this angle. Iata. She looked up again, pursed her lips. Because he's not here. You'll have to keep doing what you're doing. He knew that. He knew that, and yes, as the blood servant to Vatrin, she technically outranked him as the blood servant to Homaj. But Homaj had given him his power to hold until he came back. So did he, at this exact moment, outrank her or not. Eris, he said, stepping closer. What happened this morning? Why did you all go to the Adeum so quickly? What did Vatrin sense? What did they know? She didn't answer that right away either. Her brows drew together and she smoothed at the seams of her form-fitting gray pants. Aduel was blackmailing me for 4 years, with the information that I was the first among 4, she said. 3 days ago, I told him I wasn't going to take that anymore. I told him I was going to tell Vatrin. And I did. Ida drew in a breath. 3 days ago. That just couldn't be a coincidence, with the assassinations today. He swallowed hard. Vatrin went to confront the truth speaker, Iras said. Among other things. They sent me and Xavi ahead into the tunnels, while they spoke with the truth speaker. All of those statements, Ida sensed, were true, but they were also carefully spoken, and could just as easily be meant to hide other truths. He felt a burning in his gut, an unease that set his hairs on edge. What did Eris know that she wasn't willing, or had been ordered not to, tell him, or tell anyone? Did the truth speaker, did Aduel order the attacks? She looked down. Aduel is a jealous man. He's bribed or blackmailed half the palace staff by now. I was going to tell our father. I did not get the chance. That wasn't really an answer, but Ida didn't press. He was all too aware that his own position in all of this was deeply precarious, that she might not believe that he'd only just found out, that she might think him inhabiting Homaj's form, and persona was something else entirely. Iata, she said, shifting her weight, then putting her comm away into her pocket. I have to go. I only came back from my comm. Wait, he said, following her to the door. Wait, where is Vitrine? Do you know where they are? Are they safe? I don't know, she said, but I need to get back to the city. I need to find them. It's not safe for me here. Or for you. Ida, I'd say you should leave, but I think if you do, Adowell will claim the palace for himself. Eliminate the truth spoken altogether. Consolidate power. But be careful. Please. Be careful. Trust no one. Not even you? She didn't smile. Especially me. She strode quickly to the panel door in Vitrine's bedroom that led to the back corridors and slipped out. Iata stood still, trying to decide if he should go after her. Try to follow her. But she had been elusive, either because she didn't trust him, or because she didn't want to say more. She wouldn't lead him to Vitrine, even if she knew where they were. He clenched his fists, slowly opened them again. She was shooting to kill, Jalava said, coming up beside him. You made sure your rounds were on stun. They shared a look. Was Jalava implying that Eris had a shadier part in all of this? But she was scared. They were all scared and didn't know who their enemies were. Had Eris truly risked coming back to the palace just to retrieve her comm? Or did she have another purpose? And what was on that comm? What now? He still had more questions than answers, other than knowing that Eris was still alive. That was something. A big something. But he also didn't know what her place was in all of this. She'd given him non-answers and maybe truths, all of which amounted to little. He did know that she knew about their parentage, though, and that Adowell had been blackmailing her. Her ire at that absolutely rang as true. But she was as skilled at Ivaku as he was. He could easily read truth and lies in ordinary courtiers, but he wasn't sure where in Eris's web of information and half-truths to turn for actual truth. He needed... well, he really needed to go to the source of all of this, didn't he? He motioned Jalava back toward the panel door, then waited. If he was right that Eris was going back to the city, then he wouldn't have to worry about passing her in the corridor, or her seeing where he was headed. He opened the panel door and peered into the dim corridor, looking both ways. Eris was gone. He stepped back out, this time heading toward the Ceratarchuses, his father's study. Chapter 63. The Study. My father's study was a place where I learned how to be a truth-spoken. It was also a place where I learned how much I wished I didn't have to be. Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in The Change dialogues. If stepping into Vitrine's apartment felt like an invasion, stepping into the Ceratarchus' study felt like sacrilege. He swung the panel door open on silent hinges, holding his breath. Behind him, Jalava didn't make a sound. Iata slowly stepped inside. Lights came on. The holographic fire in the hearth flickered. No one had turned it off. He swallowed, stepped further inside. Jalava came in just as hesitantly, as if entering a cursed ancient tomb in the holodramas. Iata silently shut the door behind them. That his palm and code had gained him access at all was just as unsettling. He stood just inside his father's study. The cedar and musk scent of Homaj Rhialden still lingered, a palpable presence. Iata had been here before, with Homaj to be briefed on missions, more often when they were younger and in active training. It had been a while. The decor hadn't changed, though. There were still the straight-backed, horribly uncomfortable pair of black leather love seats at corners to each other in the center of the room, the enormous and imposing onyx desk at the far end of the room, the walls shimmering in a faintly metallic geometric pattern on subtle matte purple. The whole thing was meant to be inviting to those who owned this power, and intimidating to those who did not. Homaj would absolutely redecorate the first chance he got. Iata moved slowly toward the desk, and when he reached the back of it, glancing at the scattered hard copy papers and system standby hollow icons, he took a shuddering breath and touched the surface of the desk to activate its systems. A scanning icon appeared, verified him as Homaj Rhialden, and required the ruler's access code. By now, that came easily, and he spoke it in a quiet monotone, shifting his posture firmly back to Homaj as well, if that mattered. He didn't know if it did matter, but he was terrified to be himself in this room. The scanning signal cleared, and the windows the Ceratarchus had been working in before he died that morning came up. Should Iata even be looking at this without Commander Tavin to check for any clues to who'd assassinated the Ceratarchus? But Jalava hovered behind him, their eyes missing nothing. Most of the windows were reports from various departments of the kingdom, from Admiral Laguayo for the Navy, from Prince Javieri requesting a change to the shipping schedule between Inasi III and Valon. He flicked through all the windows, scanning the text. He didn't see anything that would have led to his father's death. Nothing that indicated an assassination was even on the horizon. Not that assassination was never, not a possibility, for a truth spoken. Being feared had a double edge. Iata pulled up the files in the Ceratarchus's personal account, feeling his chest tighten at this further invasion. But he had to look, had to know. Daily ruling logs, notes, drafts of various messages. There was a draft of a message to the first Magicker, informing her that Magicker students would soon be required to take extra courses in ethics, which was appalling, but not out of character for Anathuri, and not something the Magickers could have acted on to kill him. Magickers couldn't do violence. "What's that?" Jalava asked, pointing to a folder named with only a long number. They seemed to have gotten over the worst of their reticence and were now in full forensic mode, keenly focused on the data. Iata opened the folder, scrolled through more numbered text files. He didn't see a pattern to the numbers, not dates or addresses, or any other codes that he could tell. He opened one at random. "I hope this day finds you well. The children are making great progress, more than us at their age. You would be proud. I've attached the latest single from Baloran's new album, Shining from the Heights, Wailing from the Depths. It's not released yet. They sent me a copy first. It's quite good, and I know you like them, if you still do." Iata blinked several times. What was he looking at? A personal letter from Anathuri. Was it supposed to be a code? But more than us at their age. Why that line specifically in this random file in a randomly numbered folder that was included at the highest level of Anathuri's files? It shouldn't have been at the highest level, though. Iata had that strong and nagging sense. Anathuri did nothing without purpose. Had he anticipated this folder would be found? had he wanted it to be? And maybe he'd moved the folder to the higher levels. Maybe it was supposed to have been buried. Had he known, on some level, that he might be killed? Iata swallowed hard. Was he reading too far into that? He read the message again, trying to parse the context. Could this have been sent to Anathari's younger sister, the former truth-spoken who'd sworn off change? Could it be exactly as it was shown? A letter? It had none of the truth-spoken inference code that he could see. And maybe that would have come later. Maybe this was the base file, before Anathari reframed it to encode it and sent it. Where? A Deus. Iata had almost forgotten about Karasorian Rhialden. She'd left Cord after a fight with the Ceratarchus when he was younger, and hadn't been a large part of his life before then, except, on occasion, to chew him and Homaj out for being rowdy in the halls. He remembered vividly now her telling him that as a blood servant, he had an obligation and a duty to keep his truth-spoken from behaving in ways that would jeopardize the kingdom. They'd been running down the central residence corridor. He'd hardly thought that was jeopardizing the kingdom. Iata swallowed. But what was important in an inane letter to a sibling in exile? Other than the fact, maybe, that Anathari had still been in communication with her. He opened several more of the numbered files and found similar messages. Ordinary correspondence, gentle even. And Anathari had never been a gentle person. There were a few dozen, charting, mostly, the growth of the children. All leading up to the last file, whose creation date was still tagged, around a month ago. There is much to discuss, I'm afraid, and it's close. Please come. T can help you when you arrive. The hairs on Ida's arms stood on end. He sat forward. This is significant. No references to children this time, and the only letter among any of them to state any hint of a name. Who is T? Jalava asked. Tavan. It has to be Commander Tavan. He tried not to look at that line. I'm afraid. Because he knew what that meant. Anathari had to have known something was about to happen, or at least suspected his life was in danger. Jalava tilted their head. I'm guessing from the context that these were to the former truth-spoken Karasorian, Rhialden. Am I right on that? I think so, yes. But he asked her to come. A Deus, did she? Is she here? Did she come to help him, or... The Ceratarchus had asked his exiled sister to come home, and Ida knew he wouldn't have done that lightly. He hadn't, as far as Ida knew, talked about her once in all the years since she'd left. What had Anathari found out? What had he seen or heard that had made him fear for his life? Had he known the truth speaker was blackmailing his courtiers and staff? This is evidence, Iata said. Yes, but is it usable evidence? There's no indication it's been sent. Can you find the actual message log? Iata backed out to the Ceratarchus's personal inbox, but he knew without looking that he'd find nothing there. Those files had to be drafts. The message wouldn't have been sent like that, but put into the plain inference code that Truth Spoken used among themselves. That code was nearly unbreakable, because it relied entirely on context that only the senders and receivers knew. It wouldn't have been sent from the Ceratarchus's personal inbox either, but likely from one of his personas, and Ida had no idea where to begin with unraveling all of those. He'd seen no notes. Truth Spoken were taught not to keep notes on the personas they inhabited, lest those notes be found and used against them. Okay, so He knew that Homaj's aunt had been asked back to the city. His aunt, too. He didn't know if she'd come, but he could guess that she hadn't lived outside of 2 to 3 weeks' travel time. Maybe less, if she could afford to travel on a ship that employed a magicker. Anathari wouldn't have sent an urgent message if he hadn't thought she could arrive in good time. Iata didn't know who she was now, because he doubted she'd been living under her Rhialden name, and he didn't know how to contact her. He'd have to do a lot more digging to find that out. But could her arrival have been one of the things that spooked the truth speaker to act? Or had that been Iris's confronting him, or something else? Ada blanked the desk comm back to the home icon and focused on the hard copy papers. But those were mostly high-level palace reports, easily carried between departments. Working with hard copy wasn't standard practice, but the Ceratarchus had preferred it to digital text for some things, saying it wasn't as easily compromised. Iata saw nothing odd in his first look. He pulled out the desk drawers, found mostly trinkets, a few pens and styluses, a ring with a large diamond in the center. He touched it, but left it where it was. "Tap the drawers," Jalava said. "Maybe there are false bottoms." "You watch too many vid dramas," Iata said, but he did it anyway. And the drawer on the left did have a more hollow thunk than the others. Iata shuffled around the drawer's knick-knacky contents, but he didn't see any obvious seams. He got down on the carpet and peered up from below. Nothing obvious there, either. They were well-made, solid wooden drawers set into the onyx frame of the desk. They had rollers, tracks, and metal bottoms. He got up again, staring at the inside of the left drawer. Was this really the thing he should be focused on just now? Really, truly, he should open the Ceratarchus's public inbox and start trying to tackle the absolute mound of correspondence that had shown up in Homaj's inbox all day, relayed from Anathari's accounts. He had to find a way to fully switch that over to Homaj's accounts. Or would that be done automatically, when Homaj's 10 days of his bid to rule were up? Homaj wasn't the ruler yet. Interim ruler was still quite a way from actual ruler. Iata frowned at the drawer and placed his palm down onto the metal bottom. Something clicked. "That worked?" Jalava asked. "There, the left edge." Ida saw it and carefully tugged at the tiny gap that had opened. The drawer bottom folded upward, revealing a shallow compartment. Inside was a card with handwritten ink writing on one side. Wayan Odea. And then a long string of a comm address that had to be outside of the kingdom. In the dynasty, maybe. Was that a dynastic routing code? And then a second string of numbers that Ida didn't know what to do with. Wayan Odea. Was that the name Karasorian used now? Could that possibly be related to the letters? The drawer had opened to his touch. The palace systems might be responding to him as a ruler just now, but he didn't think Anathari's physical desk locks would be tied to them, as extra security, like the genetic scanner. So Anathari would have programmed Homaj's touch to be able to open that compartment. And maybe Vitrine's too. Again, he'd known. Iata stared at the card, trying to memorize the comm code, but his thoughts were too jumbled. So instead he set the card on the desk, brought the desk system back up, and opened the population database, broadening parameters to the Onabrai caste dynasty, and the Ferrani protectorate beside it for good measure. If those didn't match, he'd go wider. The name Wayan Odea had over 10,000 hits. Iata bit his lip, then began sifting by age as best he could. Not by gender, though. Wayan was looking to be a more common name among mask and male people, though not exclusively so. And age was tricky, too. Karasorian might have sworn off change, but the same training that made a truth-spoken able to heal themselves quickly kept adult truth-spoken looking much younger than their actual ages, unless they consciously decided to show their age. He'd have to start exerting that aging in himself soon, as a blood servant who wasn't supposed to be able to change. Homaj, of course, would remain looking at his prime. Even after sorting, Iata still ended up with a list of thousands. He just could not remember enough about the Ceratarchus' sibling to narrow it more. Frowning, Iata saved the search and put the card back into its palm-locked vault. He closed the bottom of the drawer. That card had to have been precious to be stored there, but not so precious as to never be found. Like the letters themselves. Iata sat back, wiping at his face. He grimaced. That was one of his own gestures, and he'd smear his heavy cosmetics, which he wasn't used to wearing. Instead, he smoothed away the sheen of sweat by change. Everything in this room was so far above the realm of anything he should be looking at that he was in a low-grade panic. But he had found something. Maybe a very important something. At very least, he now knew Anathari had known he was in danger. "What now?" Chalava asked. Iata swallowed, eyeing the inbox icons glowing with their constantly upticking numbers. "Now, I start attacking the inbox. Stable ruler or not, bids to rule or not, the kingdom still had to function." Chapter 64. Boundaries. Have you ever been anyone in truth, Uncle? Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. He opened his eyes, his senses heightened, his adrenaline already kicking in. He was in an unfamiliar room, unfamiliar bed with unfamiliar firmness, a slight tang to the air, like sour fruit, or unwashed bodies. His own. His mouth felt flat and dry, the taste rank. He felt the boundaries of his body, unfamiliar. And he, Adeus. Was he Iata? Was he Homaj? He truly did not know. Something moved beside him. A lump he'd assumed was a pile of blankets resolving into a person in the dim light from the floor strips. He jumped, and she held up a hand. "Laudry," he said. He did know that. Oh, Adeus. What had happened? He had to have been someone in truth before he'd changed without being called back. But he couldn't parse out which way around it had been. His eyes stung, a flood of panic. Laudry gripped his hand as he reached for her. She searched his eyes, leaned close to his ear. "Iata, She was a magicker. His brain caught up to what he already knew, had already been reaching for. He felt the shape of that name, matched against his own sense of truth, which she felt through him, which he felt back through her. Not strongly with her aura tamped down, but still there. "I am Iata," he said, and that was untrue. He shuddered. Adeus. He must have submerged as Iata before he'd lay down to change. And he did remember that now, and why. The memories sorting into their proper places. Memories experienced when being someone else in truth could be mushy, disconnected, like parts of a dream. But he remembered Vitrine, and remembered his half-baked reasons why he'd felt the urgent need to be Iata just then, not Homaj. He felt Laudry's attention on him, not just external, but closely reading what he was feeling. Maybe even his thoughts. She'd been afraid. She'd been just that little bit afraid that he'd somehow fooled her, that he hadn't been Homaj, hadn't been himself after all. He still wasn't 100% sure that he was Homaj, but he did know that Vatrine could absolutely not know that he was. He was still trying to catch up on why that had felt vitally important to him, why it was still important now. "Why are you?" He waved at the bed, at her, in the bed beside him. A dais. Was there more he didn't remember? She let go, drawing back. No, that didn't happen. And it definitely won't. She yawned. "I thought you might need some, help when you woke up. I rested for a bit while you and the Truth-Spoken talked through the change, then spelled Jong when you were out, which took a little convincing. That woman is absolutely glued to your side, but she needs sleep too, at least a nap." The Truth-Spoken took the other bedroom and locked the door. "I thought they might be a shorter time, but it's nearing morning. They mentioned they have their own people watching this apartment, so we should be somewhat safe." Though how frightened they seemed of the truth speaker finding out where they are did not make me think we're safer with them here. He lurched up. "Adeus." Okay. He surveyed himself again and remembered, through the hazy lens of his submerged memories of being Iata, the condescending session of how to change he'd had with Vatrine the night before. Oh, that had been fun, and reminded him now of all the reasons, every single reason, he was not close with his sibling. And now he was supposed to be Vatrine, to walk into the palace as Vatrine, to present himself as a target for whoever was after his sibling. Had he seriously thought this was a good idea, even as Iata in truth? Would Iata not have also thought this insane? But then, hadn't Iata just done the same thing, becoming Homaj and presenting himself as a target at the palace too? At least he had Iata's personality right. Hell and all the holy mandates. He got out of bed, sniffed himself. Oh, yes. He definitely needed a shower, and stumbled to the small washroom attached to the bedroom. He grabbed a disposable cup from a stack on a shelf to take a drink from the tap, and that at least made his mouth feel less woolly. He glanced in the mirror. Yes, he was definitely Vatrine. More petite, finer boned than himself as Homaj, their dark hair short and curly, unlike his own long and straight. Thick manicured brows, expressive smile that could charm a crowd. He wasn't smiling now. They'd switched once, years and years ago. More a prank than anything else. They'd argued too much throughout the process for it to be successful, and had never tried again. But despite how he looked, despite the role he'd be playing, his body was always his body. If he was a twin to Vatrine just now, then he would think of himself as Vatrine's twin. A few minutes later, cleaned and wrapped in a robe that had been hanging on a peg, which he hoped was clean, he came back out to Vatrine themselves. It was only the two of them in the room. Laudry must have fled, and yes, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Homaj checked all of his tells, absolutely making sure they were Iata's. He didn't want to submerge as Iata again, not yet, but he set most of himself aside, pulling Iata's personality to the fore. Vatrine had changed, too. Vatrine was one of their guards, a guard he'd had in his own rotation a few months ago. Taller, stockier, less handsome and less androgynous, which was probably similar logic to what Homaj had used at the palace the day before in becoming lieutenant. Rayan. Homaj dropped his gaze in deference, but Vatrine gripped his chin, pushed it back up again. His skin crawled with the callousness of the gesture. "It only took you enough tries last night, but I think this is good. Vatrine said, inspecting him. Forgive me, truth spoken, but I'm not trained for... Iata, you've always been vain. I know you've always reached for more than you should. His lips tightened, and Vatrine smiled. Now, diction, posture, gestures. Now. Homaj took a breath, calculated just how much perfection he should pull off as Iata, and shifted his stance, shifted the flow of words in his head. Vatrine. Becoming. Passably almost. Vatrine. Chapter 65. No Visible Fear. Half of truth-spoken performance is change. The other half is getting people to believe the illusion. Homaj Rhialden, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. He met Vatrine the guard's eyes, didn't look away this time, found his lips curling in that self-assured smile. Vatrine's brows rose. You'll need to do better than that, if people are to believe that you're me. I'm doing fine, he snapped back, calibrating his tone. Yes, that. I don't know how it was with you and Eros, but Homaj and I made games of this beyond our training. I am absolutely capable of pulling this off. He blinked. Added an out-of-character, truth spoken. Are you now? Vatrine asked, eyes narrowing. Homaj didn't let his pulse spike at that. Didn't let himself even think that Vatrine might have seen through him. So, will you claim, now, that you're fully truth-spoken? Vatrine stepped closer, their voice softening dangerously. Will you claim your family heritage? Homaj kept himself contained. He kept his reactions off his face, out of his body. Vatrine was good at Evaku, good at change, but Homaj knew he was by far the master. And this game, this game had to be played to perfection. My family heritage, he asked, just that tiny note of fear. Vatrine smiled, pulled back. You can't show that kind of reaction when you're me. I don't show fear. They turned a tight circuit of the limited space beside the bed. Homaj rolled his eyes. Iata would absolutely roll his eyes. All right, he said, no fear. Even though I'm stepping into a hostile situation, with a high possibility of being assassinated, I will show no visible fear. Vatrine turned back, frowning. Within reason. Homaj waved that away, one of Vatrine's own gestures, and that brought Vatrine up short. Vatrine pointed at him. You're me from now on. Do not break character. I'm Lieutenant Sarah. When we reach the palace, you will avoid Homaj, avoid the truth speaker, and call a meeting in the reception hall to make your bid to rule. You want me to make your bid to rule? That break in his voice, the surprise, was absolutely justified. Yes, I'm not going to put myself in that kind of danger. You'll be me in truth. I know you can do that. He took a breath. And could he do that? Being Iata in truth, being Vatrine in truth, 2 layers deep. He would have to be Iata in truth first, or he might accidentally give himself away on the callback. Oh, Adeus. His callbacks. Vatrine would try to use Iata's, which wouldn't work on him, he didn't think. He hadn't taught his own to Zhang or Laudry. There hadn't been time, though. Surely with Zhang, he should have thought of that. He had to hope he'd get kicked out of it normally, though that could also pose issues with him being disoriented, or coming out at the wrong time. Or try to set his own trigger that he was likely to encounter to kick him out. At least back to being Iata in truth, and hope he didn't cause a scene. What about the truth speaker? He asked. He'll have to witness my... Your bid to rule. Vatrine's lips curved in a way Homaj was growing to hate. You'll be witnessed by a magicier. Won't he be, Laudry? Kitchen sounds that had been coming from the other room stopped, and there was silence. A deus. Had Vatrine not turned on a dampener for that whole conversation? Homaj had just assumed, and he'd been too distracted by Vatrine to realize the kitchen sounds would tell there wasn't a dampener on. Laudry came to the half-open doorway, didn't quite enter. She watched Vatrine warily. Yes, she asked. You will witness my bid to rule. I'm not a... No, you're not. Your mother is, though. Please call her to the palace, to be ready to witness to my truth. Laudry's eyes were wide, her face pinched. She glanced to Homaj, back to Vatrine. Homaj stared at her, communicating as much as he dared. Yes, do this. Somehow we'll find a way to work this to our favor. Had Vatrine seriously just blackmailed her? And by proxy, the first magicier. Implying that if she didn't do as they said, she and her mother would be exposed. And how had Vatrine known she was a magicier? Or the first magicier's daughter? How much surveillance from the city did Vatrine have access to? Homaj had known Vatrine had their hands in many, many pots. But he hadn't known. He hadn't been paying enough attention. Not at all for the last few years. And this was who would have been the future ruler of Valoris. Who might still be. His stomach turned. He knew Vatrine was hiding much. What they were doing now was not to anyone's good, but Vatrine's. And he still had the gnawing feeling that something was off. Something between the words said and left unsaid was deeply, personally dangerous to him. And maybe had been deadly to his father's. Is that what had made him hesitate last night and feel the need to meet Vatrine as Iata, not himself? His resolve there was only solidifying. Vatrine could not know he was Homaj. If they did, his life was absolutely in danger, and he was reasonably certain that Vatrine still didn't know. Oh, a deus. He'd been in the city trying to rescue Vatrine. But what if Vatrine hadn't needed rescuing at all? He swallowed. No, he couldn't go there, and he had no real evidence beyond some gut feelings, which could mean a number of things. Vatrine themself was scared, that was still obvious. And Vatrine had said they believed the truth speaker was behind all of this. And Homaj did have evidence to that effect. Not enough. And that was held together by a lot of gut feel too. But some. Homaj wasn't ready to believe that the traitor Wayan had said his father knew about was Vatrine. Vatrine could be a slime, but Vatrine had never hated their fathers. Vatrine, throughout last night and this morning, was still showing obvious signs of distress. Vatrine turned back to him. The witness won't be a problem. Do you think you're competent enough for this? Homaj set everything he was feeling aside. All the stakes had just gotten higher. He raised his brows, a perfect twin to Vatrine's own responses, when they were themselves. He tilted up his chin. Why would I not be? Chapter 66. Ready. Fear is a quality we usually associate with truth spoken, in the context that the people are afraid of them, their power, their ability to be anyone and anywhere. But what do truth spoken fear? Dr. Endari Hadi Eason in A Societal Morphology, Truth Spoken in the Modern Age. Because Homaj was now very visibly Vatrine, and Vatrine wanted him to survive long enough to make a bid to rule, he suffered through Vatrine's hand at cosmetics to make his identity less obvious. His appearance ended up far more femme than Vatrine would typically be. He suffered through a few lessons, too, on how to walk and present himself. Adeus did Vatrine not understand that even as a blood servant, Iata had been trained with the rest of them to play almost any role. But the role he was playing now dictated that he go along with this. Zhang, just visible through the bedroom door on the living room couch, met his bemused gaze. He knew she wanted to hover around him, but he was Iata here, not Homaj. She'd guarded him last night while he'd changed, but that was reasonable in a situation with unknown danger, and him being vulnerable in a trance. Right now, with Vatrine, it would not be reasonable for her to guard him as Iata. Thank Adeus she understood that nuance without him having to tell her. Yes, he was definitely keeping Zhang. Vatrine, following his gaze, raised their voice. You, guard. You will obey me in this, for this mission at least. You can go back to Homaj and whatever he's doing after. Zhang looked to Homaj, and he gave the smallest nod. Yes, truth spoken, she said. And then came a 10-minute test wherein Homaj should be absolutely Vatrine, with Vatrine as lieutenant. Sarah doing everything they could to make him break the act. But they didn't manage it, and they wound down, after a time, looking both annoyed and pleased. Homaj barely suppressed another eye roll. All right, Vatrine said. We go. They walked in two groups back to the River Edge bar that Homaj and Zhang had come through the day before. He and Zhang, Vatrine and Lodri, and two athletic people who'd melted in from the sidewalk when they'd come outside and now stuck close to Vatrine. Vatrine had said they were with them, but they weren't anyone Homaj recognized. Not Palace Guard, then. He didn't know if that was good or bad. Homaj took Zhang's hand as they crossed the street and wove into the bar. Vatrine had decided that they would be lovers again. Thank Adeus Vatrine had not made them practice that. Zhang gave him a tight smile, the neon lights over the bar reflected in her dark eyes. It was still early, but the music was blaring, a twangy beat that nudged him a little too close to a headache. He didn't have enough concentration to smooth it away in this crowd. He squeezed Zhang's hand and led them into the bathroom. And... shit. The stall they needed was occupied. Zhang glanced at the feet showing beneath the stall door, looked to him, raised her brows. The other stalls were empty. No one else in here. They couldn't plausibly stand around and wait for that one stall without having a reason to wait. Homaj grinned, pulled her closer, wrapped his arms around her. She didn't stiffen this time. She knew the drill. She hugged him back. Vatrine and the rest would be in the pub by now, would stagger their own entrance into the hidden passage. Lodri had tried to follow Homaj, but Vatrine had gripped her arm, and there had been no choice but for her to stay with them. Vatrine's hostage for the moment, which made Homaj's blood boil. The person in the stall was making settling noises. Homaj suppressed a groan and rested his forehead on Zhang's shoulder. He was shorter, just barely taller than she was now. Was she freaking out at all that he looked like Vatrine beneath the cosmetics, beneath the veneer of other personality Vatrine had wanted him to use, until he was ready to make Vatrine's bid to rule? He was. He was definitely freaking out, very quietly, very self-contained about all of this. Are you... he started. Are you all right? She asked into his ear. Her voice was as low as she could make it, and still be heard over the roar of the pub's music, just barely muffled in the bathroom. Is this a good idea? She asked. He glanced past her to the closed bathroom door. How long would Vatrine wait to come in? They'd said 5 minutes, but Vatrine had never been patient. Were they trying to see if Homaj was recognized and assassinated here before coming in? A flush, finally, came from their target stall. He said into Zhang's ear, "I'm fine. Listen, if things go weird, take me to my brother. He'll know what to do." She did stiffen then, but she nodded. A person pushed out of the stall, ambled toward the sinks, and Homaj pulled Zhang inside. There was enough noise, and the person who'd come out seemed oblivious enough that he didn't feel the need, or have the stomach, to play up the lover's act any more than they had. He placed his hand on the back wall, one finger tapping out the entry code. The panel softly clicked, recognizing Vatrine's DNA, and the narrow door swung into the cramped room beyond. They slipped inside and shut the panel behind them. "Can we talk?" Zhang asked as he unlocked the door to the corridor beyond. "Better not to risk it. The others will be here shortly." She nodded as they filed down the corridor, then toward the stairs that led to the small staging area below. Down there, they waited. He leaned against an electric bike, his body language that off-shade of Vatrine's they'd insisted he use. Zhang stood with her arms crossed, eyes darting around with nervous energy. He desperately needed to teach her his callbacks, but he didn't know if Vatrine had been down here earlier, had planted surveillance. He didn't know and couldn't risk it. He could, though, at least warn her of the process. Had she seen what he'd done the night before, submerging as Iata? Had she understood? Lodri had. And when he submerged again as Iata, he would submerge again as Vatrine. His life could depend on her knowing what was going on. "When we get there," he said quietly, "I won't be myself." She gave him a searching look, maybe trying to parse out what lay behind that obvious statement. Finally, she asked, "What does that mean?" How much did he dare say? How safe was it, even talking within a subject Vatrine knew about? Could the truth speaker have bugged this area as well? Could one of the palace guard? These access tunnels were keyed to be used only by truth spoken and their blood servants, but that hardly felt like safety now. He couldn't step near Zhang and try to speak quietly here either. If Vatrine had this room under surveillance and saw that, they would be suspicious. He tried to think of a way to reframe what he needed to say, but kept discarding possibilities. Distantly, he heard footsteps on the stairs above. He had to hope, had to trust that the warning he'd given Zhang in the pub to take him to Iata if things went wrong would be enough. Her eyes flickered, and he saw fear there, maybe echoing his own. Homaj checked every nuance of his current performance, tweaked it all in each layer to be as airtight as possible. He'd be at Vatrine's mercy once he fully submerged. Well, he would be Vatrine, but he wouldn't come out of it until the actual Vatrine said he could, or until Zhang got him to Iata, and he was growing more certain that was how that part of it would have to play out. He hoped to a deus that Vatrine would chalk that up to his incompetence as a blood servant, and not the truth that he wasn't actually Iata. And what if Iata couldn't find a way to shake Vatrine for a few minutes to recall him? He hoped to a deus that Iata could fool Vatrine into thinking that he was Homaj. Iata seemed to have others at the palace fooled, at least. He hoped. Oh, this was so shaky. This was such a bad idea. Zhang's look was turning pleading as the steps down the stairs came closer. Wanting him to call this off? Yes. And yes, he should. He really should. Somehow. Get on these bikes. right into the palace, make their own way in. Otherwise, what he was about to do was deeply dangerous on just about every level, and he wasn't entirely sure that he would be able to go 2 layers deep, or that it wouldn't scramble his mind in the process. He knew the warnings. He knew the risks. But his gut was still telling him that staying with Vatrine would lead him to the answers he needed. He was not who Vatrine expected him to be, and neither was Iata. That was an edge, and he had to take it. He had to be close, and he had to protect Iata too, if Vatrine was planning anything sour. And what if he, as Vatrine, drew fire? Well, then maybe he'd get some more answers there too. The door opened, and Vatrine and their group came down the last open flight of stairs, one of the unknown guards first, then Laudry, then Vatrine, and a guard bringing up the rear. Laudry flashed Homaj a look that screamed, "Get me out of this mess!" He would. He promised himself he would. Set it as a core intention, along with everything else he'd need to focus on in the next few moments. Homaj carefully set his boundaries and intentions, built up what he'd need to know as Iata, rebuilt and reshaped all the subtle details to shift his center truth. He'd need a few minutes as Iata, at least, before attempting the second layer submersion into Vatrine. Another core imperative: give his mind time to acclimate. A deus. He was doing this. By the time Vatrine reached the bottom step, he was Iata. "Well, truth spoken," Vatrine asked, a little too sneering to fully pull off their role as a guard to Iata's truth spoken. "I'm ready," Iata said. Chapter 67. A Second Bid. Truth-spoken siblings are often public rivals, sometimes friendly, sometimes bitter. One has to wonder if this is a condition of the power they hold, or an amplification of normal sibling rivalry. Dr. Kieran Stragan in Thoughts on the Nature of Truth-Spoken Psychology. Truth spoken. Truth spoken. You need to get up. Iata blinked up at Jalava hovering over him. Truth spoken. Did Jalava mean him? He looked around and scrambled up, realizing where he'd fallen asleep. He'd been curled up on one of the 2 vastly uncomfortable love seats in the Ceratarchus' study. A dais. The Ceratarchus' study. He stood in the center of the room, adrenaline on high alert, but slowly forced his body to calm. He was Homaj. He turned a hand studded with Homaj's rings over, gems catching the light. He was still Homaj. He had, at the moment, a right to be here. Okay. He glanced around for a clock. Anathari had never kept wall clocks or displays, calling them crass. "It's 7 in the morning, Jalava said, following him to the desk. He'd camped at that desk all night, struggling to keep up with the flow of requests and reports and information. So much information that just kept coming in. 7, he said, looking up. He pulled Homaj's comm from his jacket pocket, then surveyed his clothes. He'd definitely need to change them and shower. But did he have meetings already scheduled for this morning? Who would do that scheduling? The Ceratarchus' office staff. Were they scheduling for him now? He pressed his palm to his forehead, closing his eyes against the overwhelm. Truth spoken. He wanted to snap at Jalava to not call him that. But, well, I just heard over the guard channels that truth-spoken Vatrine has returned, Jalava said, shifting restlessly. They're in the reception hall now, only waiting for enough witnesses to make their bid. Shit, Iata said, and took off running for the back corridors and his own, Homaj's, apartment. Jalava followed close behind. It took too long to wend the back way to Homaj's apartment, and too long to pause. Let the panel scan his hand, give him entry. How long ago was this? He asked Jalava once they were in Homaj's bedroom. No time for a shower. He shed clothes as he ran to the prep room closet, sorted quickly through the racks. Nothing too elaborate, there just wasn't time. He pulled out a green silk shirt, black trousers, a frilly white jacket. Not all the right tones, but he wasn't entirely sure what tones he should be setting. Had Homaj succeeded in finding Vatrine, or had Vatrine come back on their own? And wasn't this what they'd both wanted? For Vatrine to take the rulership and let Homaj off the hook. So Homaj wouldn't have to carry on a position he wasn't suited for. At least, Homaj thought he wasn't suited for. But meeting Iris the night before had left Iata with the sour feeling that Vatrine might not be as apart from all of this as they should be. And he could not let Vatrine make their bid to rule without him being there. That was exactly Vatrine's intention. He knew that. He had never particularly cared for the truth-spoken heir, and they'd never bothered much to care for him either. Or Homaj. He glanced at himself in one of the closet mirrors, made a frustrated sound as he unbound his sleep-messy hair, raked his fingers through it, and braided it as quickly as he could down his back. It was a lot harder doing this on himself than Homaj. 2 gold hoops in each ear, a gaudy emerald pendant that would have to make up for the lack of frill elsewhere. His makeup was passable. Slept in, but well done the day before at least. He knew it would be remarked upon, but he wasn't willing to take even 15 minutes to fix it. 15 minutes would be too late. He might already be too late. "How can I help?" Jalava asked, hands out but not knowing what to do with them. Ida made some quick distance calculations. If he took the back corridors to the service stairs that went down to the first floor, he could run most of the way. No. He could go completely by the back corridors, down to the reception hall antechamber. It would give some social ground coming out that way. Or maybe not. That was where the ruler entered the reception hall after all. And he was still, for this moment, the interim ruler. A counterbid wouldn't change that, only challenge the end result. He swallowed, dashed out of the closet to grab a water bottle from a cabinet beside his own vanity, one he'd stocked himself 3 days ago. Took a gulp. "Have the rest of the guards, guards, meet us in the reception hall." He shoved the water bottle at Jalava, then took off for the bedroom and the back corridors. It took too long even to run, and he knew his running steps might be overheard, even with the corridor dampeners. No help for that. Jalava, at least, was right behind him, talking low into their comm. Vatrine might be alerted he was coming, but Ada would rather have his guards there than not. He ran as nimbly as he could down narrowed stairs to the first floor, wound around again through the corridor maze. He slowed before he reached the panel door that led into the royal antechamber off the reception hall. Took a breath. Took several. He had to be composed. Entirely composed. It didn't matter that his mind was chaos just now, that he still wasn't as awake or alert as he liked. Only appearances would matter on this day. Even still in the back corridors, he could hear the muffled sound of an amplified voice in the reception hall. Okay. One more deep breath. He centered himself as much as he could in Homaj before pushing into the antechamber, which was blessedly empty. He glanced in a mirror across from him set for just that purpose, fixing a few strands of hair that had come loose on the run. His hair wasn't perfect at all. His cheeks were flushed. He smoothed it away, perfectly calm. He fixed on a faint, sardonic smile. If his appearance wasn't perfect, then he'd carry this with all the dignity and devil-may-care grace Homaj always did. And then he stepped out. Chapter 68. The Challenge. A healthy palace is one where the truth spoken and truth speaker are united in balance. But when the balance tips, turbulence is sure to follow. Dr. T. Dosella in the Truth Spoken System. A varied analysis. Iata stepped into the reception hall, taking in the high-ceilinged space in one glance. The raised dais to his left held Vatrine, though with a heavy overlay of femme makeup, which wasn't like them. Beside them, he recognized Lieutenant Sarah, one of the rotation guards who'd been with Homaj a few months ago. Then Zhang, Adias, Zhang, and two more guards he didn't recognize, and who looked more like street toughs than palace guard. At the far end of the dais, a femme person with dark brown hair and a tight bun stood, holding their hands in front of them, looking distinctly uncomfortable. The aging first magicker was making her way from the end of the dais, closest to him, toward Vatrine. Adias, the first magicker. Vatrine was copying Homaj's impulse to use the first magicker to witness. Vatrine certainly wouldn't have engaged the first magicker on their own. Vatrine had been outspoken before against magickers having a place in the court. A scattering of nobles had gathered in the reception hall, with more coming in. Commander Tavin stood near the back with a handful of their guards, hands clasped, face drawn tight. Their gaze went to him, as did most others in the room. Tavin's expression shifted, something Ida didn't have time to read with everything else. Relief, maybe. Or maybe not. But he was Homaj. He was Homaj, though he still held that hair's breadth between being Homaj and being him in truth. He didn't see the truth speaker. With Jalava stiff and formal at his side, he casually made his way to the front of the gathered audience. So, Zhang was here. That meant Homaj was involved with this move of Vatrine's somehow. But where was he? He obviously wouldn't be himself here, not with Iata still in play as Homaj. But was he in this room? Iata hadn't seen any hint of Homaj in the people he'd looked over. The anxious person at the end of the dais might be the best bet, but no. And there was a high danger, too, that Vatrine might recognize Iata for who he was. He wanted to play this out in his own mind, not be subject to Homaj's whims in his personality. But Vatrine, who'd pointedly ignored his entrance, was turning toward him now. Did he have a choice? He spiraled his thoughts down quicker than he'd ever done before, rapidly reformulated his truths, and slipped fully into being Homaj. Homaj found a place at the front of the crowd that suited him, crossed his arms, and stared up lazily at his sibling, who was alive. Adias, but trying to outmaneuver him. "Brother," Vatrine called from the dais. "So good of you to join us at my bid to rule." Homaj smiled. "So good of you to make your bid." In the frigid silence, the only sound that could be heard was the first magicker's steps, as she slowed to approach Vatrine. She glanced over her shoulder, looked his way but not quite at him, before turning back to Vatrine. Homaj would not snark at his sibling. He would play this straight, he had to. He had much less social credit than his older sibling, and if he tried to undercut Vatrine now, that would only work against him. Homaj, as the second truth spoken, had the weaker claim to the rulership. He swallowed against a dizzying wave. He could sabotage his claim now and he'd be off the hook. He'd never have to worry about this responsibility again. Vatrine stared down at him, beatific. Absolutely condescending, though maybe the crowd would read it as the confidence a ruler should carry. And Homaj wasn't just the second truth spoken anymore. He was the interim ruler. The first magicker bowed to Vatrine and rose, smiling. A little tightly, Homaj thought as she clasped Vatrine's hand. I'm here to witness your truth spoken. And so she did. Vatrine made their bid with the authority of someone who knew it was their absolute right. Not like he had all haphazard rage. But then, Vatrine would have had another day to process it all. So that was hardly a fair comparison. He'd made his bid because Vatrine hadn't been there. Homaj narrowed his eyes, watching shades of relief wash over the faces around him. Relief that he, in fact, would not remain as the ruler after his 10 days were up. 9 days now. Vatrine's counterbid only put them in a place to prove themselves, but not yet rule. The final decision, then, would be decided by a quorum of the truth speaker, the heads of high houses or their representatives in court, and the section leaders of the General Assembly. That was the only way to resolve a forked bid, and Homaj knew, if nothing changed in the next few days, who they would vote for. If either he or Vatrine resolved the assassination of their parents, though, it would go a long way toward proving their competency. He hated that this was where the line would be drawn, that he'd have to use his parents in this way. But he didn't see another option. His sibling was alive, and for that he was glad. He really was glad. But he was still far from proving anything against the truth speaker. From what he'd learned last night, he needed to track down his father's sibling and see what they knew, and he wanted to know exactly what Vatrine had been doing yesterday morning, and where they'd been since. Not that Vatrine would tell him. They would have zero incentive to make any of this easy for Homaj. I witnessed the truth of Homaj Rhialden, the first magicker finally said. They are sincere. The words they've spoken are their truth. I witness in the eyes of she who wakes. Almost the exact words she'd used at his own bid to rule, and he tried not to feel the betrayal of that. It wasn't personal. She was merely doing what she'd been asked to do, in her duties as a green magicker. The room seemed to collectively take a breath. Then their relief of the last few moments spiked back into tension, and that particular glee the court always had when watching someone about to take a fall. They all looked to him to see what he'd do. He did nothing. He stared up impassively at his sibling, and for a long moment, Vatrine stared back, their eyes a hard challenge. 9 days. He had 9 days left to prove that he should hold this rulership, or else concede it. Vatrine could try to assassinate him. The next truth-spoken ruler was expected to be able to hold their place, but direct violence was strongly discouraged. If it didn't succeed, it would drastically hurt the bid of the one who'd initiated it. But if it did succeed, then there was only one choice left for the rulership, wasn't there? He wasn't about to murder his sibling, but he wasn't sure Vatrine would feel the same way, especially with him currently holding the power of the kingdom. Vatrine thanked everyone for coming, made some supercilious speech about how they would work tirelessly to find their father's killers and restore order and peace to the kingdom. Homaj had ended his own bid with a threat. He didn't have to think too hard about which was the most effective strategy with this crowd. He watched people turning to Vatrine like Vatrine was the dawning sun. And then it was over. He'd rushed to be here, but he wasn't sure his presence had done anything other than show he couldn't stop the force that was Vatrin Rhialden. Homaj swallowed hard, smoothing away the burn in his eyes, the turning of his stomach. He hated these power games in his family. He'd given himself the position of royal rake to take himself out of that line of fire. But if he held his ground now, if he somehow, miraculously, won his bid to rule, this would be his life forever. Vatrin stepped down from the dais and actually let the courtiers approach, invited them over. They shouldn't have, not with the palace still in crisis, not with their fathers so newly gone. Commander Tavan would likely be tying themselves in knots just now. Homaj hung back, unsure what he'd even say. He'd made it his mission these last few years to not be seen how people were looking at Vatrin now. Bile was rising, and he had to do something. He had to turn the tide, or he'd lose his rulership here, today. He hadn't wanted it. No. But he absolutely knew to the depths of his core, that Vatran should not be the next ruler. "I vowed," he said, not loudly, but pitched to Carrie, "to find who murdered our parents and make them pay." The courtiers around Vatrin paused, turned toward him. A small victory. Homaj slowly stepped closer, straining with every trick he knew to pull the charismatic center of the room back toward himself. "I've found much already. I will make my case." His eyes never left Vatrin's, looking for a twitch, an eye flick, anything that might betray them. And those people will pay. He stopped half a meter from Vatrin, posture open, aggressive even. Zhang, hovering beside Vatrin, tensed. She'd sworn her oath to him, not his sibling. She was his. Vatrin's lips twitched, not quite a smile. "You do that, brother. You make them pay." And they turned toward one of the courtiers beside them, a blatant dismissal. Rage flared in his chest, but didn't go beyond it. His composure was exactly as it should be. Still aggressive, not backing down. He stared at Vatrin a few beats longer, then flicked a hand at Jalava and the others of his guard, who'd come in during Vatrin's bid. They were now standing to one side, ready to assist him. He was, after all, the ruler. He might have just set himself up as an antagonist to Vatrin's hero, but at least he was still in play. And if he'd planted any seeds of doubt in anyone's mind, that Vatrin wasn't as blameless as they'd like to appear. That was something, too. It wasn't enough. He was sure it wasn't enough, or even fully what he'd needed, but it was what he'd been given to work with, and he'd done what he could. He gathered his guards and exited through the public doors at the back, broadcasting his own charisma like a damned parade. He passed Truth Speaker Aduel, just reaching the doors and looking stormy. "Truth Speaker," he said, "you are too late to witness Vatrin's bid." And then he swept past the Truth Speaker, not giving a further look. That caused whispers among the courtiers coming in. So all right, Vatrin might be winning in the court of opinion, but Homaj absolutely knew the value of a well-placed insult. He knew how to push and pull at the people around him until they saw what he wanted. We're talking about what he wanted. If Vatrin thought he'd fold easily, they had no idea what was ahead of them. Chapter 69. In Deep. I almost lost myself in a role once, maybe several times. If that would ever happen, I wonder. Would I die and someone else live on in my mind? Or would I just become someone else, the same person with different parameters? Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. "My brother," Vatrine growled as soon as the door to the antechamber closed behind them. At Deus, he looked so smug. What the hell does he think he's doing, challenging me like that? I'm the heir. They paused to catch their breath. Their head felt too tight, their thoughts confined. They had a slight tremor to their right hand that they'd been suppressing, but it came back again now. But it was done. They had made their bid to rule and been formally witnessed. Whatever was happening now must be nerves, because they hadn't known what Homaj would do. They hadn't known if they'd simply be shot at from any of the players involved. Commander Tavan had seemed both relieved and displeased to see them, though they hadn't been showing much emotion whatsoever, and Vatrine's head was so tight. Zhong stepped closer, her brows drawn together. Her hair was still light blue, which felt out of place, which made them dizzy. "Are you well?" Truth spoken. "Fine," they said. "Good," said Lieutenant. Sarah, who'd been asserting themselves much more than usual lately, and Vatrine didn't like that. "Sir, truth spoken. I need to check on palace security. May I have leave to do so?" The question sounded odd, the tone off, but they didn't immediately see a reason to deny the request. They were absolutely concerned about palace security. "Yes, go." "Thank you, sir. I suggest you retire to your apartment until I come back with the all clear." Another suggestion they couldn't quite refute. "Come back quickly," Vatrine said. Sarah saluted and turned, leaving the antechamber through the door into the administrative suite on the other side. One of Vatrine's other guards followed after Sarah, but the last stayed, along with Zhong and the unsealed magicier, Laudry. Vatrine narrowed their eyes at the magicier, and what trouble would she cause them? "Sir, truth spoken," Zhong said. "We should go back to your apartment." She was agitated, that was clear, and the looks she cast the other guard weren't friendly. Was she trying to imply Vatrine was at risk from their own guards? Vatrine made a snap decision. "You," they said, pointing to the guard. "Go after Sarah, help them. Meet me back at my apartment." The guard stiffened. "Sir, I have my orders." "From who?" "I'm giving you different orders. Go!" Vatrine strode toward the panel door that led into the back corridors, paused, taking longer than they should to recall exactly where to place their hand. But they remembered it and pressed their palm to the wood. They hadn't heard retreating footsteps. They looked back. The guard was still there, looking frustrated. "Go," Vatrine said, and the guard shook themselves, made a sloppy excuse for a salute, and left. Vatrine stepped into the back corridors, breathing deeper in the familiar dimness. It was, at least, a temporary safety. Zhong stepped after them, and they held up a hand. "No, you're not part of my guard." "You can't dismiss all of your guards. Truth spoken." "I'm here to protect you as well," Laudry said. "Let us protect you." "A magicier is no protection to me." "All right, Zhong. With me. Magicier. Find your own way up." "Sir, truth spoken," Zhong said, but Vatrine gripped her arm, pulled her in after them, and shut the panel door. They'd had quite enough. Zhong took in a sharp breath. In the dim overhead lights, Vatrine saw her visibly tremble. They let go of her arm, dismissing her from their thoughts as they stepped quickly through the back corridors, finding the stairs that led up to the second level. Zhong would either keep up or she wouldn't. But she did. She was behind them when, finally, They stopped at the panel door to their own apartment. "Sir, truth spoken," she said. "Your brother is asking to see you." Vatrine paused. "Homaj has disrupted me enough for today, I think." She held up her guard's ring calm. "He's asking as the interim ruler. Sir, truth spoken. I don't think it's really asking." Vatrine stiffened, trying to gather the edges of their temper, but it was hard. A dais. So hard. And why couldn't they think straight? Had someone given them something? Slipped something into their drink? But surely they would have detected poison. They were trained to detect and neutralize any poison or drug they were given. Had the Magicker Laudry done something to them? The first Magicker, even. Magickers had never been friends of the Rhialden rulers. That was one of the first things Vatrine would do when they ascended. Further separate and deprioritize Magicker roles at court. The Magickers truly had no place at this court, though maybe Vatrine couldn't do that immediately. They had, after all, just allowed the first Magicker to witness their bid. A dais. Maybe they should see what their younger brother wanted. They were fairly certain Homaj was too much of a coward to actually kill them. Best get this meeting over with. However it had come about, Homaj was the interim ruler for the next 9 days, as much as that grated. Vatrine nodded at Zhong and continued on down the corridor to their brother's apartment instead. Chapter 70. The Meeting. I was you. I'm so sorry, but I was you. I only did what you would do yourself. Venorum Rhialden, Iolorius IV, fictionalized, in the biopic Venorum IV, The Life of an Iolorius. Vatrine pushed open the panel door and stepped into Homaj's bedroom, looking around. The bed was made. It didn't look slept in. Their headache was getting worse. They'd need to stop soon and try to pull enough of a trance around them to smooth it away. But not here. Zhong moved ahead, peering into Homaj's prep room. No one was there, so Vatrine followed her in. "Where did Homaj say to meet?" Vatrine asked. "Here," Zhong said, though there was just that note of hesitation. Vatrine narrowed their eyes. And here they were, with a guard who wasn't sworn to them, in their brother's apartment. Their brother, who had an opposing bid to rule to their own. The outer prep room door opened, and Zhong drew her pistol. Vatrine tensed. Homaj, coming partly inside, froze before his expression closed, and he swept in as if finding Zhong in his private quarters with her pistol out was nothing special. Another guard, the name surfaced, Jalava, came in behind him, looking wary. Vatrine waved Zhong's pistol down. They did note her shift in loyalties there, defending Vatrine and not Homaj, and stood their ground in the center of the prep room as if they owned it, which they would, soon enough, when the palace was theirs. "Brother, you summoned me." Homaj showed nothing on his face, but Vatrine saw the slightest hesitation in his step. "Yes," he said. So Homaj hadn't summoned them? Zhong spread a hand to Homaj. "Help him." Homaj looked back with incomprehension. Vatrine shifted. "What the hell is going on here?" The other guard, Jalava, made a stuffed sound. "Truth spoken," Jalava said, approaching Homaj. "I have urgent, news." They leaned close to Homaj's ear and spoke something softly. Vatrine stepped closer. What was going on? Their senses were prickling. There was something very wrong here. Homaj twitched, his eyes fluttering, looking rattled. He turned to Jalava. "Thank you. I'll see to it." That had looked alarmingly like a callback. A callback from what? Was this actually their brother? "Maja?" Vatrine asked. "Why did you summon me here? It had better not be something inane, or waving about your newfound power, which will be short-lived, I assure you." Homaj's eyes widened, and he rattled off a nonsense phrase. "No, no." That was one of Homaj's own verbal callbacks. Vatrine paused. That made no sense. "It didn't work," Homaj said. The look he cast Jong was almost panicked. "That should have worked." Use whatever you'd use for yourself." And that made less sense, sending prickles of danger up and down Vatrine's arms. They reached for the comm in their pocket, but Homaj lurched forward, gripping their arms. Gripping in a specific pattern. Iata gasped, grabbing onto Homaj's shoulders as the room spun. He was in the prep room. Oh, a deus. He'd been Vatrine in truth. He'd made the bid to rule. And where was Vatrine themself? They'd gone off, said they'd meet him back in their apartment. He should be there. Hey, Homaj said, and his tone was off, his body language off. "Hey, look at me. Are you okay?" Ida focused. "Maja." Homaj reared back, then said, "Fuck," and spoke his own callback phrase again, and his head stabbed with pain, and his knees gave out. But he couldn't even think through who caught him, lowering him more slowly to sit on the floor. He stared at the carpet, his mind blank, trying to sort through a nested tangle of thoughts and impressions and experiences. "I am." He bit his lip, looked up at Iata. It was Iata, very much not hiding his tells, and that was a profound relief. That was something he could center on. His voice was still Vatrine's alto, but he was not Vatrine. Of that he was absolutely certain, and not Iata, if Iata was here in front of him. So then, he was Homaj. He set that center and began the arduous task of realigning his realities back to it. "Maja," Iata said, not bothering to hide his distress. His face was a map of confusion. What did... You're being Vatrine. I don't understand." He couldn't help the laugh at the panicked desperation in Iata's voice, at the absolute ridiculousness of the situation. It was better than crying. He shoved a hand back through his hair, his own gesture, a grounding gesture. "Vatrine found me. Well, I found them first, but then they followed. Iata, I don't trust them. Something is off. So, I submerged as you. I didn't want them to know I was me. And things got a little out of hand." "You fucking think," Iata said, voice rising. Homaj grinned, baring teeth. "Yeah. Vatrine wanted me. Well, Iata then, to go back to the palace and be them so I could draw out any fire meant for them." Iata's face contorted before it smoothed out again, with not a small effort. Homaj absolutely understood that emotion. "Yeah," he said. "Vatrine." Iata opened his hands, acknowledging Vatrine's Vatrineness. "So, that was you, just now. You made Vatrine's bid to rule. In truth. It's still legal if it was in truth. Still Vatrine. Vatrine made their bid to rule." That's... Iata stopped, gathered himself. "Okay. So, we switch again? You want me to be Vatrine?" because they wanted me to do it anyway. And Maja, you went 2 layers deep. You were me in truth, then Vatrine in truth. His voice was rising again. Homaj rubbed at his forehead. I have a massive headache that doesn't seem to want to smooth away. Or maybe I just can't concentrate enough. And my memories are a little jumbled, having odd impressions, but I think I'm okay. I'm not planning to do that again, in any case. Iata was shaking his head. Then, okay. I'll change to Vatrine, but I might need help with that. I don't know them as well as you. You could do it, Homaj said, the other big surprise of yesterday coming back into focus in his thoughts. Iata was his brother. He felt 3 separate sets of reactions to that fact, the ghosts of those other personalities trying to overlap again with his own. He closed his eyes briefly, pushed Iata and Vatrine away. He said softly, "You can do it, brother." Chapter 71. Convincing. Discovering an obvious truth is an ironic joy. Anonymous. Iata's breath hitched. You know. I found out yesterday, you know. I was you, and the truth speaker summoned me. He presented me with this information, all threats implied. He knows I'm Iata. Ita's shoulders were tightening as he said this, but he noticed, deliberately relaxed. That is a complication, Homaj said. I confirmed it with a genetic sample, administrative mode on the scanner, with your ruler's codes. It is true, Maja. Unless he tampered with that system somehow, but I don't see how he could have. I even checked the logs. It's true, Homaj said. I learned from our uncle. Wayan, Iata said, looking up. Homaj sat up straight. Wayan, yes. How did you... It's in the Saratarkas's desk, in a hidden compartment, in a drawer. He had Wayan Odea's name and com code. He wrote dozens of letters to Wayan over the years, and Maja, the last one. He knew something was coming. Homaj had to take a moment, get past the fact that Iata had invaded the Saratarkas's desk, because, truly, he had as much right to do so as Homaj. And he had to have been looking for answers, just like Homaj. And Homaj had left Iata the keys to the kingdom. Maja, Wayan's important in all of this. Was he friendly? Do you think he was behind this? Not behind it, I think, Homaj said. Also, Iata went on, I talked to Eris last night. She was in the palace, in Vatrine's apartment. She said the truth speaker has been blackmailing her about her sibling's status for 4 years. That he's been blackmailing a lot of the staff, the courtiers. Wayan told me that someone the Saratarkas trusted was working against him. That could be the truth speaker. That could be someone else. And Vatrine? Iata asked, waving at him. You didn't tell them your Homaj. A statement, not a question. And if you pulled this, Iata went on, you're sure they still don't know. You don't trust them. No. Homaj searched Iata's face, more open in his distress than usual. You don't, either. That doesn't mean I think that they killed your fathers. Our fathers. Ours. Iata swallowed, staring at him. He stared back. His brother. Iata was actually his brother, and he still didn't know what to feel about that. Hadn't yet had the chance to process it, like everything else in the last 2 days. He wondered belatedly if it should have felt different talking to Iata now, knowing what he knew now. But beyond the fact that they were both not currently who they actually were, it was just Iata. Iata blinked, and his whole demeanor in that instant became more guarded. Had it just occurred to him, too, that Homaj might look differently at him? Homaj opened his mouth to reassure Ida that they were fine. They were good. He did trust Ida. A deus, one of the only people in all the worlds right now that he did actually trust. But Iata said, "I know you're Homaj, but you also could still be Vitrine. Be playing me just now." "He's not," Zhang cut in. "I'm absolutely sure of that." Homaj jumped. He'd almost forgotten she and Jalava were still there. Zhang looked adamant, but Jalava's hands were behind their back, eyes locked on the floor. Iata searched Zhang's face for a long moment before nodding. He levered himself up from the floor, turned back to Homaj. "So, I'm guessing, if you said I'd summoned you, that Vitrine didn't send you here, and you're not here, well, weren't here, on your own volition, as Vitrine." "No," Homaj said, carefully pushing up too. Zhang moved forward, steadied him. A deus. Being 3 people was draining, but he was feeling more himself. At least, he was sure that he was himself. "So, what now?" Iata asked. "Is Vitrine here in the palace? Did they stay in the city?" "There's Sarah, one of their current guards, I guess. I have no idea where the actual lieutenant. Sarah is, they didn't say. The other guards are ones I'm unfamiliar with, and I don't like that at all. Not palace guard. Maybe the only ones Vitrine feels safe with. Maybe something else. But yes, Vitrine will be waiting for me soon in their apartment, or else looking for me now." Iata pursed his lips, his movements flowing back into Homaj's own. Homaj wondered if that was even conscious, or if the last full day of playing that role had left it hard to shake. Iata had been him in truth at least once, and Homaj was very familiar with how disorienting that could be. "I can change fairly quickly, I think," Ida said, "but not that quickly." "We will train you more," Homaj said. Iata shrugged. "But that doesn't help me now." "No, and I'm already in this with Vitrine. You're already involved here. We don't have time to catch each other up on everything. And I also want to have that buffer. I want there to be that hidden reserve. The truth speaker knows you're not me, but he doesn't know that I'm not Vitrine. He won't." "He saw through you yesterday morning," Iata said, shifting. "I was in distress. I was too anxious to be at my best. That won't happen again now. But surely Vitrine will see it too. And you can't keep being me in truth. Not after going deep like that. Adeus, Maja. Please tell me you won't do that again." "No," he agreed. "But I'm good. I know I'm good. I'm better at this than Vitrine. You are too. No, I know you don't have all the training, but your acting skills are better. They won't see you. You know all of my tells. There. That cheek twitch. That looked instinctual. You have this. I trust you. I don't think you have to submerge either. And we should both be able to think clearly. I have a feeling this is all going to come to a head soon." Iata closed his eyes, swaying. "Homaj, I insulted the truth speaker in the corridor, on the way out of the reception hall, publicly. I was you in truth, and with everything here. With..." He looked back at Jalava. "I didn't think about that until now." "Huh. Well, yes. Homaj might have done that himself." "So..." He grasped for the pieces of the patterns floating around him, all of these disparate threads that were slowly weaving together. So, tell Adewell you want to rule. Ask for his help in making that happen. Frame it as if from me, like you are. Homage. But let the undercurrent be that you're taking him up on whatever offer of power he's giving. Homage nodded, the idea growing on him. Yes. You can be sure that offer wasn't just blackmail. I think he wants a ruler in his pocket, and he's trying to create a scenario where that will happen, whether it's Vatrine or Eris or you. I know he's pretty certain he can't control me. I've never liked him. Or he me. Eris told him she wasn't taking his threats anymore, Iata said. She told him 3 days ago. 4 days ago now. I think that must have escalated things. So, we'll draw him out, play into his hands, find out what you can. I know you're loyal. I absolutely know that. I thought all of this through again while I was you. Iata coughed a laugh, made a helpless gesture. And Homage understood that feeling too. Nothing was the right side up in any of this. Ida's ironic smile faded. He stepped back and leaned against the vanity chair behind him, Homage's usual chair, though he knew Iata would be using it now. And if my playing into his hands draws fire on you? Iata asked. You as Vatrine, I mean. What if the truth speaker decides to take Vatrine out, eliminate the counterbid? And what do I tell him about you? Maja you, I mean. Homage blinked slowly. Tell him that I have been dealt with, and that you're ready to take the place you should have had all along. Iata shivered. They locked gazes, held it a long moment. Iata could make it convincing. Homage trusted him, but he also knew, absolutely knew, that having held the power of the ruler, and faced down the military commanders, and whatever else Iata had done as Homage, Iata wasn't going to have the easiest time going back to the role of a dutiful blood servant. Not especially knowing what they both knew now. The best deceptions were rooted in truths. Jalava cleared their throat, breaking the silence. Should we have heard that conversation? Absolutely, Homage said, and Iata said a tight yes. They looked back at each other. Iata waved to him, his mannerisms, his posture fully Homage's now. Homage scrutinized every angle, looking for a flaw. He wasn't sure he saw one. Maybe tiny, tiny details. Or maybe not. His own eyes looked back a challenge at him. If this goes sour, Homage said, find Way and Odeya. I have his comm code, Iata said. I'll retrieve it, share it with Jalava. And I think we can trust Sior Gatri, Homage said. I do too. And there's a magicker in the palace, Lodri Veraminatra, daughter of the first magicker unsealed. She was the one at the far end of the dais. She wants me to rule, not Vatrine. She's been helping. An unsealed magicker, Iata asked. But it wasn't with the suspicion or outright fear that most courtiers would have said that, or even their father, the Seritarchus. He and Iata had both experienced the angst magickers and their families faced when they'd been sent to resolve the miners' standoff. She knows about the miners, Homage said. I think that's part of why she's helping us. And also, that Vatrine isn't partial to magickers. But the first magicker witnessed Vatrine's bid. Was that your idea? No, Homage said. Unfortunately. Vatrine knows Lodri's a magicker too, and they're using it against her, which I definitely don't like. I can only hope the first magicker saw everything that's happening. Iata's smile was small, spare, absolutely Homage's. This would work. Whatever happened from here, it would work. They had a direction, at least. Homaj rolled his shoulders, rolled them again, and when he let them relax, flowed back into Vatrine's posture and mannerisms. He flashed Vatrine's smile, then motioned to Jong to follow him. One moment at a time, he told himself. One moment at a time. Wait, Iata said, and strode back toward him, leaned to his ear. He spoke the ruler's passcode for the day, the code that would open any lock or any door, if Homaj also changed his biometrics back to his own to match. Iata said it several more times until Homaj nodded. He had it. Good luck, Iata said, then added a tentative, brother. Good luck as well, brother. Homaj smiled before he let it drop again, pulled Vatrine back around himself, and slipped with Jong into the back corridors. Chapter 72. Codes. The security system that the Truth-Spoken use in Palace Rhialden is nearly uncrackable, unless, possibly, you're Truth-Spoken. Dinesh Sharapov in Inside Palace Rhialden, an unofficial guide. Ada stood near the door to the bedroom, staring after where Homaj had gone into the back corridors. His brother. Which Homaj now knew, and which he hadn't been inclined to distrust Ida about. He was still trusting Ida with his actual life. Truths spoken, Jalava said softly. Iata spun. Don't call me. He snapped his mouth shut. He had too much of Homaj in his personality just now. That was how Homaj would have responded. But maybe not Maja. He had seen Maja beneath the layers. Adea so many layers. He was using just now. Too deep. Maja had gone too deep. And that was so dangerous that Iata didn't want to think about what might have happened if he hadn't been able to snap Maja out. If Iata's own callback hadn't worked, and that was astounding that it had. That should have been impossible. Maza had been truly him, his brother. His brother knew him well enough to be called by Iata's own callback. And Maja had been wearing Vatrine's body, Vatrine's mannerisms. Fooling Vatrine at the moment, at least so he thought. And that was not a small thing either. Vatrine had all the same training Homaj had, and while Homaj was right that Vatrine wasn't as good at change in Evaku as Homaj was, Vatrine wasn't someone to underestimate. And then there was what Homaj had asked him to do. Iata ran a hand over his hair. It was still in its braid, that loose braid he'd hastily tied earlier. If he was going to see the truth speaker and say what he had to say, and Ida felt that urgency, too much was in motion to hesitate. He'd best renew his armor. He was Homaj just now, but he didn't look his best. And Homaj always, always looked his best. He turned, smiled a tight apology to Jalava, and hoped they would get the context. He had to fully be Homaj now, an uninterrupted persona, but not in truth. Just as close as he could get to it without going under. He had to be good enough to fool Vatrine, if not the truth speaker. His stomach tightened, but he smoothed it out. Smoothed the anxiety from his face. He glanced in the mirror, and yes, all signs of anxiety were gone, but he did need a shower, and his hair and makeup were not truly acceptable at court. He hadn't eaten yet either. Get breakfast, he said. I'll shower, dress, then we'll go to the truth speaker. Jalava still looked unsettled, but seemed to get that. No, he would not talk more about this now. Could not. Truth spoken, Jalava said, and that didn't feel wrong this time. Jalava gave a perfunctory salute before moving to the hallway door. Iata thought of something. Wait. He pulled out his comm, bringing up the palace system controls, which he fumbled with, because he'd seen them used, but never used them himself before. Then the residence controls, and the security system for this apartment specifically. He touched the allowed list for access to the bedroom suite, and entered Jalava's name, choosing their palace guard profile. He entered his ruler's code when prompted. Denied. Shit, it was a new day. Iata backtracked to his securities menu and went through the exhaustive sequence of biometric verification before the system gave him his code for the day. He stared at it, memorizing the random passphrase, while an indicator counted down from a minute. He had it long before the code vanished. Tavin would have a copy of the code too, which they couldn't use on their own, without actually being the ruler. And he could always go through the biometrics again if he forgot it, but he wouldn't have to. He'd given Homaj the wrong code, though. If Homaj tried to use it, if he was in a pinch, it wouldn't work. Well, he couldn't change that now. Iata went back to the residence security menu and softly spoke the code. Accepted. You're in the system, he said. You can access the prep room and bedroom if needed. Now I'm getting a shower. He clicked his comm off and strode for the bedroom before Jalava could respond. Chapter 73. Unconscious Lies. What you wear can be just as important in the public eye as what you say, because it's the same thing. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. Out of the shower, dressed again in a much more deliberate choice of flowing black trousers, a silky shirt in rose with gauzy gold trim, and a knee-length rose vest tunic, Iata felt much more armored. He coded his makeup heavily femme and carefully did his hair the same, which took 2 tries, because, no, it definitely was not as easy on himself as Homaj. Jalava watched, but didn't try to help. They wouldn't know what to do in any case. And was it highly ironic that Iata felt the need just now for a blood servant? But he accomplished everything in under an hour, which was a feat of its own. Then sat straight-backed, surveying his work in the mirror. Yes. This was Homaj at his most magnetic, balancing his usual flair with a more sober subtlety than usual. That it was himself he was looking at just now wasn't weirding him out as much as it had the day before. This was a performance, but then the persona of Homaj was always a performance, even if he thought Homaj forgot that sometimes. He rose, grabbing one last roll from the tray he'd picked at while dressing. Jalava had barely said a word to him while he'd been in his flurry. And he hadn't spoken either, using all of his concentration to parse through the right styles and meanings, to craft what image he wanted to convey. He didn't always choose Homaj's specific looks for him, but he had a hand in most of them, had crafted some of them entirely. This was a persona he absolutely knew how to play. Iata paused to catch Jalava's full attention. She and her, he said, for the moment. Jalava blinked. Would they know he wasn't gender fluid like Homaj? But Homaj's shift to female, or at least mostly female, happened most often when he was stressed. This was a likely time. It fit Ida's gut sense of Homaj, and also, it would be that extra layer between himself and the role. Jalava nodded. She and her. Truth spoken. Shall I call the rest of your guards? Yes, do. Call ahead to the Adeum as well that I am coming to see the truth speaker. Jalava saluted and went ahead into the rest of the apartment, calling for the guards. Iata centered himself, allowed himself to feel his nerves for one solid, heart-clenching minute, then forcefully calmed his body's responses. He stepped out to Age and Bazd and Shadrakur forming up, while Jalava, with their back turned, murmured into their ringcom. He would be especially on display today, after Vatrine's performance that morning. Maja's performance. Adeus. No, he had to think of it as Vatrine's, because Maja had been Vatrine in truth. But people would be watching him as Homaj, watching to see how he responded. Would he carry on as the ruler? Or would he cave to his older sibling's challenge? Would he cower? Would he do what Homaj had been doing the last few years, and do everything he possibly could to get out of any formal responsibility? Homaj had never avoided all responsibility. He reported the relevant social details he learned to the Ceratarchus. He still went on occasional truth-spoken missions, mostly smaller ones these days. He still maintained his various personas throughout the palace, and occasionally the city. But Anathari had transferred most of his attention to training Vatrine to rule, not Homaj. Homaj had never been meant to rule this kingdom, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have a good idea how, even if he hadn't been planning to ever use that training. He might have a lot less practical experience than Vatrine, but he was by no means ignorant. Iata had some of that training by proxy. He had a lot of training in how to run Homaj's affairs and household behind the scenes, from the Ceratarchus's blood servant, Omari, who, he supposed, had also been his uncle. Adeus. He knew he could fake competence and knew he would have to. "Stay close to me," he said to the guards. "Now that Vatrine's back, that still doesn't take the risk off of me. And I'm using she, her pronouns just now. I'll let you know when that changes." "Yes, Sir Truth-spoken," came the near-unison reply. He smiled tightly. "Thank you. Jalava, are we clear to go?" Jalava turned back to him, nodding. "Yes, Truth-speaker Aduel is in his office and awaiting you." Iata tried to parse if the truth-speaker would be annoyed with him for requesting time with him. Maybe. Or maybe it was something he'd wanted. He would keep all senses alert, and he would continue to test out his own inner truths, his own wants, expanding them beyond what he'd ever let himself think before. Dangerously more. He needed those truths. The dangerous ones. That would be what carried this meeting with the truth speaker, not his ingrained, unconscious lies. Iata reminded himself that Homaj had told him to do this. He waved to the door. "Let's go, then." Chapter 74. The Future. A bid to rule is something all rulers must make at the start of their rule. Whether they come to their power through tragedy or through the abdication of their predecessor, it's always been a necessary signal of intent. Dr. Kieran Strigan in Psychological Effects on a New Ruler and How They Affect the Kingdom. Wood settled himself in the chair across from the truth speaker's desk. He wasn't here as Homaj in truth this time, and he was having to work harder than he'd like to keep all of his stress responses tamped down, and keep his personality as close to Homaj's as possible, without submerging. Aduel surveyed him, his expression pleasant. Iata couldn't miss the hard glint in his eyes, though. Aduel had not liked Iata's rebuke in the corridor earlier. He could not like that Vatrine had snubbed him too, by using a magicka to verify their bid. Aduel would know too that Iata wasn't Homaj in truth just now. Of anyone in the palace beyond Homaj himself, the truth speaker would know. "So," Aduel said finally, You now have competition. Ida's smile was acid. So do you, apparently. Aduel's brows didn't so much as twitch. Have you been talking to Vatrine? To Eris? Eris, yes. She had interesting things to say about your relationship the last few years. Now, finally, an emotion crossed Aduel's face. Anger, Iata thought, but it was just as quickly gone. Aduel tapped a ringed finger on his desk. Eris has an agenda of her own. Be careful around Iris. Ida sat forward. He might not talk to the truth speaker this frankly, but Homaj would. And Homaj was still coloring all of his thoughts, his movements. What is your agenda, Aduel? You exposed me yesterday. That wasn't an accident. I exposed Homaj, Aduel said. And there it was. The opening threat. Iata sat back, but didn't for a moment relax his mannerisms into his own. Yes, that doesn't change the question. He would not let his heart hammer in his chest. It beat steadily, a little faster than normal, but within bounds. Aduel's smile was slow, showing teeth. Did you verify the information I gave you? Yes. And what do you think about that? Ida shrugged. What am I supposed to think? What purpose did you have in showing me my blood servant's heritage? Aduel ran a hand through his own black hair. A very familiar gesture. Ida didn't know in that moment if it was a deliberate provocation, or if Homaj had at some point picked up the gesture from Aduel, which made Ida's skin crawl. But he couldn't show it. Absolutely couldn't show it. Well, I would think that purpose is clear, Aduel said. Then, where is Homaj? Iata blinked. I'm right here. Aduel waved a hand. You know my office is bug-proof and I always have low-level scramblers and dampeners on. Such is the nature of my work. Iata didn't know that Aduel wouldn't make a recording for his own purposes, though. He didn't visually drop the act, but he did say, Homaj has been taken care of. Aduel's brows rose. How, might I ask? You may not ask. You wouldn't like it, I think. But you will not see him again. Iata carefully, so very carefully, speared each statement with its own truth. No, Aduel wouldn't at all like that Homaj was planning to thwart him just now. And yes, Iata had taken care of him. He'd always, as best he could, taken care of Homaj. Maja was Vatrine just now, and Aduel wouldn't see him. Maja wouldn't let him. And after all of this played out, and Homaj reclaimed his life again, he would never let anyone see him. Truly, he never did. Iata let out all the ambition that had been growing this last day, and over a lifetime, all the small cruelties and the intense pain of knowing that he could have had more purpose than he'd been allowed. If only his fathers would have told him he was theirs. He let all of the things he had never dared to look at before surface now, like how he was the one running Homaj's household, while Homaj did his very best to avoid political responsibility. He was the one who sent gifts to Homaj's discarded lovers, hoping to quietly avoid political scandals. He was the one who carefully steered Homaj behind the scenes, hoping to a dais that some of it would stick, because Homaj had been steadily on a path to destruction. And that would never be good for the kingdom. It was all maddening and infuriating. And to know that he himself was the elder, that he, if he'd only been given the chance, could have made much better use of this life than Homaj, scorched him most of all. He let it burn in his eyes and held the truth speaker's. Look at me, Aduel. Look at me and see someone who has been thoroughly screwed over and is taking some of it back. All of it, if he could. He, not Maja, was a more legitimate heir. He was a more capable ruler, and he would kill to keep this kingdom safe. He would. He was killing Homaj now, killing any chance at Maja molding this persona on his own. Whatever happened now, Ida's personality would be a part of the driving force behind Homaj Rhialden. Aduel's gaze lingered a long moment. He'd know Iata wasn't telling the full truth, or telling lies by omission. Aduel had been one of the people who'd taught him how to do that. He hadn't had nearly as much time training with Aduel as Homaj had, but it was still taking everything he had not to automatically assume that Aduel knew everything. Iata straightened, locking eyes with the truth speaker. Yes, I have thought about what you told me, and I've thought a lot about what I'm doing right now. Who I am. What body I'm in, and the job I'm carrying out. I'm a Seritarchus personality, not Homaj's Ialorius or Vatrine's Melisori. What the kingdom needs right now is control, someone who can hold it firmly in check. Find those who killed my fathers, and move us into greater security. And you think you are that person, Iata. He swallowed, almost flinched at the use of his name, and carried it into a different truth. That's not my name. Not now. Aduel's lips twitched, not quite a smile, which had to be deliberate because little with Aduel was not deliberate. I'll remain Homaj, Iata said. I'll fully become Homaj. His fingers dug into the fabric of the chair. Aduel nodded, as if this was the wise choice he'd expected all along. Because the people would never, ever accept a blood servant to rule them. And yes, you know that. Aduel's words were soft, almost regretful. But his eyes never left Ida's. Iata wanted badly to break the eye contact, but he didn't dare. Yes, he agreed. This was never a job suited for my younger brother. Homaj could do it, but suited to him new. And Homaj wasn't a Seritarchus personality, no matter that he was determined to try to fit himself into one. And Vatrine, Aduel asked, how do you propose to take care of Vatrine, if you, as you say, took care of Homaj? By finding who killed our parents, by winning the people over. I did what I had to with Homaj, but I don't intend to kill my other siblings, if that's what you're implying. Not if there's any other way. Not at all. Iata couldn't tell the truth of that statement either way. And in return for my support in this endeavor, Aduel asked, I support you, publicly, as Homaj. What then? Will you continue to snub me as you did in the palace earlier? Will you enlist the green magickers to verify your truths, not me in the sacred office of the truth speaker? Oh yes, that had made him angry, deeply angry, that Vatrine had snubbed him in their bit as well. No, Iata said firmly. I will support you. You have my word on that. And he had to give his word, fully and sincerely. He would have to trust Maja to take undermining the truth speaker from here, because he couldn't do this without full sincerity. Maja would know that. Maja would have to know. Thank you, Aduel said. There was no smugness in his tone or his posture, but it hung in the air all the same. Thank you, Seritarchus. All the hairs on Iata's body stood on end, and his heart gave a clenching lurch. He couldn't stop the flush in his cheeks. He felt like he was going to throw up. This could be his right now. This really, truly could be his. He got a handle on his emotions and nodded. Thank you, Truth Speaker. Adewale opened a desk drawer and pulled out a small leather pouch. He stretched across the wide desk to set it right in front of Iata. I believe you might pull off winning the people over, but I also can't trust that you will. Take this. Use it at your discretion. This is the kingdom on the line, Homaj. Do not forget that. Homaj. So the Truth Speaker, for now at least, was committing to the act. And if this was carried through, eventually, it wouldn't be an act. He would adjust Homaj's public persona and personality over time until it aligned with his own. A perfectly blended person. Iata carefully took the pouch and unclasped the opening, looked inside. 4 glass vials, each marked with dash. Fuck. This was poison. Poison. And Adewale had labeled it. Did he think Iata was stupid enough to carry this on his person, so Adewale could call the palace guard and have it discovered? He closed the pouch and handed it back. This is absolutely not what's best for the kingdom, he said stiffly. Adewale broke out into what looked like a genuine smile, which was confusing, disturbing even. He'd been implying without actually saying it that he had killed Homaj to replace him. Did Adewale believe that? Would he still believe it with Ida's reaction now? Iata wasn't sure if he'd just passed that test or failed it. Good. Then we won't worry about that. Yes, Ida, you have my full support. I witness your bid to rule if it ever needs to be reconfirmed. By a dais, under the holy stars. It is done. Iata swallowed. All of that rang as true to him. The tone, all the micro-expressions, the posture, everything he could see and sense with all the training he had. A dais. He had done it. Had he just done that, he hadn't truly thought Adewale would go that far. Hadn't thought the Truth Speaker would support him. And what did that mean? Adewale must have read his confusion, because he said in a more gentle tone, The kingdom is in a crisis. You are doing the right thing, I assure you. I have been watching your progress for years, and you are steady. You've managed Homaj's affairs well. You will make a good ruler, and I will be here, always, to support you. That feeling of his skin crawling was at odds with the Truth Speaker's words, with his tone, but Iata trusted it. He clung to it, even if he let his body's responses react to Adewale's words instead. He inclined his head, a gracious acknowledgement without irony, because it was good to hear he'd been doing well. It was. Thank you, Truth Speaker. I do well. Good, Adewale said. He stood with renewed vigor. Good. We should discuss this day's meetings and which you would like me to attend, and which you can handle on your own. While I admire your handling of our esteemed military leaders yesterday, I don't think it would be smart to repeat that performance. Rather, we should take a more reasoned approach. Iata's throat tightened, even as he nodded. This was Adewale's excitement. To have a willing puppet. To have someone he could, unequivocally, own. This was what he'd feared before. And now, if Homaj couldn't do what he needed to do, it would be a reality. It would be Iata's reality. The kingdom wouldn't be his, but Adewale's. And there was nothing Iata would ever be able to say without losing everything himself. Without, if this went on long enough, shattering the kingdom in the process. He was in the Adayam. He was in a sacred space. And he prayed. Oh, Adaios. He prayed that this would not be his future. Chapter 75. The Makeover. My older sister has never regarded me as her equal, but I never thought she was mine either. In Homaj Rhialden, fictionalized, in the biopic Venerum 4, The Life of an Aelorius. "Where were you?" Vatrine demanded as Homaj slipped back into their bedroom. They were still lieutenant. Sarah, though their bearing was all Vatrine. Homaj raised an ironic brow, one of Iata's gestures. His body language was a carefully calculated blend of Iata's and Vatrine's. His smile, all Iata's. "Homaj summoned me." Vatrine went rigid. "And he saw who you were." "He didn't. I was still you in truth, though seeing him kicked me out of it." "And he saw that?" "No. Zhang covered for me." Vatrine glanced to Zhang. "Well, yes, truth spoken. It is as the blood servant says." A quick glance at him. "Truth spoken, Homaj does not think he is Iata." That was true enough. More points in a growing list of points for Zhang. Vatrine scrutinized her a moment more before shrugging one shoulder and storming back out to the prep room. "Iata, you're going to be making the social rounds today. You need to be seen." Homaj followed. "Shouldn't that be you out there? Commander Tavin has the palace under control. We saw that. We saw my younger brother barge into my bid to rule, and Tavin did nothing about it." He followed Vatrine into the closet, where they began loudly shuffling clothes on the racks. Vatrine's closet, like their prep room and bedroom, was messy and sprawling, but it was, at least, organized. Homaj had a right to be there. Vatrine glared back at him. "Yes, I get your loyalty, but it's misplaced, I assure you. He challenged me, publicly, at my own bid to rule." Did Vatrine think they could live their own life by proxy, and then claim the insults as personal? "Here, wear this, and we'll need to get that makeup off, redo it. You'll need to be recognized as me." Homaj took the stack of clothing shoved at him and quickly surveyed the choices. Not what he would have chosen, certainly. Not quite sober enough, full of Vatrine's colorful style, but too light and glittery for the day and occasion, as if their fathers had not just been killed the day before. He said nothing, but moved back out to the prep room, eyeing Zhang hovering near the wall. He stripped and hastily pulled on the skirt, tunic, and knee-length coat he'd been given. Zhang moved once as if to help him, and he wasn't as steady on his feet as he'd like, knew. But he waved her off. He wasn't sure how he was going to get through an entire day of being Vatrine, absolutely Vatrine, to everyone around him, especially when being Vatrine just now left a rotten taste in his mouth. But he would. He had to. He needed to give Iata time to put his end of things in motion, and he needed to find out exactly who Vatrine's allies in the palace were. He needed to see who'd come to him, and who'd stay away. Homaj really needed to see how the truth speaker would react to Vatrine being back in the palace, but despite what he'd said to Iata earlier, he wanted to prolong that meeting as long as possible. He desperately needed to get his bearings again, and he wasn't at all sure he could pull this off in front of Aduel on a good day. He was an expert at evacu and change. Yes, but Aduel had helped teach him. There were very few tricks he could use that Aduel wouldn't see right through. Zhang came up beside him now, helping to fasten the row of tiny buttons up the back of his tunic. Vatrine would have chosen something impossible to get into and out of on his own, wouldn't they? But then, that was the type of clothing they liked to wear. Fashion that required their blood servant to serve them. Vatrine emerged from the closet with a handful of jewelry, looked him over, then nodded to the vanity. Eris's seat, not their own. Get back in character. I know you know how to do Homaj's makeup, but you don't know how to do mine, so I'll have to do it again. As if that was a great and honoring condescension. But he slipped obediently and fully back into Vatrine's mannerisms, and as much of Vatrine's personality as he could stomach. He suffered through Vatrine first, wiping off the cosmetics from earlier, then rebuilding the layers. Their own cosmetic style was terse and dramatic, more flash around the eyes and mouth than he typically wore as himself. His own cosmetics tended to make statements in their subtlety, with vicious little details. Zhong watched, occasionally retrieving things when Vatrine asked for them. She was steady in her own patience when Vatrine insulted her intelligence for not immediately knowing where those things were, after only coming to this room for the first time today. Homaj studied Vatrine in glimpses as they worked. Their brow was tight with focus, their tongue unerringly sharp, exactly where it would sting the most. Were they this bad to Eris, or was this the stress of everything that had happened and was still happening? Was this grief? Was it an act, for whatever reason, Homaj had yet to tell? Vatrine had always been impatient, but Homaj hadn't thought they were this bad when they'd all practiced together as kids. Then again, he'd never seen his sibling through a blood servant's eyes. There, Vatrine said. That will be good enough. Smile. Make sure the angles are right. He ran through a range of expressions and Vatrine nodded. Homaj rose. Will you be nearby as Sarah? He still didn't know where the actual lieutenant. Sarah was not in the palace, apparently. Was Sarah dead? His throat tightened. He smoothed the tightness away. He could not afford it. I'll be near, as I can, Vatrine said. I won't let you die, Iata, if I can help it. And that was a truly wonderful thing to say. But I don't anticipate an attack. This is only a precaution. Homaj spread his hands, breaking character just a little, back into Iata. What should I say to people who ask about your policies, or offer condolences? I can give a speech, but these people know you. Condolences, I'm sure you can figure out. And you know my policies. Everyone knows my policies. And no one actually knows me. Really. Iata, this will not be that hard. I will have the harder job, looking out for any trouble. Then why was Vatrine still insisting that he play the role of their own life? And if, as Vatrine just said, no one knew them, and Adeus, what a thing to say, how could they possibly think that he could be them convincingly? Trin, he said, I know you well enough. Vatrine shrugged. Outside the family. No one you'll meet today will know me. Now, are you ready? He hesitated, but nodded. And if Vatrine thought Iata was naive enough to think that watching for trouble was the harder job today, or that Vatrine's only motive in hiding was their safety, he wasn't going to burst that bubble. If Vatrine wanted to underestimate him, that could only work in his favor. Please keep Zhong nearby, too, he said, slipping back into Vatrine's tone and cadences, where the request was just short of a command. I trust her. Out of anyone in this palace, I do trust her. You can trust her with your life. Vatrine eyed her. My people that I also trust are not particularly suited to court niceties, so she will have to do. Zhong, do you have court training? Some. Truth spoken. Did she? She'd handled herself very well so far. He had to believe that. Good. We have a reception in 20 minutes in the Lavender Hall. Let's go. Chapter 76. Lavender Hall. The nobility have a corner on saying things without meaning them. Admiral of the fleet, Dasan Laguaya, in a controversial vid interview at the end of their career. Truth spoken, Vatrine. I am so sorry to hear of your loss. Of course it is devastating to all of us. The Ceratarchus was dear to our hearts. There wasn't a true word in any of those statements, but Homaj inclined his head, taking Count Siram Javieri's outstretched hand and giving it an acknowledging squeeze, as he'd seen Vatrine do many times before. I am gratified and honored, Count Siram. This is a sad day for us all. Siram's smile was perfect, but Homaj's training was better, and maybe what Vatrine had said was true. No one knew them outside the family, not even their closest friends. Was that true for himself? He decided not to think about that just now. Call on me, after your bid has been accepted, Truth spoken. We'll have a drink and talk the continued mutual good fortune for Javieri and Rhialden. He didn't miss that she'd put Javieri first, either, or that this close friend talked with Vatrine like they were business colleagues, not actual friends. And he'd known that, on some level, but he'd never experienced it from Vatrine's perspective. No, people didn't know him. But he didn't talk to them like they were damned business associates either. His persona was approachable, if in a caustic way. And maybe some people knew Homaj and not truly Maja. But that was entirely different than whatever was happening now with him as Vatrine. Homaj's friends could make insults and tell their jokes. They knew he'd be smiling. Ironically, but smiling with them. He'd worked hard for that camaraderie. He'd worked hard to be seen as degenerate. Maybe not a friend, but a semi-reliable ally. It was a place in court he could live with. What had Vatrine worked for with this friendly aloofness? What was the purpose? Of course, Siram, he said. He let go of her hand and she retreated. Not even a backward glance to see if he, well, Vatrine, was okay. Would his own friends at court ask if he was okay? He didn't have access to his own inbox just now. Would there be messages? Of course there'd be messages, but would anything in them be genuine? Or would they be after his sudden rise to power? And yes, as truth spoken, they were taught to cultivate distance in personal relationships. Truth spoken were sacred in the eyes of a deus, meant to carry out the god's will in the kingdom. They were meant to mingle, but not to mingle. Was there anyone in the kingdom not intimately connected to the truth spoken, who'd even care that his heart was currently trying to crush in on itself under all of these condolences? That he wanted to find a dark corner and shut out everything, for just a few minutes, for a lifetime. The next person to pounce on him was still a few steps off. And a deus. He hated this. This reception, informal as it was meant to be, was exactly the kind of gathering he usually tried to avoid, or crash with maximum impact and style. He should be on the sidelines, offering cutting commentary to his circle of hangers-on. But instead, he was here in the center, playing a role he despised. This was what he'd been trying all his life to avoid. No, he was not okay. He would not ever be okay if this went on much longer. Truth spoken. Admiral of the fleet, Dasan Laguaya parted the crowds toward him, cutting off another lord who'd been about to reach out. Their uniform and hair were neat and crisp as always, though just now they looked a little flushed. Had they been drinking? A dais that would be a first. No. LaGuaya seemed agitated. Seemed, of everyone here, to actually remember that this was only a day after the death of the Ceratarchus. Homaj rallied himself because he had to, because he was good at what he did, and this was his life and his kingdom on the line. He smiled, the same somber smile he'd been giving people all day. Admiral, it's good to see you well. I trust all is well in orbit. Well enough, truth spoken. And forgive me. I am deeply sorry for your loss, and sorry for the kingdom's loss. I'm not here on social graces, unfortunately. Would you have some time, after this reception, of course, to go over some details with me? Of course, Admiral. I'll call General Abret to be there as well, if you wish. You have both handled this horrific situation so well. You have my commendation. He was going to vomit, and LaGuaya's return smile was genuine, even gratified. He wished he had been there when Iata had torn LaGuaya and Abret and their scheming ways apart, because he just knew these two had been angling for power and thinking the young, new acting ruler was an easy target. But he was Vatrine. Vatrine worked well with anyone they wished to, so he made a few more minutes of small talk with the Admiral before they nodded and strode off again, their immediate goal accomplished. He wanted to sit. He looked around and saw Vatrine a few paces behind him, their posture guard steady. Zhang stood to their right. And how many people did he have to get through yet? Fuck it. He was Vatrine. Vatrine, no matter who they were, had still just lost their parents. They couldn't be expected to stay here all day, listening to these ridiculous excuses for sympathy. He broke into a cold sweat before he had a chance to smooth it over. If he succeeded in his bid to rule, would this be his life? Would this forever be his life, even as himself? Steady. Steady. He held up his hands, and after a moment, conversation around the room died down. Thank you all for coming, and for offering your support in this, my most devastating hour. You have and will always hold a place in my heart. I must attend to the business of the kingdom, however. Rest assured that you will all be with me today, and I will do my utmost to see the kingdom stable and thriving once again. He made the barest suggestion of a bow to them, and received deep bows in return, not from everyone, but from a very significant portion of this room, which wasn't only full of Vatrine's supporters. How was he supposed to compete with this? Vatrine gave them hollow comfort, gave them nonsense promises. Yes, Vatrine did follow through on their social reforms, at least trying to get those reforms past the Ceratarchus' approval, and they were passionate about their causes. But couldn't these people see that Vatrine wasn't the hero here? Vatrine, this sparkling and compassionate leader, was a lie. It wasn't even a particularly good lie. But it was the lie these people wanted. He left, hardly seeing who he passed, hardly knowing the nothing words he said to them. He felt numb all over. And was that still the effects of going 2 layers of identities deep, or the effects of seeing what he was truly up against? He couldn't win this. Not unless he could come up with absolute proof that Vatrine had been involved in the assassination of their parents, and he didn't know if that was true. He still knew something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. But he couldn't pull down someone like Vatrine on a hunch. At least Iata would have the truth speaker's support, for whatever that was worth for the moment. Vatrine had made an enormous mistake when they'd chosen the first magicer to verify their bid as well. Not that they could have done much differently, if they thought the truth speaker was trying to kill them. And maybe Homaj had just sent Ida to his death. He didn't know. He just didn't know. He was moving on hunches and half-baked ideas, and moving far too fast. He stepped into the Lavender Hall's antechamber, equally as lavender, and Vatrine approached, leaning toward his ear. "What are you doing?" "I need a break, and you need to talk to the Admiral of the fleet. You need to talk to them, not me. I don't know all of your plans." "It isn't safe to talk here," Vatrine hissed and pulled back. No, it wasn't. But Admiral Laguaya, maybe thinking his retreat was for their benefit, stepped into the antechamber after him. He should have had more guards with him, and those guards should have stopped Laguaya. "Truth spoken," the Admiral said. "May we go somewhere to talk?" "I am busy, Admiral." Vatrine made a small movement with their hand, a narrowing of their eyes. They wanted him to have this meeting. "But, yes, we will go to a secure room. There is one just down the hall. Lieutenant Sarah, if you will clear the way." Vatrine led them out the back of the antechamber into an adjoining corridor, striding quickly enough that Homaj had to quicken his own steps to keep up. He thought Laguaya might try to chat on the way, maybe to ingratiate themselves with him, but they kept quiet, only their assured, steady pace sounding on the stone tile floor, alongside his own. Laguaya was still silent when they all stepped into the secure room down the corridor, and Vatrine shut the door. The Admiral glanced at Zhong and Vatrine, back to him. "I would like to speak alone, please." "Respectfully, sir," Vatrine said, "the palace is still on alert status. We must remain to protect the truth spoken." Laguaya let their annoyance show. "I have served Valoris for most of my life. I have no interest whatsoever in harming the heir, and I can't share what I need to share with anyone but them. Respectfully, Lieutenant." Vatrine, not nearly as cowed as they should have been as a guard taking that line from the commander of the Navy, looked to him. "Please, Sir Truth Spoken." Everything Homaj could read on the surface of Laguaya was sincere, every angle of their body language radiating agitated sincerity. And they were scared. He saw that, though they were doing a very good job of hiding it, Laguaya certainly had a vacu of their own. "Very well," he said. "Sarah, Zhong, wait outside." Vatrine's mouth pulled taut, but they saluted, as did Zhong, and retreated. Homaj waited until the door clicked shut behind them, then stepped to the door panel and its privacy controls. He tapped the privacy filters on, watching the Admiral out of the corner of his eye. They could attack him now. If he cried out, no one would hear. But then, everyone would know Laguaya had done it, and nothing in their body language signaled that kind of tension or aggression just now. "All right," he said, crossing his arms. "What is this about?" Chapter 77. The Buyer. Crime is certainly present on the streets of Valon City. The municipal guard, however, does an excellent job of keeping our streets safe. Lord Safia Tayyan, interviewed in the popular vidzine Valon City Sunshine. Laguaya hesitated. They looked around them at the secure room, its elegant trimming and expensive ocean wave resin table, and wooden chairs to one side. "Your brother, the interim ruler, told Ebert and me to inform him of any developments in this case. Please understand that I would normally do so, as I respect my orders." "But you do not respect him." Homaj said, with perfectly tuned understanding. LaGuaya grimaced. They held up a palm, a fending-off gesture. You'll understand why I'm coming to you with this when you hear the information. Homaj shifted. He didn't like where this was going at all, but he made his face and posture more attentive, made sure there was an undercurrent of anticipation in his eyes. LaGuaya spread their hands, smiled tight. We found the weapon that shot down Lord Shavi Burka's air car. It was dumped in a trash bin in Gold District. Recently fired. Matched our prediction of its make and model. A heavy ground rifle equipped with Havoc rounds. They paused, watching him closely. He waved an impatient hand for them to continue. Because Vitrine would do that. But he himself was going silent. He would have waited. Would have let the silence be filled by everything they knew. We traced the weapon back to when and where it was purchased. Not black market. Well, not the worst of the black market in any case. A gun dealer in Gold District with a shopfront selling soft drugs, stims, aphrodisiacs, that sort of stuff. Not a legal sale, but she keeps meticulous records in case there's trouble. Another pause. And the records said, he prompted, the biometrics on file for the sale of that weapon were your brother's. Homaj Rhialden. He rocked back. What? When was it purchased? He snapped. No, moderate his tone. That was too much of himself. He stopped, very carefully rebuilt first Iata's personality over himself, then Vitrine's. LaGuaya didn't seem to notice his lapse. They had gone gray around the edges. Yesterday morning, shortly after the assassinations. What? But... You're sure? He asked. You are sure that the biometrics were Homaj's, not faked or the system hacked? I made sure, LaGuaya said tightly. I absolutely wouldn't have brought this to you if I wasn't sure. They brought their hands together. Their knuckles cracked in the tension. South. He stepped back, began to pace. As Vitrine would, fingers flickering across his hands, restless, furious. But inside, Homaj's thoughts had a different kind of fire. His biometrics. Well, they certainly weren't his. So that left the people around him who could change. Vitrine, Eros, Iata, Wayan. This was after the assassination, so it couldn't have been his father or his father's blood servant, Omari. And that wouldn't make sense at all. Did Vitrine make sense? It was Vitrine's lover who'd been killed. Eros. What motive would Eros have to kill Lord Burka? But Ida said she'd been blackmailed by the truth speaker. Could he have ordered her to do it? And Wayan. Wayan was still a wild card. He'd said he was here to help, and that he didn't have anything to do with the assassinations. But they hadn't talked about Lord Burka. But why? What motive could Wayan have to kill Vitrine's lover? Wayan lived in the Onabri caste dynasty now. Could he have switched his allegiance? Had that been a cross-borders assassination? But why? No, that didn't fit the pattern. It was too far-flung. And what was happening now, all of what was happening now, was much closer than that. Wayan had said so himself, and Ida had found Wayan's information in their father's desk, presumably as someone to trust. That had been Ida's take, and Homaj trusted that. And Ida? Ida had been in the kitchens that morning, hadn't been with him when he'd gotten the news. Had that been enough time to go into the city, purchase the weapon, change, and come back? No, of course not. And he knew Iata's heart almost as well as he knew his own. It hadn't been Iata. So, Eros. or Vitrine. It was possible this was someone else, someone truth-spoken trained. But to get his exact biometrics right was implausible for someone not raised in the palace, with no access to that extremely protected bit of information. And whenever he used his own biometrics anywhere outside the palace, kingdom-wide bugs would lock down the information immediately, leaving it only accessible with top-level clearance, which LaGuaya had. It was possible to get a DNA sample from hair or skin cells and run it through one of the genetic scanners they used to train, but the design of those scanners was fully within palace security. Again, it was possible. There were surely knockoff copies of the technology, though manufacturing it would be difficult and dangerous at best, extremely expensive and illegal for all the reasons above. So possible, yes, but plausible? He was back to Heir's, or Vitrine. He stopped, aware of LaGuaya tracking his movements. Any more information, Admiral? Any other details I need to know? They'd crossed their arms, a protective gesture. The purchaser was logged on surveillance, but was not anyone I recognized. Skin pale, medium height, weight thin of average, hair light brown and straight, shoulder length, mask presenting, possibly male sex. A weight was settling inside his gut. Those specifications leaned more toward Vitrine after a rapid emergency change, not Heir's. Could Heir's change that quickly? Probably. Almost certainly. She was his oldest sister. Exact time of purchase? LaGuaya stated a time that, yes, was less than a half hour after the assassinations. Vitrine, or Heir's. One of them had intended to kill, and then killed, Lord Shavi Burka. A heavy weapon that could take down an aircar. Why had Lord Burka been in that aircar? That entire kill had been orchestrated. His mind settled on, hovered over, the idea of Vitrine. He didn't know Heir's as well as he probably should. Vitrine did not like her to mingle with his own household more than she had to, but she'd never been the mastermind type. She'd never liked Vitrine's shadow either, and he knew from many subtle cues that she and Vitrine did not often get along. But if she'd killed Lord Burka, he didn't think it was on her own initiative. And Vitrine. They'd shown genuine grief when talking about their lover's death. His mind shied away from even pursuing that line of reasoning, but he pushed through. He had to. Vitrine had wanted to marry Lord Burka. Did someone want them not to? The truth speaker was the obvious answer. But the truth speaker was the obvious answer. Homaj couldn't trust obvious answers as a given. His parents had been assassinated less than an hour after Vitrine's, Heir's, and Lord Burka's meeting with the truth speaker. And in that similar time frame, someone who could change had purchased a heavy weapon that could take down an aircar. And a few hours later, Lord Burka was shot down on his flight away from Gold District. Fleeing? Running to someone? Had Vitrine ordered or asked him to go to the financial district? And the fact that whoever had bought the gun had used Homaj's biometrics was what? Meant to implicate him as it was doing now. Or the panicked decision of the purchaser, reaching for the best option in a pinch. One of the only options, and that might have been instinctual. A quick change. An instinctual reach to a familiar pattern of DNA that could be changed in the hands and eyes, and voice only. It was possible Heir's had those skills, fit that profile. But was it probable? He shook himself. He'd gone still, and that wasn't like Vitrine at all. He met LaGuaya's eyes. I will make my sibling pay for that. Rest assured. Thank you, Admiral. and tell no one else what we spoke of here today. Not until and unless I ask you to. Those who found my brother's biometrics, have you locked them down?" LaGuaya nodded. "Oh, yes. First thing I did. There will be no leaks from my people." They hesitated. "You have my full support, ready to bring in any forces you need. I don't have Abret's ground support, but the Navy has a full staff and on-world command in the city. You need only say the word." "Thank you, Admiral," he said softly. Chapter 78. Tension. I'd like to say when everything is calm is when disaster tends to strike. But when is anything ever calm? Aravanian, social commentator, in a post on their feed. Homaj wanted an hour to compose himself after meeting with LaGuaya, but he didn't even have a minute. Vitrine slipped back into the secure room after LaGuaya left, a storm brewing in their eyes. Zhang stepped in behind them and shut the door. Well, what did the Admiral have to say? And Homaj had a decision to make. Had this game gone on long enough? Had he just received all the information he would get? And should he stop this now and confront Vitrine about killing, or having a hand in killing, their lover? He still wasn't sure Vitrine had done it, but he was almost certain that the person had purchased that gun had been Vitrine. But if Vitrine might have killed their lover, who they obviously loved, what would they do to their brother? Who warranted seriously less affection in their eyes? He settled himself firmly back into Iata being Vitrine. The Admiral does not have good things to say about Homaj. Apparently he gave them a dressing down yesterday, along with Abret. I heard that. Yes. Stupid move. Though I can't say I haven't wanted to do the same. Is that all? They were afraid Homaj might try to kill you, and pledged their support and aid to prevent that. And did you accept it? No. That would hardly look good to have Marines trailing you around, would it? Vitrine made a face, sighed. No. That was the right call. Though if Homaj does try anything, he won't. That is not Homaj. Then you don't know your truth spoken, Vitrine said. People will do anything for power. Anything. My brother is hardly exempt. I do not trust his layabout routine, though I suppose it has been useful. It's absolutely working against his bid at the moment. You couldn't hear all the conversation around you in there, but support for me is nearly absolute. No one wants Homaj to rule. Homaj smiled tightly, because Iata would smile tightly, because he wanted, at that moment, to punch his sibling's face. How could Vitrine be so knowledgeable and so off the mark? About who he was as a person, at least. If they weren't so entirely convinced that blood servants were less than truth-spoken, they might have seen through his act by now. It might not have even occurred to them that Homaj might willingly hand over his life as the ruler to someone else. Someone he trusted. Could Vitrine be putting on an act? Did they already know he wasn't Iata? And were they using him? Toying with him? He didn't think so, with the same conviction he had about Vitrine's part in all of this. Vitrine's weakness was their vanity. What next, truth spoken? Homaj asked. Vitrine didn't seem to care that he hadn't responded to their rant. Vitrine straightened. I have another informal gathering with economic leaders from the city. We must assure the industrial sectors that we have the kingdom under control. Similar format to what we just did. You can carry that off. I am impressed, Iata. Homaj has trained you well. One of the only truly useful things he has done, I assure you. If you are ever tired of not having enough work to suit your talents, I can absolutely make use of you in my service." Homaj bowed his head in acknowledgement of the compliment. "Thank you, truth spoken. I will consider your offer." He was so proud that none of his rage made it out of his core. Time enough for that later. And there would be a later. Wah. It was another 3 hours and 2 more gatherings before they finally returned to Vatrine's apartment. And Homaj had had enough. He was almost vibrating out of his skin to get out of Vatrine's skin, to not have to say another word of Vatrine's particular brand of bullshit. He wanted to talk to Iata. He needed to know how the meeting had gone with the truth speaker. Obviously, it had done something, as Iata had been on his own whirlwind tour of meetings today. He'd heard. He wanted to know how that had gone, and tell Iata what he had learned, see if they could put together the disparate pieces into a cohesive whole. He was feeling the shape of the thing, something snarled and complex, and he knew it would be devastating. He almost didn't want to know. Almost. But it was only early afternoon, and he was certain Iata would still be busy. While he hardly had an appetite after everything that had happened today, his body needed food. He'd burned through his reserves going too deep earlier, and he knew Vatrine would put him to work again after they ate. Vatrine, thank every god there ever was or would be, didn't eat with him, but had gone off to check on palace security. So who was Vatrine's contact, or contacts, and what were they talking about, or planning? Yet more he didn't know. Homaj sat in the prep room across from Zhang at a folding table she'd brought out from the closet. He hadn't relaxed his personality from Iata, but he wasn't currently holding any of Vatrine's, and that was an intense relief. Zhang had called up a meal for him from the kitchens, and now she set out an array of high-calorie containers while she grabbed a bag of sugar snacks for herself. When she moved to pour him chilled tea, he swatted her hand away. "I'm a blood servant. I know how to pour tea." The look she gave him was long. He gave her the hint of a smile. All he could give her. There should be no surveillance here, but that didn't mean Vatrine wouldn't have their own surveillance. "Do you want tea?" he asked. "No, thank you. It's green, and that makes me need to use the washroom 5 times an hour." He did smile then, and she smiled back, the pinch between her brow clearing for the first time that day, if only for a moment. She held up the half-full bottle of a protein shake. "I got this earlier, from the staff." He nodded. Guards on long or intense duty shifts were always cared for. "And I ate a few energy bars between the last few hours," she said. The truth spoken too, though they complained that it tasted like dirt. She shrugged. "The bars aren't that bad, though. Just not a hot meal." Homaj nodded, feeling the tension of the day settle over him as he ate, a muzziness hovering around his senses. Was it just the strain? Or had going too deep earlier affected him more than he'd thought? He had sorted out his thoughts again, but they were feeling untethered now, less cohesive, and his hands were tingling. Homaj's eyes went wide. He dropped the spoon he was holding, and the fried protein strips that he'd been eating. His ears were buzzing, his vision growing wavery. Poison. Chapter 79. Damage. There are over 3 million known poisons, most of which are surpassingly hard to manufacture or obtain. The antidotes, I'm afraid, are often even harder to find, and for some poisons, non-existent. Dr. Bay Kradioff in the banned text, Medicinal Uses for Microdosing of Poisons, 3rd edition. He knew this poison. Homaj shut his eyes, folded his arms on the table, and let his head drop as he pushed straight into a change trance. He searched out the offending molecules and neutralized them, pushing them out, healing the damage, reversing it midstream. He came back to himself feeling shivery and queasy. Zhang crouched beside him, looking panicked. "Truth spoken." He coughed and his mouth tasted vile. He felt within himself. He'd gotten all of the poison. He was sure of it. But why was he still feeling weird? He might be tired from the change, but he shouldn't feel ill. His training had involved neutralizing hundreds of different poisons. He knew what he should feel like after this one, even if it had been a higher dose. Had he been wrong about which poison? His stomach lurched, and he put a hand to his mouth, but it stayed down. Should I get help? Truth spoken. Should she? Was it someone here who had poisoned him? Vatrine, their other guards, the kitchen staff. He still felt weird, and there was a slow coldness creeping over his limbs. He hadn't caught everything. Or, no, there was something more. A second poison, slower, more subtle. Deadly because it wasn't immediately expected. Fuck. He dipped inward again, searching for the second substance. It was subtle, and with his mind swimming. If he'd only suspected it a few minutes from now, it might have been too late. Trance. Now. He dropped his head on his arm again, and vaguely heard Zhang yell before all his concentration was on finding every molecule of the second poison and pushing it out. No time for him to be subtle. He shoved the poison out through every path his body gave him. And a dais. It wouldn't be pretty. Some distant part of his mind told him, but he might yet stay alive. He jolted back again, Zhang holding his head so he wasn't lying in his own filth. "Are you with me?" she asked. "Are you with me?" She wavered in his vision, but he finally focused on her. "Zhang," he croaked. He coughed, and already he was feeling better. He stank, and he knew he'd soiled himself. His body had a sour, metallic odor. He sat up straight and ran a shaking hand through his hair, pushed up from the table. "No," Zhang protested. "You need to sit. I should call for the physicians." "No, I can't." "We don't know, Zhang. I'll be fine. I got it all out. It was..." He coughed again and spat on the already disgusting table. A pause, and a quick delve again into his body, thorough this time, left him further drained. But he felt no more poison. He'd have to heal the remaining nerve damage as he went. She was shaking now, harder than he was. How close? How close was that? "I'm fine, I'll be fine." She gave him an incredulous stare. Then somehow, a deus bless her, managed to gather herself. "Can you shower?" "Fuck yes." Zhang followed him into the shower, and he didn't care as she helped him strip. As he weakly clutched the sides of the stall, she scrubbed him down in quick, efficient movements. He felt like he should be embarrassed, but he had almost died, and that was only now sinking in. Even in the hot stream of water, he started trembling uncontrollably. Zhang turned off the shower, folded him in a towel, and set him down on the dressing chair inside the washroom. She crouched in front of him. "I thought truth spoken could neutralize poison. I thought it didn't affect you. It can weaken us if it's strong enough or unexpected, and it can also kill us. Much, much less chance of that than a regular person. And I think it's only happened once in the history of truth spoken. The other time didn't count, because poison was used to weaken the ruler, so he couldn't react in time to a killing blow. Zhong's incredulous look was back. He laughed, a desperate giggle. This was 2 poisons, a good combination. I recognized the first, a strong dose, enough to kill, so I thought that was it. And maybe the second. I was already in less than optimal condition. There was a sound out in the prep room, a sharp bark that sounded like a curse. Iata! Vatrine barged into the bedroom, then the washroom, took in the scene. It smells horrible out there. Homaj had just enough of his wits left to wrap Iata back around himself. Poison does that, he said through chattering teeth. He watched Vatrine's reaction, watched them visibly swallow. They looked scared, truly scared, and crouched down, pushing Zhong aside. Are you hurt? Is it out? Was that actually concern? Or were they checking to see if it was still possible to finish the job? His stomach lurched again, and he knew this time it wasn't from the poison. Yes, he bit out. Then, you were right. Someone would try to kill you. Almost succeeded in killing him, Zhong growled. 2 poisons, Homaj said. 1 high dose, 1 slower, subtle. Vatrine's lips pulled into a thin line. Do you know which? Iata had as extensive a training in poisons as he had, as Iata would sometimes test his food, and had to be able to detect and neutralize poisons in himself. Homaj was so used to that he hadn't even thought to test the food himself, to be wary of poison in the first bite. He looked to Zhong in renewed horror. If she'd eaten more than the pre-sealed snack, if she hadn't had her own drink. By the queasy cast to her face, she'd caught up to that fact too. You need to see a physician, Vatrine said. He clutched at their arm. No. This can't get out. It'll destabilize the kingdom even more. I'll be fine. I just need to rest. But we have more engagements. No, we don't. Unless you want to change and go to them yourself. And as your current temporary blood servant, I really advise you not to do that. Vatrine rocked a moment on their heels, then nodded, helped him stand, with Zhong, and get to Eris's bed, which apparently they thought she wouldn't be using that night. Homaj filed that fact away to examine later. I'll stay with him, Zhong said, in case something goes wrong. Vatrine frowned at her stating a fact, not asking for permission, but they nodded. He sagged onto Eris's bed and was already drifting. Chapter 80. Down. Sometimes when the wind is right, you can smell the river from the palace grounds. You can be sure that we'll always have a clean river. Dinesh Sharapov, in Inside Palace Rhialden, an unofficial guide. It was late in the evening when Iata finished with a whirlwind tour of meetings, statements, and introductions. A few of the heads of high houses, members of the General Assembly, diplomats and billionaires. Adewale had made it clear exactly the line he wanted towed. And it wasn't that Iata disagreed with all the positions the truth speaker wished him to take, which were framed as subtle suggestions only, but absolutely orders. But the fact that they were mandatory ate at him. The truth speaker didn't stay with him throughout all of the meetings, but he would be watching, Ida knew. He would be reported to. And who among the palace staff was on the truth speaker's payroll? All of them? He'd changed his pronouns back midday to he and him. He'd subtly shifted his presentation. He knew he'd absolutely and unequivocally been homage to everyone who'd seen him that day, with the exception of Adewale. And Seor, who'd woven in and out of the day, her attention sharp and on him. Did she think he'd betrayed Homaj? What had the truth speaker told her? Iata was still keyed up and crossing the central palace courtyard, back from the last meeting of the day, with 2 diplomats in the guest wing. It wasn't standard for a ruler to go to those they wished to meet, but Aduel had said that the Onabri caste delegation should be treated differently, and who was Iata to say he wasn't right? The palace had settled into an eerily quiet evening, without the usual chaos of the various social gatherings that went on most nights. True, he'd seen plenty of people coming in and out of the palace today, and there had been gatherings and receptions, but those had been mostly somber affairs. It was still only the day after the Ceratarchus had been assassinated. There would be no celebrations yet, no spaces open to anyone not generously vetted to be here. But the Rhialden court functioned largely on its people, and the truth spoken had little actual power without the people they moved in and around. What was a Vaku without people? And so the palace had opened again to a select set of those people. Iata did not envy Commander Tuvin their job just now, in any capacity. He frowned. He had not had a chance at all today to try to parse out anything about the palace guard and their place in all of this. He wasn't sure he'd have that chance tomorrow either, or any day after that until this ended. Movement ahead caught Iata's eye as he neared the doors back into the main palace, and he slowed, then stopped as a person approached. He was certain, wasn't he certain, that the person hadn't been there a moment before? But they weren't that close to the doors. Dark brown hair, lean frame, sharp features. Femme. Mid-30s, maybe. He'd seen them that morning. They'd been on the dais with Vatrine at Vatrine's bid to rule. And he was remembering now, just from moments ago, them approaching him now. But this was the first time he'd actually registered that the person was here. Like they'd only now come into his mind's focus. His senses, overwrought and worn out from the day, went on high alert. Homaj had said there was an unsealed magicka in the palace, that she was an ally. Was this her? Adeus, he hoped Homaj was right that she was an ally. Yes, he asked curtly. His guards had all stiffened, Jalava shifting closer to him. Truth spoken. We should continue to the palace, Jalava said. Had they noticed the weirdness of the person's arrival too? A moment only, please, the person said in a low voice. My name is Lodri Veraminatra. I have helped your sibling, and wish to offer my help to you as well. Then she was Homaj's magicka. He studied her in the courtyard lights. She held herself tightly controlled, tightly contained, and if she was a magicka, she would have to be hiding her aura as well. Homaj had said she was the first magicker's daughter. Did she know who he was? He had to assume yes, if she was working with Homaj, if she felt comfortable enough to approach him, the interim ruler. She'd never have gotten close if not for her magics. Truth spoken, Jalava said again, looking around. Walk with me. Iata motioned toward the palace doors ahead. We'll discuss more inside. Lodri gave a gracious nod, dipped more deeply into a bow. Her brow furrowed as she straightened, looking uneasy. As they started walking again, he thought her unease might be because of him, or something he'd said or hadn't said. But Lodri was casting glances to the right, in the direction of the Adayam across the wide courtyard. He looked over as well. He only saw 2 Adayam guards stationed outside the Adayam gates. He tensed. Was she waiting for something? For someone? Or if she was a magicier, was she sensing something he couldn't? Was she sensing Aduel's malice coming from that direction? Was she afraid of him? Between steps, the air hung poised. A slight breeze played at Iata's blouse, carrying with it a light scent of the river just in front of the palace, a hint of roses from the gardens behind the palace, the sound of their footsteps on the stone, the soft hum of one of the palace air systems. Iata drew a breath, trying to slow down even a little bit from the absolute hurricane of the day. He couldn't be paranoid in every moment. He had his guards. He had to calm down. He had to regather his thoughts. Laudry yelled, "Down!" Jalava didn't hesitate, even on that word from a stranger. They pushed Iata to the ground as a brace of energy rounds hit the wall behind where Iata had just stood. Iata lay cheek to the cool, rough stone, pressed down under Jalava's weight, looking up out of the corners of his eyes at the smoking holes in the palace wall. The moment, surreal and fragile, shattered as age and Chadrakur fired back across the courtyard, buzzed calling for backup. Jalava rolled off him, rolled to place themselves in the line of fire first, before hauling him to his feet. "Get up! Run!" His thoughts had hardly caught up. But he found his feet and didn't question, charging the remaining distance to the palace doors. Homaj had always been the better runner, and that worked for him now. His whole body tensed for the impact of the next shots hitting his own flesh, burning through his clothes, leaving smoking holes in his body. Laudry caught up to him, gripped his arm, and he felt a lurch as the world went a little grayer. A mental barrage of disgust and fear and hopelessness hit him, but stopped abruptly when they passed into the palace proper, and Laudry let go. He goggled at her. She flickered for a moment, almost as if she was a hologram, but he knew she wasn't. Then, she solidified. What had she just done? Had she pulled him into invisibility with her? Was she, in fact, an ally? She'd caused him to stop, had been looking in the direction of the shooter. The guards inside the palace crowded around him, asking what had happened. Was he wounded? Would he please come with them to a safer location? The guards started to separate him from Laudry, but he locked eyes with her. The desperation in her gaze hit like a punch to his gut. "She comes with me," he said as the guards bundled him farther into the palace. Jalava caught up, ashen-faced, eyes darting in every direction. "Truth spoken. We go to your apartment." "Agreed," Iata got out. His guards inside were already moving him in that direction, forming a wall around him as more guards joined them. "Palace is on alert," Jalava said, going into lockdown. Fuck. For the second time in 2 days. And he'd almost just been shot. If he hadn't stopped for Laudry, he might not have been a target. Or he might have anyway, if she hadn't been there to warn him. He might have just died. His mouth pulled tight. He shunted the panic of that thought aside and, with nowhere else to go, the fear settled down into his bones. "I want to see Commander Tavin in the Seritarchus' study, at their earliest convenience." With him being the interim ruler, that meant now. Chapter 81. The Study. Coming into a place that wasn't previously your own but is now, a place you've never inhabited before, and maybe saw from a distance, or maybe is entirely new, is a soul-expanding experience. No Trilly. Here 999 in the vid feed, tips for life. They moved past Homaj's apartment, down the central residence corridor, past the checkpoint where the Ceratarchus' guards would stop anyone who came any closer. But no one was at the checkpoint now. Jalava waved Age and Bosdi to stay there, and the rest of them continued. Iata still wasn't letting himself panic, but as he reached the apartment door, he hoped. Oh, Adeus! He hoped it would actually let him inside. He'd gained access to the Ceratarchus' study last night, but coming in from the front felt vastly different than through the back corridors. He gripped the handle, leaned close to the door's sensors, and murmured the day's passphrase. The door clicked open. It felt like an intrusion. It felt intensely wrong, coming into this apartment as if it was his own, as if he had a right. Lights eased on, the opulent entry immaculate with its indigo walls, brushed titanium and pearl decor. The entry lead into an equally opulent sitting room in teals and copper, with a hallway to the right that led to bedrooms, and, at the end, the study. He saw Laudry looking around, saw all of his guards trying hard not to look around, because they certainly never would have gained access here before. He carefully ignored all of that and strode for the hallway, straight back to the study. Another pause at the study door to unlock it, and then he was inside again. He'd slept here the night before, and yet it still felt like he was coming in by himself for the first time. Like he shouldn't be here. Oh, Adeus, he shouldn't be here. And what was making everything inside him squirm was that the truth speaker had just witnessed his own, Iata's, bid to rule. That had actually happened, and he knew enough of Valoran and Ade law to know that witness had been real and legal. Jalava caught up with him again and told Chadrakur to guard the study door. She nodded and took up position outside it. Iata waited until Laudry was also inside, then carefully shut the door. It locked automatically. He felt the small pressure as the dampening and signal scrambling systems turned back on. This was the safest room in the palace. So how much, just now, should he trust? How much could he? Did he dare ask for more allies? Did he dare tell what he'd just done with the truth speaker? He didn't know this magicier, but Homaj did, and there was certainly a way to find out her trustworthiness. He stepped away from the door and held out his hand to her. She seemed to be expecting that, and gave her own readily. "I'm Laudry Viraminatra," she said, though she'd given her name before. "I am a magicier, and the first magicier is my mother. I have spoken with your sibling." "With Homaj," Iata said firmly. Laudry's gaze flicked to Jalava, noting their lack of surprise at that statement. She nodded. "Yes, with Homaj. He verified my truth as you're doing now. I want him as the ruler. We all do, the magiciers. He is sympathetic to our cause, so we will lend what help we can. At the moment, that help is myself. Use me however you need me now." Her lips tightened, not a smile. Truth-spoken Vatrine also knows I'm a magicier, though I did not tell them. They're holding that and may continue to hold that over me. Iata grimaced, but he didn't yet let go of Laudry's hand. Everything she'd said felt true, the sense of it clear, unquestionable, and ringing with an intensity that buzzed in his bones. She wasn't just sure of her words, she was angry, alight with purpose. Iata had been read by a magicier once before, and his own sense of them hadn't been nearly as clear, or the sense of gut-level truth as prominent as it was now. Laudry was unsealed, but she wasn't a low-ranking magicier, especially not a deus, if she'd turned them both invisible just minutes ago. He wanted to ask what that had been, the twisted, ugly emotions he'd felt from her just then. But that wasn't the most important thing here. His instincts spiked that he shouldn't trust a stranger. But was someone a stranger if you knew, absolutely knew, where they stood? And now, his turn. Because he also sensed a wariness from her, a mistrust of him. How much had Homaj told her about him? What part had she played in whatever had gone on in the city? She already knew he wasn't Homaj. Did she know that he was actually Homaj's brother, though? Yes, she had used sibling. And while that could have meant Vatrine, he was almost certain that wasn't what she'd meant for him to hear. I'm Homaj Rhialden. I am Homaj's blood servant. I am loyal to him with all I am, and will do everything in my power to see him rule. He asked me to hold his life for him while he searched for Vatrine, and I'm doing that. I will readily give it back when he asks. Laudry's brows twitched, and he felt her echo back the less than true part of that statement. He took a breath, said more quietly, I will give it back. That was true. Even if there was a part of him, a deus, a very large part of him, that wasn't keen on going back to his life as a blood servant. He'd had to unbottle too many of his own hidden truths to convince the truth speaker, and he didn't have the luxury yet of pushing them back down again. He also didn't want to think about if he could push them back down again. Laudry nodded. She made to let go, but he gripped her hand tighter. One more thing, Sarah Minatra. Her posture went back to mistrustful. Maybe she could sense the roil of emotions rising inside him. On Homaj's suggestion, I presented myself today to the truth speaker as willing to rule in Homaj's place. As Homaj. The truth speaker. He swallowed. He legally witnessed my own bid to rule. Laudry stiffened, but nodded. I have no intention whatsoever of carrying that out, Iata said, meeting both her eyes, and then Jalava's. He's been using me as his puppet all day. Jalava looked grim. Iata hadn't yet had time to unpack that detail to them, but Jalava had to have guessed it by the flurry of activity the truth speaker had put him through that day. He turned back to Laudry. I know someone just shot at me, and right now they think I'm Homaj. But do you know who Homaj is right now? Yes, she said, her emotions cold as steel. Then he's in danger too. Greater danger, maybe. If this gets tangled, if Homaj gets killed, and if the truth speaker tries to set me up fully as his puppet. He didn't know what he was asking. No, he did know. And it was more than one thing. The realities were catching up with him. That someone had just tried to kill him. That Homaj was also a visible target. That he had just made a valid bid to rule. That if Homaj was killed and Vatran still lived, would Vatran be a better choice for the kingdom than himself? Distrusting Vatran as deeply as he did. As deeply as Homaj did. Iata hoped they were both wrong. He hoped that this was all the truth speaker, and that they would find a way to draw the truth speaker out. Could he ask Laudry to witness, if necessary, that the truth speaker had accepted his own bid to rule? That he was actually a full royal Rhialden? But that would blow too many secrets out into the open, and further destabilize the kingdom. If Homaj was killed. He started to shake. Damn, he hadn't had a reaction when he'd run into the palace. He'd thought he wouldn't have one. But his body was catching up, rebelling against his own rigid control. You should sit, Laudry said, and looked around. He didn't move. He didn't even look toward where he'd slept the night before, in the central sitting area. Laudry squeezed his hand. How much of his thoughts had she picked up? Iata's arms prickled. If you need me to witness your truth, Heir Rhialden, I will, however it needs to be witnessed. You were with Homaj with the miners. You were the one who suggested much of the solution, even if it wasn't carried out. He swallowed. I couldn't help that. Neither could Homaj. The Seritarchus. Laudry nodded. We know. She would witness he was Homaj too, if that's what it came down to. She let go of his hand and unceremoniously steered him toward the couch he'd slept on. But let us hope it doesn't come to that, she added. Let us all hope. Jalava followed them over, then stiffened, twisting their ringcom, head cocked to one side. Commander Tavan is at the apartment door. Iata, shivering on the couch, hissed through his teeth. His posture and mannerisms hadn't drifted far, but he brought them firmly back. But his composure, he tried to dip into a light change trance to still his body's shock reaction, but he knew that in itself was dangerous. Truth spoken might be able to make their bodies do what they wanted, but they couldn't neglect their minds as well. Damn. He was the one who'd summoned Tavan. He could not see them. And yes, he did need to see them. Someone had just shot at him, as the interim ruler, in the palace courtyard. The palace was on lockdown. He had a million things running through his mind, and a whole lot of reasons not to trust anyone in the palace guard, especially when someone had just shot at him. And wasn't it far more plausible the shooter had been a guard or had help from a guard, rather than someone had managed to sneak a sniper rifle past the guards? Have Chadrakur escort them in. Jalava shook their head. Sir, you're not in any state. I know, Jalava, and if I'm in danger, Homaj is also in danger. We have to talk to Tavan right now. He might be trembling, but he could still watch and listen for every nuance. He was alert enough, and he wasn't alone. Jalava and Laudry would be observing too. Even if Tavan asked, he would not dismiss them. Tavan knows who I am, he said to Laudry, but I'm not sure they are a friend. He would like to think they were. He liked them well enough. But one successful and one failed assassination attempt had now happened in the last 2 days on Tavan's watch. Was Tavan one of the people at the palace being blackmailed by the truth speaker? Jalava opened the study door to admit the commander of the palace guard. Chapter 82. Contempt. The commander of the palace guard is always a person with the utmost integrity. They have the trust of the Seritarchus, and you do well to remember that. Commander Mivai Mohamut in the vid drama Valon City Blaze, Season 2, Episode 10, The Commander. Iata didn't rise. He didn't make any more attempts to stop shaking either. He sat on the uncomfortable couch watching as Tavan stepped inside, quietly shut the door, and walked over to him. Tavan bowed deeply. A single small ruby in each ear caught the overhead light. Their hair was pulled into a tight tail at their nape today, secured with a no-nonsense clip. For the second time in a handful of minutes, Ita's own hairs stood on end. He kept himself centered as fully as he could in Homaj. He knew exactly what kind of effect one of Homaj's favorite stares had, and used it now. Tavan straightened, and their eyes flicked over his face, his posture, with uncertainty. They knew Zhang had come back into the palace. It wasn't unreasonable to think Homaj had as well. Sir, truth spoken, Tavan said, and Ita saw the moment they decided to err on the side of caution and believe he was Homaj. I am sparing nothing to track down the shooter and any accomplices. Iata held up a hand, the rings catching the light of the holographic fire across the room. Tavan's eyes flicked to his hand, back to his face. Their own expression grew tight. There was something there. The barest hint of contempt that their own Evaku training, which was not equal to his own, couldn't hide. "Commander Tavan," Iata said. Then he shifted gears. Homaj liked to call it acting on a hunch, but for Iata, it was coming to the end of a conclusion, acting on data when a piece solidly fit into the pattern. That look of contempt, that look was danger. "Commander Tavan, you are dismissed." Tavan opened their mouth, closed it again. Their eyes, for a moment, flashed incredulity, then fear, then relief. "Of course, I will come back when you are rested." Iata was still shaking, and decided it was a good effect just now, driving home all the points he wished to make. "No, no. You are dismissed from my service." Tavan froze. The fear was back, mixing with an edge of horror. Then, and that was the moment Iata knew he had been right, the contempt again. There might be a world to pay in the morning, but he didn't know if he had until morning, or if Homaj would have until that long either. He had to know who to trust, and Tavan wasn't it. "With all due respect, Sir Truth-Spoken, we are in the middle of a crisis. Yes, a crisis which you did not prevent. That's your job, Commander. If you can't perform your job, then you are dismissed." Tavan's cheek twitched. Their look settled into a glare. "You don't have the authority to dismiss me. In 9 days, Vatrine. Don't address the Truth-Spoken with such familiarity," Iata hissed. "You don't have that right anymore." But Tavan wasn't new at their post. They weren't new to the palace, or to the whims of the Truth-Spoken. Their posture stiffened, their jaw setting. "If I'm not coordinating, it will be impossible to find the shooter, or your father's killer. With every respect, Sir Truth-Spoken, this is a bad move. If you want me to resign later, I will resign. But not now, not when the palace is in lockdown." That argument might be sound if Tavan hadn't let 3 of their charges be attacked within 2 days. 4, counting Omari, which he would. And if he gave Tavan time, they could rally support. Maybe go to the Truth Speaker, go to Vatrine. Tavan could stall, and Ida knew they were bargaining for the remaining 9 days to be up and Homaj's bid, and his orders, to be overturned. Iata's trembling was slowing, and exhaustion was now settling over him. He couldn't break concentration to try to smooth it away, though, and truly didn't know if he could smooth it away. He was feeling frayed in every way it was possible to be frayed. But he leaned forward. This needed to be done. "Commander Tavan, do you have your comm?" "Yes." They knew, or at least suspected, what was coming. "Good. Take it out. Hand it to Jalava." Iata pulled out his own comm, Homaj's. He didn't know exactly where he needed to look for the palace official assignments, but he knew the menu structure, and several inputs of the ruler's code got him to a screen listing the foremost palace officials and their levels of access. He tapped on the commander of the palace guard. "This is a waste of time," Tavan said. "I could be out there right now, tracking down the shooter." Iata opened up the menu for the command position. There was an option to reassign. He tapped it. He grimaced as an info window popped up, informing him that the Truth Speaker would be notified of any change in Palace Guard Command. He proceeded anyway. If the truth speaker thought the ruler was dangerously out of line, he could countermand a royal order and freeze the decision. He couldn't do it often, or without political consequences, but he could do it. Would he? Iata deselected Tavan, glanced at Jalava and hoped they wouldn't hate him for this, then put Jalava's name and profile into the position instead. He locked it, then sealed with his full biometrics. If the truth speaker did countermand the order, it would have to be a public proceeding. He didn't think the truth speaker would. Iata had presented himself as a willing puppet, and Tavan's star was already falling fast. His comm flashed a red, "Change logged." Iata glanced up. He knew Tavan and Jalava hadn't seen exactly what he was doing, but Tavan's eyes were bulging, and Jalava looked deathly pale. "Commander Jalava," Iata said, and Jalava started. They held up their hands as if to ward off the promotion. "Sir, no. There are dozens more qualified." "Commander Jalava, please call in Bosd to escort Tavan to their quarters. They are to gather enough for the night and leave the palace. They may send an address to forward their belongings to in the morning." Tavan jerked. "You can't." They shut their mouth with a snap. "Forgive me. Truth spoken." They bowed deeply and without irony, but absolutely not without fury. "Yes, truth spoken," Jalava said, and spoke into their ring comm. In moments, Bosde had knocked and was escorting Tavan out. Iata wondered briefly if he might start shaking again. But no, he sat completely still, absolutely sure of the rightness of what he'd just done. He'd done a lot of things in the last 2 days, but this was the first time he'd felt like he was taking actual steps to secure the kingdom. Laudry shifted. Adeus. She hadn't disappeared, but she'd backed into the far corner nearest the door, and she'd been so still he'd mostly forgotten she was there. "You'll need to make a public statement, I think," she said, "to reassure that you're still alive, and to announce that you've dismissed the commander and appointed a new one." Jalava, coming back from the door, eyed Laudry with a scowl, but it faded as they approached him. "This shouldn't be my job. Please." "If you're thinking I've given you too great an honor, I'm sorry, Jalava. I trust you. Homaj trusts you, and I know you would have been his choice too. Log into Tavan's comm. Please verify you have a commander's palace access." Jalava tapped on the comm with shaking hands, logged it out, then used their own login. "Fuck," they muttered. "Yes. I have access to your passcode, don't I?" "You can't use it. But yes, only to show it to me if needed. The system resets it every day. Or, well, show it to Homaj." And what would Homaj think of this? Would he think Iata was getting too comfortable with this power? Yes, Iata knew that. Presented with all the same facts, Homaj would likely have done the same thing he'd just done. Maybe not quite in the same way. But Homaj had still left his life in Iata's hands, even with a chance earlier to take it back. So it was done. "Jalava," Iata said, and Jalava looked up. "Find the shooter, and do whatever you need to do to arrange security so that Homaj is safe, and Vitrine." "And yourself," Jalava said adamantly. "Yes, truth spoken." They snapped into a tight salute and strode out. Chapter 83. Evening. The very worst betrayals are the ones you see coming. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9, in a private letter, never sent. as quoted in the Change dialogues. Homaj woke to someone shaking his shoulder. He started, sitting straight up, taking in his surroundings. Zhang. Zhang sat on the bed beside him, propped up against the headboard with a mountain of pillows, reading her calm, absolutely alert. He was in an unfamiliar room. No, this was Eris's room. Eris's bed. The lights were dimmed, but Eris's room had no windows or clock display. "It's evening," Zhang said quietly. "How are you feeling?" "A deus. Yes, the poison." He wiped his face and closed his eyes. A delve into his body showed some residual damage, mostly in his nervous system. He'd need to heal that before getting up. "I need to heal again. I think a half hour at least. Maybe more." Her mouth pulled tight. "You might not have that. I just got a priority on guard channel. The palace is on lockdown again. Someone made an attempt on the interim ruler's life." He spiked to full alertness. "Iata. Is he?" "He wasn't harmed. That's all I know. We might need to move, and you might be in danger." He'd already been in danger. Tingling pain in his arms, his legs, was a testament to that danger. "All right," he said. Carefully, he stood. Yes, there was pain. He stretched, moving silently through part of a martial arts sequence. He hadn't practiced as much lately as he should have, and the movements did not come as naturally as they might, and they brought pain, spiking at certain angles. "I really do need to heal, but I can block the pain." He cleared his throat. It was a little raw. More gifts of the poisoning. He glanced back at Zhang, whose brow was drawn as she studied him. She opened her mouth. The door banged open. Homaj jumped, tripping backwards, just catching himself on the side of the bed. He stifled a cry as fiery pain shot through his right leg. "Iata!" Vatrine, as Sarah, stood in the doorway. They were the very last person Homaj wanted to see right now. "Good. You're awake. The palace is on lockdown. We will need to speak with Commander Tavin about what they're doing to catch the culprit." There was something off about that statement, but Homaj was too busy trying to pull Iata back around himself, rattled as he was with the nerve pain. "Yes," he said through clenched teeth. "Okay." Vatrine's gaze sharpened. "Haven't you healed yet?" "I'm not..." Homaj gasped, and he gave up for the moment, sank back onto the bed. "I'm not truth spoken. I don't heal as fast as you do." Tears were stinging his eyes, and he did smooth those back. That he could do. Vatrine hesitated, and Homaj had no spare thoughts just then to try and parse out what they were thinking. "Whatever we do," they said, "it can wait until you trance. Make it quick, Iata. I can't have you showing that kind of pain if you're me." Homaj nodded, and Vatrine withdrew. Wonder of wonders. Completely self-serving, but it was enough. He gasped back onto his pillow, and Zhang helped him scoot around to comfortably. There was no comfortably. Lay still. "Will be a minute," he said, and sank into a trance. When he came back to himself, Zhang was still there. The pain was gone, and he did an internal inventory. The damage was mostly gone. Did he have time to heal it completely? "How long?" he asked. His throat was dry and he reached to the bedside cabinet, but there was no cup like he usually had beside him for a change. Iata would usually manage such things, but, well, 18 minutes. He tried to swallow, and Zhang reached to the cabinet on her side, came back with a water bottle and an energy bar. "Thank you," he said with fervor, cracking the lid seal on the bottle. He tore open the energy bar as well. He'd purged any nutrients he'd gained from the meal earlier, and had used up all the reserves he'd had to heal. Homaj suppressed a shudder. "Any news? Are there more energy bars?" Zhang handed him 2 more, a bag of snack cakes and a sealed bag of nuts. She wasn't taking chances with more poisoned food. "No news yet. Palace is still on lockdown." "Okay, going back under." He downed another energy bar, handed back the water bottle, and put the rest of the food beside him for when he woke again, then pushed himself back into trance. This time when he came out, he felt no lingering damage. He swept through every corner of his body, his brain, his nervous system, but he had taken care of it, and that quick healing had left him feeling strained and desperately in need of food. He sat up again, and Zhang handed him the water. Another 36 minutes. Zhang was looking grim, and he paused mid-swig. "What happened?" "Homaj dismissed Commander Tavin," she said. He choked, capped the bottle, coughed. Oh. Ida would not have done that without good reason. Homaj pushed out of bed, grabbing the last of the energy bars. Was Vatrine back? Once. They are impatient. He shrugged, sat on the edge of the bed, and attacked the rest of the food. It wasn't much. Wasn't enough when his body required resources after such abuse. "Do you have any more energy bars or snacks? I need more to eat, and..." He opened his hands. He didn't trust the food from the kitchens either, and didn't have time to have anyone test it. Or the will, truly, if another tester couldn't change to heal themselves from poison. "I have 2 more, she said, and pulled those from her pocket, handed them over. "I thought I should save them, but if you need them now, then you need them. I can see if there's more packaged food in the night kitchen." Vatrine might have more in their bedside cabinet. She gave him a look that said she hadn't quite dared to look there, and wasn't sure she should, if there was any chance at all that it was Vatrine who'd poisoned him, which he didn't think so, but he couldn't be sure. Homaj stripped off the wrappings on the 2 bars she gave him and ate them both in several bites, pausing only long enough to chew. It still wasn't enough, not when his body felt weaker than it should, but he directed the resources of the bars to where they'd do the most good. Steadied himself and felt a little better. "Should I tell the truth spoken you're up?" Zhang asked. He hesitated. He hadn't had time yet to think through exactly what had happened the day before. Who could have poisoned him, and why? He blinked. Who is the new guard commander? Jalava. Homaj grinned, which he quickly tamped back down. Iata wasn't big on grins. Good. Jalava. Jalava he could tell about the poisoning when he had the chance. He had to talk to Ida, but if Iata was locked down, he doubted he would get the chance soon. Did he dare try to communicate over comms? He didn't want to risk it. "Yes," he said. "Tell Vatrine. I'm gonna splash my face, I'll be fine. I'm up." Chapter 84. The Pattern. Knowing how the pattern feels is one thing. Knowing what to do about it is another. Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus 9, in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. When Zhang came back with Vatrine on her heels, Homaj had washed and dried his face and pulled himself firmly back to Iata being Vatrine. "I need to make a statement," Vatrine said. Homaj has already made a statement that he has the situation in hand, and that he has dismissed Tavan. You took too long, Iata. Homaj glared back with Vatrine's own glare. I'm well. Thank you. Vatrine's face contorted. You're not dressed, and you washed off the cosmetics. He'd taken poison meant for Vatrine. Did they expect him to just spring up from that? No trouble? I have clothes laid out. I will do your cosmetics again this time, until you are capable of replicating my style. Where's Eris? He asked. Vatrine hesitated, just a breath. She's in the city, taking care of things I need. Homaj nodded. That had been a lie, and maybe a reckless question on his part, because Vatrine's body language had gone stiffer. He spread his hands. If I'm still supposed to be you, I need a blood servant, and not you doing all of this. You have more important things to do than dress me, Vatrine. Vatrine still didn't like that, but they shrugged. Eris will come back when she's finished with her tasks. In any case, I already have a script for your statement. I have the lighting set up in the sitting room and the camera drone on standby. Homaj mentally fortified himself. A deus. He did not want to do this. But he nodded and let Vatrine pick out which clothes to wear. Let them do his makeup. Vatrine gave him a tablet with the script to memorize while they worked on his face. He memorized it in the first 10 minutes, then spent the rest of the time pretending like he was still working on it, trying to think through what had happened. With the attempt on Iata's life, well, his life, with Iata in it, did this tell him anything new? Were they any closer at all to understanding just who the hell had decided it was a good idea to kill his parents? He desperately needed to talk to Iata. Could he find a way to do that without Vatrine becoming suspicious? He didn't even have access to Vatrine's comm. Any communication. And had Laudry made contact with Iata? She hadn't come back to Vatrine's apartment, and for that, he certainly couldn't blame her. What he knew, the truth speaker was rotten. That was a given. He'd been blackmailing Eras, tried to blackmail or threaten Iata, and had something over Vatrine as well. Either what Vatrine had said about the marriage to Lord Burka, or something more. Aduel wanted power. Homaj was certain he'd kill to gain it. But that didn't entirely fit with what Admiral LaGuardia had said about who'd shot down Lord Burka. That had to have been either Vatrine or Eris who'd purchased the weapon. Vatrine said Eris was in the city. If that was true, was she trying to set up Homaj with further evidence against him? LaGuardia hadn't made their discovery public, but they could. So someone, Vatrine, Eris, or possibly the truth speaker, wanted to pin that murder on him. Why? To discredit him, certainly. To sabotage his bid to rule. But the evidence had been planted. His biometrics had been used before he'd made his formal bid. His gut was still saying that was a snap, panicked decision, and still saying that person who'd bought the gun had been Vatrine, who was currently touching his face to slick down his eyebrows, whose body and face and persona he still inhabited, and who'd almost been poisoned earlier, if Homaj hadn't been there to be poisoned for them. Had Vatrine tried to poison him? Did Vatrine know he wasn't Iata? He still didn't think so. Vatrine was sharp, oh they were sharp, but they were just too full of their own place in the universe to see this. and he didn't immediately see Vatrine's motive in killing him as Iata either. Vatrine was using him as a shield just now, and they seemed genuinely terrified that he'd been poisoned. Not terrified for him, most likely, but that it would happen again to them. Who, then, would try to poison Vatrine? Who would have that kind of access? The truth speaker was the obvious answer, and the deed itself carried out by someone among the kitchen staff or the guards. Iata had dismissed Tavan. Did he have proof that Tavan had a hand in the attempt on his life? Or had he dismissed them because they hadn't done their job? And they hadn't. Homaj would likely have done the same. They knew Tavan, though their opinion of them had been fairly neutral until the day before. Tavan had let his parents die on their watch, and now Tavan had let an attempt happen on the interim ruler's life, and whether Tavan knew it or not, Vatrine's life as well. Would the truth speaker take out both the heirs so he could abolish the balance of the truth-spoken system? That had been attempted once before, centuries ago. The attempt had failed. All the perpetrators had been executed. The remaining heir had reigned with a holy terror and a cowed replacement truth speaker. Homaj didn't think Aduel was that stupid. Could Eris have agreed to be Aduel's puppet sometime in the last day and shifted the balance again? He'd asked Ida to play that out, but maybe it hadn't worked. Fuck, he had so many threads, and he was seeing the shape of the pattern, but not quite the picture it told. And he had the nagging feeling that it wasn't just one pattern involved here. Not just one motive, but an intertangled web. Two wills, at very least. Do you have it memorized now? Vatrine didn't bother to hide the sneer in their voice, so he didn't bother to hide his own disdain, which, sigh, was a very Vatrine thing to do. Almost. Well, I'm finished. You need to be done. He made a show of rereading the last few lines of the script, then clicked the tablet off. I'm done. He glanced at himself in the mirror, almost flinching at Vatrine's angry glare in the mirror back at him. His own glare. How do you want me to play the emotions? He asked. Because just now, I am absolutely pissed that someone tried to kill Homaj. And you. Vatrine nodded. That's good. Maybe more than I would usually show, but it's authentic. Yes, use that. He closed his eyes. One moment, just one moment, to settle and not throttle Vatrine. Truth spoken, Zhang said, and Homaj let out an explosive yes, just as Vatrine said the same. They looked at each other, and Vatrine made a mocking bow to him. What? He asked. Commander Jalava is here to see you, sir. Chapter 85. Investigations. The palace guard are supposed to be incorruptible, but I suspect the reality is far worse than that. Runa Yayar in an address to the General Assembly. Let them in, Homaj said, showing outward calm while absolutely panicking, and also cheering that either Ida or Jalava had seen fit to fill him in. Of course, the commander of the palace guard should visit both truth-spoken heirs after an attempt on one of their lives. But Homaj knew that this visit had also absolutely been meant for him. This was Ida's bridge of communication. Jalava had said that they weren't very good at cloak and dagger. He had to hope. He had to hope that Jalava could handle the situation. Jalava would know who he was, and he wouldn't be able to be kind, because Vatrine absolutely wouldn't be kind just now. Not that he himself, as Homaj, was overly kind. Vatrine stiffened back into their guard persona as Zhang opened the door and Jalava stepped into the prep room. Jalava spared only a glance for Vatrine, and good. Homaj was fairly certain that Jalava knew who Vatrine currently was. And while Jalava did look nervous, their duty face was overruling their anxiety. Jalava bowed a guard's bow to him, and while it was a little deeper than it should have been with them being the commander now, it was passable enough. Truth spoken. What has happened? Homaj demanded. Who tried to kill my brother? And has this person been found? Jalava rocked back at the onslaught, held up a hand. Sir, truth spoken. There was a shooting in the courtyard while the interim ruler crossed from the guest wing. I was there when it happened. A sniper from the direction of the Adeum. Several shots hit the palace wall, but there were no casualties or injuries. Truth spoken Homaj has dismissed Commander Tavan and appointed me as commander of the palace guard. Sir, point. Jalava stood, waiting, posture stiff. And what are you doing now? To make sure I and my brother are safe from any more attacks. He'd made his voice more mild, but he knew the bite was in his eyes. Jalava met them, and points for Jalava. I have teams that I personally trust, checking surveillance for the courtyard, checking every related record, searching the premises. I've posted extra guards outside your apartment and the interim rulers. They hesitated. There is a possibility that the shooter was a guard. Vatrine as Sarah shifted as if they wanted to protest. Jalava glanced at them, their pale face blotching. Homaj needed to redirect, fast. He stepped forward. Commander, you don't know this, but I was poisoned earlier. I was able to neutralize the poisons, but not without difficulty. There were two. One fast-acting in a high dose, which I caught quickly, and the other meant to be a subtle kill. Jalava was well and truly pale now. Truth spoken. I will have people I trust investigate. What do you need? Do you need the physicians? Should I send for them? And do you still have the poisoned food or drink? No, Vatrine snapped. Of course we threw it out. Homaj held up his hands, trying to quell Vatrine, who glared at him but subsided into a scowl. He turned back to Jalava. Commander, I know the poisons used, at least the first one, and I'm fairly certain of the second. And both Lieutenant Sarah and Sergeant Zhang were witnesses. We don't need the physicians. I've already purged the poison and healed myself from the poisoning. Jalava gave a tight nod, catching Zhang's eye. What I need is sealed rations, Homaj went on. Any packaged food, high calorie, high protein, anything my staff can heat up and that we can guarantee hasn't been tampered with. Vatrine was nodding now. Vatrine, at least, knew how to cook, and they were an excellent chef, their one redeeming quality. I'll prepare a list of what we need, they said, and added a belated, Sir. Jalava shifted. Yes, thank you, Lieutenant. And that was getting dangerously awkward again. No, Jalava really wasn't great at cloak and dagger games. I want to investigate this personally, Homaj said. No offense to you, Commander, but I don't know you and I didn't appoint you. You report to me. And that was a solid link between himself and Iata. Jalava shifted, face taking on a stubborn cast. Yes, sir, I can report to you, but I do take my orders only from the interim ruler, at his explicit command. Homaj narrowed his eyes, as Vatrine would do, as Vatrine truly was doing now. Then Iata had prepped Jalava for this, had told them how he might respond as Vitrine, that he'd try to take control. Good. So very good. Iata might have been shot at, but he wasn't fully rattled. And he might have been to the truth speaker, but he still had agency. Then yes, Commander, he said mildly with a smile. Do report your findings to me the moment you have them. Chapter 86. Identical. They're identical, born 3 years apart. Does the bond of twins still hold true? We'll find out after a word from our sponsors. Introduction from the popular vid show, Variant Stars, Season 3, Episode 24. He was poisoned, Iata barked at Jalava. They were back in his own prep room, which felt infinitely better than trying to inhabit the Ceratarchus' apartment. A deus. The truth speaker had handed him vials of poison earlier. Had it been those same poisons used to try to kill Vitrine? Was the truth speaker not even trying to hide it? Was he showing Iata he was all in? Was it even the truth speaker at all? He had to get Homaj out of there. Have him do anything other than be Vitrine just now, or even being himself. It was too dangerous to be truth-spoken in this palace. He wanted to run a hand through his hair, one of Homaj's gestures that was fast becoming habitual, but he'd just fixed it again from its fraying after the shooting. He wasn't sure he had the energy for anything public yet tonight, but also wasn't sure what else would come up. He had to remain presentable. Yes, sir, Jalava said, closing and slowly opening their fists. Their face was mottled red, their short hair mussed, their uniform slightly askew. But then, it had been a day and a night. This whole palace staff is rotten to the core, Jalava ground out. Maybe. They will all need to be questioned more quietly than I'd like right now. He wanted to turn the staff over, a deus, force them all to be read by magicers if he had to. But that wasn't the right way through this. Jalava nodded, and Iata saw the frustration there as well. These assassins will be found, Jalava said, their voice a low growl. It had become a personal quest for them now, a point of pride and honor. And Iata had definitely made the right choice in boosting Jalava far past their normal duty rank. Not that he'd had a choice beyond Jalava for the job. If he could get a message to Homaj through Jalava, could he manage to convince Homaj to get the hell out of there? What would Vitrine be holding over him as Iata, though? Would Vitrine try to pin blame for the assassinations, or even this poisoning, on Iata, when the person they thought was Iata stopped following their orders? That was a problem for another time. Homaj just had to live through the next few days, and Iata wasn't at all sure he would, staying where he was right now. And the longer a mission ran, the greater chances of a slip. What would Vitrine do if they found out it was Homaj who had been playing them all along? How was he, beyond that? He asked. Jalava shook their head. He was the truth-spoken Vitrine, fully. I don't know how to read more than that. Lieutenant Sarah, who you said is actually Vitrine, was more visibly agitated by all of this. They gave a stiff shrug. Sir, truth spoken, I'm happy to debrief you. I know it's necessary. But you gave me a job to command the palace guard, and there is a lot to sort out just now, and potentially 2 assassins at large in the palace. Iata held up his hands. Yes, go. Jalava hurried out, and Iata had only been holding them back. There was too much to do. So much to do. And he'd been doing what the truth speaker wanted all day, and not actually tending to the day-to-day fires in the palace, let alone these new catastrophes that needed handling. Iata slowly sank down onto Homaj's vanity chair. His own security here, he knew, was the best in the palace, the best Jalava could currently give him, and Jalava was doing their best just now to make sure Vatrine's apartment was just as secure. They'd called in every favor and colleague they knew they could trust, even calling some people in from retirement in the city, who'd be bolstering the guard ranks shortly. Laudry was in his own blood servant's washroom, taking a quick shower. She'd said she hadn't had the time the last 2 days, and wanted to be clean before the next crisis. Well, and he certainly understood that. Was he safe just now? Was a truth spoken ever safe? Should he even be calling himself that, even if he was still Homaj? It was dangerous to think of himself as a truth spoken. The quiet of the room hummed in his ears, though he'd been longing for enough quiet to think for most of the day. He'd started this day with a crisis, and hadn't yet had time to catch his breath. Iata looked up at himself in the mirror. His appearance was Homaj's, but his body was his own. Just now, this was his appearance too. His face, his hair, his muscles, his bones, his voice, and his breath. What if he had to live as Homaj, the rest of his life as Homaj? If the worst happened, and he had no other choice. How would he break the hold of the truth speaker if that happened? How was he going to break that hold now? Laudry had said she would witness for him, but he didn't see how that would actually help him, beyond maybe being a path through chaos. It was, at least, a weapon to use if weapons were spare. He grabbed a makeup sponge and began touching up a few spots where it had smudged, when Jalava had pushed him to the stones. He'd almost died today, and no one would have known it was him who'd died. Iata stopped again, studying himself, really looking, not for flaws, not trying to reconcile his appearance, but looking at himself. He was identical to Homaj, same sharp brown eyes, same long fine hair, same facial shape, set of his jaw, pattern of moles. And with Homaj himself not being Homaj, he was the only Homaj Rhialden just now. He was already starting to bend the persona and personality of Homaj Rhialden toward a Seritarchus rulership. 2 days, and he was becoming far more comfortable in this persona than he should be. Homaj didn't want to rule. Iata. He couldn't say he wanted all of that weight on his shoulders, but he also knew he could do the job, and do it well. He knew that. He was doing it now, and he was scared out of his mind. But he also was trained to administrate an heir's life. It wasn't that different than administrating a kingdom. He set the sponge back down. Yes, the truth speaker had accepted his own bid to rule. But he wasn't a sanctioned truth spoken, no matter that he could change. He was a blood servant. His place was service to a truth spoken, not being a truth spoken himself. His place was to help his truth spoken from the shadows, not to rule the whole damn kingdom. That would always be his place, if they both lived through this. He was Homaj's brother, just now his identical twin, if a year apart. And it was a year. Not the almost 2 he'd thought. He was even closer in age to Homaj than he had thought. He had close family. He'd had fathers. A deus, though he'd only found out after they were gone. Could that be enough? Knowing that Homaj was his brother, that he wasn't as outside of it all as he'd been taught, as he'd been forced to think. He'd been lied to. He'd been lied to all of his life by people who should have cared enough to tell him. Iata could change, and Homaj had said there would be more training, He did want that. He wanted that with an intensity that had cracked open along with the other damning truths he'd pulled out of his soul for the truth speaker. He heard Laudry moving around in the other room, straightened, pulled Homaj back around himself. It wasn't hard at all this time. His problem wasn't that he was uncomfortable being Homaj. He wasn't. His problem was that he was growing too comfortable. But that wasn't a problem he could solve just now. Chapter 87. Letting Go. Knowing who you are and what you want is essential for a truth spoken. It's entirely too easy to get lost in another personality's desires, or let your own overtake a personality you're supposed to be inhabiting as themself. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Laudry came back out into the prep room, toweling off damp hair. He still didn't know her. He doubted Homaj had even had time to get to know her, but he trusted her enough from experiencing her truths and her emotions, and that would have to do for now. Iata needed to see Homaj. He needed to meet with him, to pull everything they both knew together. Earlier had not been nearly enough time. He really needed to convince Homaj to stop being Vitrine, but he knew his brother too well to think Homaj would leave his current mission. With the personality Homaj had cultivated at court, with Homaj's intense desire to avoid truth-spoken responsibility, people thought he was lazy. Iata knew he was just usually anxious and unwilling to be bent into a shape he couldn't fit into. But Homaj, when he had a mission he believed in, would see it all the way through, no matter the cost. "You made me invisible earlier," he said to Laudry. She stopped in the center of the prep room, a private room that had seen far too much traffic in the last 2 days. Laudry slung the towel around her neck, frowning. "That's not something I'd care to do again. It's incredibly dangerous, especially for someone who's not a magicier." What he'd felt from her when she'd made them invisible, the intensity of her self-loathing, made him want to shiver. But he said, "Can you do it again, if you have to? For me? Or for Homaj?" She considered him. Not happy, but she nodded. "If it will save your lives, yes." Iata stood, but he wasn't sure where to go. He truly had to talk to Homaj. Because this game they were caught in had to end soon. And maybe, between what they both knew now, they would be able to make a plan. Firing Tavin was a start. Sending Jalava to be the bridge between himself and Homaj was another start. Putting his own lot in with the truth speaker was something. Tonight. He would find a way to meet with Homaj tonight. "Can you go back to Homaj?" he asked Laudry. And he knew what he was asking. Vitrine had been exploiting her, threatening her with her unsealed status. She met his eyes, and he wished he couldn't sense the urgency of her apprehension in that look. "If that's where you think I can best help." He swallowed. "Keep him safe. You kept me safe, and right now I am a lot safer than he is." But she wouldn't be. She wouldn't be safe at all. Laudry stepped closer, studying him, and he braced against the feeling of someone peering into his soul. He knew she was reading him, reading whatever emotions were showing, what he couldn't hide. She'd as much as implied earlier that if it came to it, she'd support him as the ruler too. Laudry held out her hands, said quietly, "Hey, Iata, I know you're conflicted. I know you think you're doing wrong here in how you feel, what you've had to embrace in yourself to make this all work. Am I reading that right?" Can I help you sort it before I go?" He swallowed. What she was offering was a vulnerability he wasn't sure he could give. Not now, when all his nerves were so raw and tangled. But he had to know. He had to know what he'd do if this all did go as he hoped and Homaj reclaimed his life. He thought he knew. He would go back to being Iata, the blood servant. Yes, of course he would do that. That was the only choice he had. He clamped his hands over Laudrey's, her palms still warm and damp from the shower. He closed his eyes so he didn't have to meet hers. "Ask yourself the questions you need to know," Laudrey said, out loud, if that's easier. He couldn't voice the depth of his betrayal, but then he would have no secrets from her just now. Can I give up the power?" He waited. There was a knot of emotions he was sure were Laudrey's: anxiety, fear, angst. He felt his own emotions, a turbulent mass of fear and determination, and a deep wound of grief he wasn't yet ready to handle. All of it bundled up in his own rigid control. He listened for an answer. Listened in his bones, in any truth he could find. "Yes," he finally said. True. But did he want to give up the power? No. And would he resent Homaj for taking back his own life? Yes. Because no, Homaj wasn't suited to this nearly as well as Iata was. True all the way. But he would step aside. He would give it up. For the good of his brother, more than the good of the kingdom. No, not true. For the good of the kingdom too. Homaj might not be a Ceratarchus, but he wasn't going to be a bad ruler. Iata would give him all the support he could. That was how he would serve this kingdom. That was the place that had been given to him, no matter his bloodline. No matter his training. He had a brother. A deus he had a brother. He had a sister, a sibling too, but he would truly do anything for his brother, even embracing his darkest, most terrifying ambitions. And then, when it was time, letting them go. Laudrey released his hands and pressed her hands instead to his shoulders. He'd been swaying, he realized. He straightened, but nodded to her. He did feel clearer, his path more solid, and maybe that wouldn't help him with the truth speaker, knowing his own truths like this. But he'd needed it, and he was the one who had to get the kingdom through these next few days. "Find a way," he said, "to get him out tonight. Through the back corridors, back to here." He would do his best to keep Homaj from going back into danger. Whether Homaj listened was on Homaj, but he would do his best. Laudrey stepped back, tossed her towel over the back of Ida's vanity chair, and gave a small bow. "Truth spoken. I will." Chapter 88. Frayed Nerves. Paranoia is the drug the Rhialdens sell to the masses. Lord Ivari den Emir in a post on their personal feed. Homaj was eating several ration packs and the heaviest calorie snacks Jong could come up with when one of Vatrine's people brought Laudrey into the prep room. He stood, his already frayed nerves spiking again. "Magicer," Vatrine said, even before his guard had closed the prep room door behind Laudrey. Homaj watched Laudrey stiffen. Not obvious, but Vatrine would have marked that too. Did they enjoy watching her distress? Homaj was starting to think so. "I saved your brother's life tonight," Laudrey said to Vatrine, not to him. She waved at the packages of food on the table, which had been divided between Homaj and Vatrine. Jung, because Vatrine was at the table, had been relegated to watching from the edge of the room. and Homaj had definitely had enough of hearing Vatrine's condescending plans for the next day. In those plans, he was to continue to be Vatrine's full-blooded shield and magnet for any fire he might draw. In Vatrine's eyes, this was perfectly acceptable. Homaj had made the public statement Vatrine wished him to, and he'd done it well, giving solemn promises and platitudes to a people who knew nothing about the integrity of the person who was saying them. Truly, in this case, nothing at all. "Sit and eat, by all means," Vatrine said, but the words had a cruel edge, and Homaj was growing tenser by the minute. At least, with a solid meal now fully replenishing his body's reserves, he was feeling much steadier. Laudry sat. The table and chairs still smelled like the strong cleaners Vatrine had corralled one of their people to use to clean up Homaj's mess earlier. Laudry eyed him, grabbed a meal bar, and unwrapped it. "So, you saved my brother," Vatrine said, and warning bells were going off in Homaj's head. He didn't at all like that tone. "Did anyone see you were a magicier?" "The interim ruler did, and his guards." Homaj got where Vatrine was angling with that. If they'd had Laudry nearby when they'd made their bid to rule, and it came out publicly that she was an unsealed magicier before Vatrine had a chance to spin that how they wanted, that would hurt Vatrine's position. So was Vatrine trying to say Laudry shouldn't have saved their brother? Homaj carefully spread one hand across his thigh beneath the table, a vent of as much tension as he dared, a distraction to keep from screaming. "I'm alive and unsealed," Laudry said, facing Vatrine. "There's a reason for that." "Don't speak to me with that kind of swagger," Vatrine growled. "You know your place here, and it's to do as I tell you. You should have come to my apartment, not wandered the palace. You will do as I say. Is that clear?" Never mind that Vatrine hadn't actually given her solid instructions before they'd taken off earlier, but left her to Homaj. And Homaj, being Vatrine at the time, had left her again. He met Laudry's eyes and she smiled tightly. If she'd been with Iata, and he had to assume they'd had a chance to talk and get the vital details straight, then she'd come back with more than just herself and her service. If he was her, he might not have come back at all with Vatrine's threat hanging over her. So, she'd returned at Iata's bidding, or had she come back for him? Vatrine pushed back their chair. "I have work to do, and apparently my brother hasn't approved me to wander the palace as he's approved you." They glared at Laudry. "Go into the bedroom, all of you. It's night anyway. Don't come out without knocking. I'll do my work out here for now." Homaj gathered up some more of the food, just to have a reserve, and Laudry grabbed what she needed too. Zhang detached herself from where she was doing her best impression of a statue near the closet. Homaj hesitated before going back into the bedroom. He didn't know what Vatrine was currently considering work, whether that was scheming, schmoozing, or actually trying to give Iata some help in running the kingdom. Vatrine had their own vital duties as the truth-spoken heir. Those hadn't become less vital with the reshuffling of power. Vatrine didn't pull out their comm, though, to give any clue to what they'd be doing. They just sat at the table and looked up at Homaj impatiently. He shrugged one of Iata's shrugs when Iata was being too precious about the rules of things and trying to get him to care a bit more. "Just be careful, Vatrine. Please," he said. He meant that. Despite everything, he didn't want to see his sibling dead from carelessness. And Vatrine, he was coming to see, was functioning on a lot more fear and a lot less reason than he was right now. Had Vitrine even allowed themselves to grieve? They'd lost 2 parents and their lover in the span of hours. And if they'd had a hand in all of those deaths? Vitrine's eyes narrowed. You'll have more to do later, Iata. Rest, but be ready to move when I say. Homaj bowed Iata's bow and retreated into the bedroom. He shut the door behind him, and as much as he wanted to lock it, he didn't. It wouldn't be of any use anyway if Vitrine decided to come in. It was their bedroom after all. His stomach, full of food, felt like he'd eaten stones. He brushed his curly hair back from his eyes and itched to let his own mannerisms show through, to be done with being Vitrine, or even Iata, but he couldn't, not even here. Laudry held out a hand to him, and frowning, he took it. May I? She asked. He wasn't entirely sure what she was asking, but when he nodded, warmth flooded into him, like the first magicier had done when he'd made his bid. It was like emerging from a dark room into daylight, warmth on his skin, fortifying his soul. He let out a jagged sob he hadn't been expecting. Zhang hovered, concerned, but not approaching. Laudry tugged him closer, then embraced him, and he felt her radiating strength at him. A deus. He was trying so hard to keep it together. He had to keep it together. She leaned to his ear. Can we talk tonight? All of us. She meant more than her and him and Zhang. She meant Iata, and likely Jalava too. He glanced at the closed but not locked bedroom door. They could go now. Vitrine tended to hyper-focus when they worked, whatever it was they were doing. Would Vitrine expect them to go out through the back corridors? Had that been too easy an opening? But he couldn't stand another moment in this apartment. He had almost died here today, and he wasn't sure his sibling cared. Not for his own life, anyway. At least, not nearly as much as theirs. Even not knowing he was Homaj, even thinking he was Iata. Iata should have counted for so much more than the disregard Vitrine gave him. He sniffed, wiped at his eyes rather than smoothing the tears away with change, and moved to the panel door beside the bed. He pressed the wall to open it. Homaj felt the light tingle in his fingertips of granted entry, but the door caught on something as he pushed it inward. What the hell? He whispered. Laudry moved closer, touched the wall beside his hand, then followed it down to a bolt newly fastened to the bottom of the panel, and the wall beside it, where it would be mostly hidden by the bedside cabinet. At least it wasn't on the outside of the door. This felt like Vitrine's paranoia of someone coming in, not going out. Laudry raised her brows at him, motioning toward the bolt. She could crumble the metal of the bolt. And if she did, and Vitrine saw it, there would be hell to pay. But they had to talk to Iata. Had to. This all had to end soon. Homaj nodded. The bolt dissolved rapidly into flakes of rust, which Laudry scooped up and dumped in a trash bin. We'll hope Iata can find another bolt for us to fasten there, she said. But he heard the implication in her dry tone. If they even came back. He wasn't at all sure that he could. The panel door finally opened, and they all slipped into the back corridors. Chapter 89. All the Pieces. I have spoken with Truth Spoken several times myself. In each instance, I observed perfect control and absolute flawless emotional projection. One of these times, however, was when a Truth Spoken would have otherwise been in extreme emotional distress. Dr. Igni Chang in Truth Spoken Control in the context of emotional intelligence. Homaj pushed open the door to his own bedroom, and Iata was there, arms crossed and glowering to hide his fear. Iata's face cleared as they entered, and he came straight for Homaj when the door closed. "Are you all right? Jalava said you were poisoned." Iata's eyes darted all over, checking for lingering signs. Homaj held up his hands. "I'm fine. I'm tired, but I purged it all." Iata turned to Zhang, who nodded confirmation. Homaj sighed. "Truly, Iata, you can actually take my word for that." He got a small smile out of that. Jalava was also in the bedroom, standing near the door to the prep room. The door was just slightly ajar. Homaj took the barest moment to look around, see the neat and familiar space of his own bedroom, so different from Vatrine's sprawl. Even the bed was made. Home. Home. "I don't know how much time we have," Homaj said. "Let's talk in the prep room. There's more light." He wanted light. Vatrine kept their apartment dimmer than he liked. They'd always had sensitive vision, and he was sick to death of being in twilight as well. He needed to see his own things, his own familiar spaces. He touched the bed covers as they all filed out to the prep room, touched a chair near the door, touched a framed portrait on one wall. "You shouldn't go back," Iata said, "though I know you're going to say you have to. If you have a convincing reason for me not to, other than that it's dangerous, and I don't want to." He sighed. He truly did not want to. Iata frowned at him but didn't produce a more convincing reason. Those two reasons should have been good enough. He knew. "I'm worried, Maja," Iata said. "Very worried." Iata took his seat in Homaj's vanity chair, and when he noticed and started to rise, Homaj waved him back down and took the other. Jalava sat on the low couch on the far wall, and Zhang and Lodri with them. The dampening and scrambling systems were active. Homaj's ears had popped on entering the room. "Okay," Iata said. "What's happened? Everything, please, and I'll tell everything. We need to pull our information together and hope there's enough for a plan." So Homaj started from when he left the palace, going step by step through their search in the city, up until the point where Vatrine had found him again. Then, his agreeing to be Vatrine and coming to the palace. Iata listened with few interruptions, as did Jalava, though Iata twitched when Homaj told of Laguaya's warning. And he grew stormy again when Homaj described the poisoning. Homaj caught everyone up until the last minutes, where he'd left Vatrine in their prep room. And then, it was Iata's turn. Homaj listened intently as Iata described meeting with Laguaya and Abret, and how he'd handled it, running into Eira's in her bedroom, falling asleep in the Seritarchus's study, and meeting with the Truth Speaker today. Iata paused there, looking flushed. He met Homaj's eyes, looked away, met them again, which was a sign of extreme distress for Iata. "Maza, he accepted my bid to rule, my own, legally, though I'm less sure now that I've had time to think about it, that it's an actual legal bid." "It could be," Homaj said. Iata's distress visibly deepened, and Homaj held up his hands. "Sorry. I know. I shouldn't have asked that of you." And he wasn't sure of the hollow feeling in his stomach, as Iata had recounted it. He knew Iata must have overturned his soul to convince the Truth Speaker he was sincere, if he even had. Homaj shook his head. "I shouldn't have asked any of this from you. Adeus. You were shot at." "You were poisoned," Iata countered. "Yes, but I knew what I was doing was dangerous." So did I. Ida's jaw was tight, his whole posture a challenge. Maja, I should be the one taking the risks, not you. He opened his hands. He knew Ida was right, which didn't make anything easier. But he'd been right too, in thinking that agreeing to be Vatrine would yield information he needed. It had given him a lot of pieces to all of this that he wouldn't have had otherwise. Go on, please, he said, and leaned back in the vanity chair. He eyed the couch with its much more comfortable cushions, but he was feeling the exhaustion from all the tension, and from his poisoning and needing to heal, and from going too deep. A deus. Had that all been in one day? He'd slept earlier, but that had been more necessity than true rest. He was afraid if he sat on the couch, he might fall asleep, and he couldn't afford to. Iata recounted the meetings the truth speaker had arranged for him that day, then his meeting Lodri, and the shooting. It was Homaj's turn to start with a boiling rage. Vatrine had just dismissed the shooting like a deus. Vatrine had implied that Lodri should have let him die. And Vatrine had been saying that for him, for Homaj, for their brother. Iata was their brother too. Vatrine knew that. Iata wrapped everything up with how he'd fired Tavan, which Homaj was absolutely in line with, yes, and promoted Jalava, at which Jalava sat stiffly and tried not to look like they were waiting for a blow. Jalava, I approve, Homaj said, too tired to try to soften anything anymore. If I make it through this as the ruler, you're still the guard commander. Jalava looked up, straightened. Yes, Sir Truth Spoken. Then, Ida said, I sent Lodri to you. So now you're here. Now, he was here. All of them. Maybe the only 5 people in this palace, and on this planet, who actually wanted him to rule, and not Vatrine. Well, and maybe the first Magicker could be included in that. But she wasn't here. Okay, Iata said. Now we have everything we've gathered in the open. We should pull it all together and decide what we're going to do with it. Which was interesting, because Ida didn't usually take this much initiative. Iata usually waited for him. But then, Iata had been ruling the kingdom since late yesterday morning. And Homaj had been bumping into things around the city until they'd bumped back. Chapter 90. Drawn Pistols. We have no idea what goes on in the private lives of Truth Spoken, right? Like, we know what they show us, but they're literally trained to lie with every breath. Anonymous 74451-Q3. In the chat sphere Valon City House staff / deep musings. Homaj cleared his throat, and Ida stiffened, chagrined. Homaj quickly waved him down. No. At the moment, you are the interim ruler. You called this meeting. If I gave you the responsibility, the least I can give you is the respect of carrying it out. Iata was looking distinctly uncomfortable. I promise you, Maja, I will give all of this back as soon as you say. Homaj gripped the edge of his seat, rocked forward. I was running, and it was supremely unfair. Iata's gaze dropped to the floor, his near-perfect illusion of being Homaj fully shattered, his posture cowed. A deus. Homaj hadn't meant to do that. He stood, moving carefully toward Iata, who was caving in on himself with every step Homaj took. Brother, Homaj said, and Ida's head snapped up. By rights, if either of us is going to try to rule, this rulership should be yours, not mine, and certainly not Vatrine's. But I know that's not how things work. I know, brother. I know. Ida's eyes filled, and he bit his lip. I'm not trying to take it from you. I don't want it. You do. And we will work that out, okay? If we get through this, if we do end up ruling, it's going to be the both of us, okay? You handled all of this, and I did what I do, which is go find the problems and try to fix them. We'll work it out. But don't for a moment think you shouldn't look at me as an equal. Iata's breath caught, and Homaj was feeling unsteady too, because this was all uncharted space. He wasn't at all used to having a brother, not especially the one he'd already had. Slowly, Iata nodded, and he didn't drop his chin again, and his mannerisms didn't go back to Homaj's yet either, but stayed solidly his own. Homaj nodded, and feeling lightheaded, he backtracked to the vanity chair and sat down again. All right. Yes, he said. We need a plan. There was a soft chime, an alert from the prep room's security system. Iata pulled out his comm. Someone's in the bedroom. Jalava and Zhang were up first, taking positions to cover the bedroom door. It's Iris, Iata said, and was striding toward the door himself. She touched the door handle. It's reading as her, though it might not be. Jalava held out their arm to bar him. Back, truth spoken. Homaj's brows shot up, but then, Iata was still him. Was still, until Homaj took his own identity back, the interim ruler. Iata drew up short, glanced at Homaj, looked like he wanted to be chagrined again, but he set his jaw and apparently decided not to be. Iata was the Ceratarchus personality, not him. Zhang opened the door. Eris froze mid-knock, taking all of them in at a glance. Her gaze riveted to Homaj, but he wasn't carrying Vatrine's or Iata's mannerisms just now, and he rippled through a short series of his own tells. Her shoulders relaxed, just a fraction. Her hand, which had been hovering near a hip holster, eased down as she noted Jalava's and Zhang's drawn pistols. It looks like I came at a good time, she said. She was, mostly, herself, with some of her more notable features pushed farther away from her usual preferences. She looked like Eris to his eyes, but not necessarily a Rhialden. And what did a Rhialden look like, really? But what they all agreed a Rhialden should look like, and then changed themselves to fit. May I come in? Eris asked, gesturing inside. Yes, Iata said, back to being Homaj again, and waved Jalava and Zhang back. Eris stepped inside, this time focusing on Jalava. You're the new palace guard commander. Jalava jerked a nod. Yes. Truth spoke. Eris made a warning gesture. No, do not call me that. She rounded on Homaj, advancing, and Zhang pulled up her pistol again, though she didn't quite aim it. She'd be aiming in his direction. What are you doing, Maja? Adeus. What are you possibly doing as Vatrine? Was that you at the palace all day today? Her voice rose at this, nearly hysterical. She brushed her bright blonde hair behind her ear, gripped the back of her neck in obvious distress. And where's Vatrine? Their guard, Lieutenant Sarah. Eris flinched at that, sucked in a sharp breath. Iata stepped closer to Homaj, too, his posture protective. What? What about Lieutenant? Sarah? Eris bottled up. Homaj watched her zip up her emotions, letting none of them show, even to truth-spoken trained senses. Then she let it all out again. He had a premonition of disaster, a rippling chill up his arms, and he almost almost, told her to stop, begged her not to tell him what he didn't want to know. Eris said, "Vatrine killed Gina Sarah yesterday morning. It's what made Shavi Birka bolt." And saying this, she deflated. She looked around her, pulled over a dressing stool, and sat, face in her hands. Homaj turned to Iata, who was looking back, eyes sharp and bright. They both, slowly, approached Eris. Chapter 91. Arrest Me. The checks and balances in the truth-spoken system are vital to the functioning of the kingdom. If a truth-spoken does something unconscionable, the truth speaker can remove them, and the same for a truth speaker. Dr. T. Dosella in the truth-spoken system, a varied analysis. "What happened?" Ida asked softly. "Eras." She sat up straight, pointed at Ita. "Don't you dare ask if I'm okay. Either of you." "I wasn't going to," Homaj said, but there was too much of Vatrine's tone lingering in his voice, and his voice itself was still Vatrine's. Eras flinched back. "Adeus, Maja. Do something different," she said. "Something distinctive. I can't." He shared another look with Ida. He'd known Vatrine didn't get along with Eris, and he'd experienced how Vatrine related to Ida as a blood servant. But this kind of reaction, this was a trauma reaction, an abuse reaction. Yeah, that did square. Homaj strode into the closet, quickly rummaging through racks until he pulled out a black embroidered coat that Vatrine would never wear, but was all him. Then he reached for a hat that was on a rack used for various personas. It was a bright orange, ridiculous thing, something one of the more ostentatious nobles might wear. He'd never found an occasion to wear it, but it made him smile. He put it on and was rewarded by a choke of laughter from Iris as he walked out, even as she looked to be biting back tears. Homaj picked through pieces of various personas as he retrieved the vanity chair to sit closer to Eris. He shifted his bearing and walked accordingly. Everything, absolutely everything non-threatening. He shifted his accent to the one he'd used yesterday as lieutenant. Ran, because he was still tired. It was at hand, and it was a familiar enough accent in the palace. Iris watched him and finally nodded. Then she swiveled around to Jalava. "You're going to arrest me for this." Jalava looked grim. "Sir, I'll reserve judgment until I have all the facts." Jalava had come closer now, too, as had Zhang. Laudry was still hanging back, but now Iris pointed to her. "And them?" "I don't know them, though if they're here and inside a dampening field, I assume you think they're trustworthy." "Magica Ramanatra, she and her," Laudry said quietly, and stood. "I can witness for you, if you'd like." Eris's breath caught, but she shook her head. "No. Let me get this out first." Laudry nodded and sat back down. "Eris," Iata said, "why would Vatrine kill one of their guards?" She closed her eyes, her hands slowly kneading together. "I told you the truth speaker was blackmailing me. I told Vatrine this 5 days ago, hoping for an ally. I debated on if I should take this to them or the Ceratarchus." She opened her eyes. Vatrine was livid, but for all the wrong reasons. They were absolutely furious that I was their sibling. Her mouth pulled tight. That fight wasn't pretty. I did heal the bruises. "Adeus," Homaj said, then shut his mouth as she flinched again. He might be using a different accent, but his voice was still Vatrine's, and he wished desperately just now that it was not. But he didn't dare try to dip into a trance and miss what Eris was saying, not with something as delicate as a voice. "So," Eris said, gathering herself. "So." Vatrine decided that they were going to use the fact that the truth speaker was blackmailing me to blackmail the truth speaker into supporting their marriage to Lord Burka. This, of course, backfired. The truth speaker had been trying to maneuver Vatrine for a while now to move up their agenda for social reforms, trying to convince Vatrine that they needed to marry and then force the Saratarchus to retire, with the goal that Vatrine would be ever more under the truth speaker's control. I don't know how far Vatrine got with all of this. They had been getting more aggressive with their push for social reforms and meeting with Aduel more often, but they disagreed strongly over Vatrine's need to marry and have heirs. Vatrine wanted to marry Lord Burka, while Aduel was pushing for them to marry the Javieri prince, Eroikan. Eris's voice grew hoarse and she paused. "I need something to drink." Zhang retrieved a water bottle from a cabinet, and Eris took it, taking a long swig that Homaj suspected was to stall more than anything else. But he didn't press. Neither did Iata. They all waited until Eris capped the lid again, took a breath. So, Vatrine thought in this whole scheme with Aduel that they could use my new information as leverage. What actually happened, I think, was Aduel realized that he wouldn't be able to control Vatrine. "So, Aduel killed our parents?" Iata asked. She looked away. "That's my guess, though I don't have proof or know for sure. But if he was trying to escalate, to either force Vatrine to fall into line and become his puppet out of fear, or maybe eliminate Vatrine as well, and then try to control one of us." She shrugged. "The results are the same." "Vatrine said Aduel was trying to kill them," Homaj said. Iris didn't flinch this time, but she turned her hard stare on him. "Why are you Vatrine, Maja? That is the very last person you should be." Chapter 92. The Confession. I was never taught compassion, not by my fathers, not by the truth speaker, not by the guards or the nobility or anyone around me. Kindness sometimes, but not compassion. Truth spoken aren't supposed to need or want compassion. Why, after all, would we want for anything? Homaj Rhialden, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change Dialogues. "I'm Vatrine because I wanted answers," Homaj said, and then shrugged. "And it sort of accidentally happened, and I ran with it." Eris sighed. "Aelorius. Yeah. Change as soon as you can. I am fairly sure Aduel wants Vatrine dead. They aren't wrong to be afraid." "But does Aduel want me dead?" Iata asked. "I'm playing into his hands." "Yes, and a deus why. Iata, that's why I came, to warn you. I thought I had warned you." "I was trying to find out more," Iata said, catching Homaj's eye. He rubbed at his own eyes. "All right. So, Aduel probably killed our parents, or had them killed. He has any number of the staff under his extortion. He wants power for himself. Likely wants Vatrine dead because they weren't controllable like he thought." "Yes." "Yes," Eris agreed. "And when we went to Aduel yesterday morning, it was Vatrine, me, Xavi, and Laterne Sarah as guard." She shook her head. "No, wait, I should back up. When I came to Vatrine with my information, Xavi was there. I tried to get Vatrine alone, to talk alone, but they wouldn't have it. and they insisted I tell them what I'd come to talk about. They knew it was important. They could read that in me. I know I shouldn't have, but you know, Vatrin. So I said what I needed to say in front of Lord Burka. The pieces he'd been missing, that had been hovering just out of grasp, were starting to fit into place. And Homaj felt sick at the picture they were painting. Iris twisted the water bottle between her hands. So when we went to the truth speaker, Vatrin insisted that Lord Burka be there as both participant and witness, and Lieutenant Sarah be there for protection. They knew they were on dangerous ground. They just thought they could outsmart Adewell at his own game, and maybe if it had been anyone other than Adewell, they could have. And then it more imploded than exploded. Vatrin made their threats, and Adewell countered them. Adewell listed a lot of small things Vatrin had been doing to hone in on the Seritarchus' power, and together, it was all very damning. Lord Burka wanted to go. I wanted to go, and Sarah was just doing their duty. But Vatrin said we should stay, and all be witnesses to this wreck of a conversation. Then maybe they realized they were outclassed because they suddenly pulled back, hustled us all out and into the back corridors. She swallowed, looked up. We went to a safe house in the city, so Vatrin could think, because they knew the truth speaker would try to escalate somehow. I knew that, too. We were all in trouble. I wanted to go to the Seritarchus, but Vatrin didn't, mostly because their own scheming would come out. And then Sarah got the news about the assassinations. Adeus, it was bad. Homaj's throat had been closing all throughout this account, but he choked now, went for water of his own. Eras hadn't wanted Laudry to witness her truth. Did that mean she was spinning this the way she wanted? Was that possible? The pain in her voice was there. Oh, Adeus. It was there. From every sign he could see, she was sincere. And normally, his own training and gut on this would be enough. But Eras was Ivaku trained. Iras was older even, more experienced. And she was obviously not a fan of Vatrin. Was she trying to bring them down the only way she could? Could she have possibly killed their parents, all just to set Vatrin up to fall? Had it been that bad? He glanced at Iata, whose face was openly troubled. Homaj asked, "Who bought the gun? You or Vatrin?" Eras stilled, just for a heartbeat, and she recovered quickly. But it was there. She looked around at them all, her face hardening again, then pointed to Laudry. You have an aura." Laudry's expression was unyielding, but she stood, green rippling around her as she joined them all standing around Eras. She held out her hand. This time, Eras took it, eyes locked on Laudry's. Laudry's whole body tensed, and Homaj wondered just what she was sensing from Eras. It couldn't be good. But Laudry's brow crinkled too, and that was empathy. Eras said, "Vatrin bought the gun. I fired it on their orders. Fuck the stars, but yes, they did order the death of the person they wanted to marry." Homaj swallowed convulsively before he got a hold of his body's reactions again. "Why?" Iata asked. He was holding his arms tightly to himself now, and Homaj wasn't much better. Why would they kill? That was their entire point with Adewell, wasn't it? That they wanted to marry Lord Burka. Iris nodded. But in the truth speaker's office, Xavi heard too much. And when the Seritarchus was assassinated, Lieutenant Sarah wanted Vatrin to go back to the palace, tell everything to Commander Tevin, and have the truth speaker arrested. Which would have been a good plan, maybe. Except Vatrin was sure the truth speaker would make it look like Vatrin had killed the Seritarchus, and present the proof of all the little things they and the truth speaker had been leading up to, leaving out, of course, the truth speaker's part in it. Aduel wasn't the only one with staff on his payroll. He taught Vatrine how to use the staff too, and even some of the guards. Every word was a stab. Every word. Truth tumbling out, and a look to Lodri verified that with her nod. So, Vatrine couldn't go to Tavan, Eris said, her voice tight and pained. And I'm not sure Tavan wasn't on Aduel's payroll too. Well, or blackmail list, either or. Maybe even Vatrine's. Tavan does have a family, 2 spouses and 3 children between them. So Vatrine killed Lieutenant Sarah to prevent them from going to Tavan? Iata asked. Eris looked down. Yes, and Lord Burka wasn't a fool. He knew he was in over his head from the moment I told Vatrine what I knew. A deus, if I'd only kept my mouth shut, or gone to the Ceratarchus with this instead. Our father knew someone was working against him at the palace, Homaj said. I met a source in the city who said that the Ceratarchus suspected someone. He briefly debated telling her about Wyan, but held back. Despite what she was saying now, despite Lodri verifying it as true, he wasn't sure he could trust Eris, not with someone else's life. She was desperate, and he knew not to trust desperation. 2 someones, Eris agreed. To start with. Dozens or hundreds of someones when you count who they have under their control. And you? Iata asked. What did you want to do? Go to Tavan. She looked exhausted, slumping in her seat, tapping the half-empty water bottle against her knee. Her hands still gripped Lodri's, but the tension had gone slack. I couldn't. I would have had to explain what started this all, and that would implicate me as well, wouldn't it? As the oldest. Homaj wanted to march to the Idaeum right now and haul Aduel out by his throat, or to Vatrine's apartment and do the same. No, he wasn't a violent person, and this would certainly not be solved with more violence. Lord Burka fled the safe house after Vatrine shot Sarah, but Chavi wasn't going to get out of there alive, even if he hadn't fled. I knew that when Vatrine bought the gun. They said it was for protection, but I knew it was more. A deus. I just knew. Then they ordered me to. They threatened me. She shook her head, held up her free hand. It was a short fight. I caught up to Chavi, and I did it, because the Chavi knew about me too, and you probably should arrest me for that, Commander Jalava. Chapter 93. Adapting in the Moment. A comedy unending in the ever-present vector. The motion is what killed you. The motion is what killed you. The anti-spin connection in their hit single, The Motion is what killed you. You were given an order, Homaj said. Eris shifted. Yes, but I'm as like to truth spoken, and you know that. We were in the city. I could have found a way to disappear. Ida cocked his head. Why didn't you? I was going to. I really was, after Chavi's. She stopped, and it was Lodri who drew a sharp breath. She needs a minute. Yeah. Homaj could guess she did. He rubbed at his face, and it didn't help. Didn't help any of this. True, he asked. He didn't want to, but he had to. Yes, Lodri said, to the best of her knowledge. There is some variance, but that's normal human perception. I witness this as her truth. Will you witness it again? Iris asked, staring up at Laudry. In public. Legal and admissible. I'm not sealed, Laudry said. I'm not registered, and I'm not even a citizen. I manifested young, and my mother... She stopped, shaking her head. I can't do this for you legally, but my mother would. Anya Norin. Eris's expression rippled through annoyance, disappointment, and settled on hope. If some of the bleakest hope Homaj had ever seen. Sister, Homaj ventured, and she held up a sharp hand. Don't! He shut his mouth. He didn't know if it was still his Vatrinness, or just too many wounds around all of this. He didn't want to add to them. She locked eyes with Iata. I came back, I told myself, to get my calm. I just wanted to take some of the good memories with me. I'd just lost my parents, too, even though they never... She shivered with a sob, gulped, went on. Iata, when I saw you, I knew you were getting caught in Adewale's web. So I warned you, but you didn't listen. That was my fault, Homaj said, and I am sorry for it. Ida's lips were pulled tight. Adewale formally witnessed my own bid to rule. Eris swore, swiping at her eyes. She jumped off the stool, shaking her hand free from Laudry's. Then I don't know if I can help you. Either of you. Any of us. You can, Iata said. I think we have all the information we need now. Enough at least to discredit both Vatrine and the Truth Speaker, if not outright arrest them. And maybe we can, if Jalava's the commander of the Palace Guard, though making it stick without an outcry will be hard. But we can verify all of this through the first Magicker, at least as much as we're able to. I don't think we should say anything about who you and I are, that we're full siblings. Magicker testimony can't overthrow Adewale or Vatrine. It's not enough, Eris said, and she just sounded tired now. You can't go up against Adewale. He will win. He's already winning. Iata, everything you did today, everything public that made it into the feeds, he will use that. Whatever you've said to him, he will use that. All of it. But Vatrine doesn't know who I am, Homaj said. They think I'm Iata. Eris spread her arms wide, in defeat or exasperation. He didn't know. All right, she said. Yeah, that is making more sense now. Hell and all the holy mandates, Homaj. We can win this, Iata said, standing too. And so did Homaj. We have to. And I think we can win this by playing Vatrine and Adewale against each other. I have Adewale's ear at the moment. I'm not sure I actually have his trust, but I at least have his ear. Maja, you have Vatrine's. We tell each of them something implicating the other. We bring everyone together, get the first Magicker to witness. We record what we can if we can, though that might not be possible. We get one of them to break and implicate the other. Then it will all spiral down. That won't happen, Eris said. Adewale won't break anyway. Vatrine might, Homaj said. They've been showing signs of extreme strain. Eris nodded. Yeah, they would be. Some heat was coming back into her voice again now, and it was so much better than all the pain. Homaj nodded as he thought this through. Let the idea continue to bloom. Nothing too public. Intimate only with those already involved. That would make tempers more likely to flare, tongues to loosen. And if no one broke, if they gave up their only advantages and this all spiraled out of control, well, at the rate things were going, Neither he nor Iata would live through the week unless they also fled for their own lives, in which case Aduel and Vatrine would still win, or one would kill the other. All of which was chaos for the kingdom. It would certainly cause economic upheaval, political upheaval, and might even bleed into civil war. "Tomorrow," he said, "at 10, in the North Hall. It's small enough to be intimate, big enough to seem more official all around, and play to big egos." Ares snorted. "Can you be there?" Iata asked Ares. "Can you change, maybe, into one of my guards?" Ares narrowed her eyes. "I'm not sure that is a good idea. Vatrine would be able to spot me, certainly, and Aduel. But I will change anyway." Homaj nodded. "I'd better get back." He still didn't know if Vatrine had set a trap for him, wanting him to leave. Adeus. He didn't know what would be waiting for him when he returned, and his mind was so stuffed and so tired that he wasn't sure how well he could improvise if he had to. But he had to go. This didn't have a chance if he wasn't there to get Vatrine to come to the North Hall. If Iata tried to summon Vatrine as the ruler, they might ignore it as a power move, or avoid it as an assassination attempt. Iata looked like he wanted to argue. He so badly looked like he wanted to grab Homaj and stuff him into a closet and not let him go back to Vatrine. Or to being Vatrine. Homaj would agree to something like that. Adeus. He so badly didn't want to go back, too. Especially with what he knew now. But he had to go. "Yes, go," Iata said, deliberately pressing open palms to his sides, one of Homaj's calming gestures. "Jalava and I will keep working this out." He stepped toward Homaj, lifted off the ridiculous orange hat, didn't quite smile. Homaj shrugged out of the coat and handed it over as well. "Ruler's passcode," Iata said. "I gave you yesterday's this morning." He leaned forward and repeated what they'd done earlier that day, with Homaj memorizing the code. Iata nodded and stepped back. "Be careful, Maja." "Adeus. You too." Motion. They were in some kind of motion, and if it wasn't yet a solid plan, well, he was an Ialorius personality. He thrived on adapting in the moment. So maybe he would be okay. He could lean into that, pivot as needed. "Tomorrow at 10, then," he said. If nothing drastic happened to stop it, Adeus helped them all. Chapter 94. The Housing Block. I'd swear there are places in the palace courtyard where the ground feels more hollow than others. Anonymous. 03487-J5 in the chat sphere. I'm at the palace. Now what? In the back corridors outside his apartment, Homaj stopped Lodri and Zhang. "I want to go to the Adayam," he said in a low voice. Zhang exchanged glances with Lodri. "I want to talk to Sior Gatri," he said. I know we should get back, but we need more help than this. I'm not intending to take on the Truth Speaker tonight, if that's what you're wondering. And if I'm seen by the Truth Speaker, then let him think Vatrine is plotting against him. And if he knows who you are and outs you," Zhang asked, her voice equally low. "Like he did before." He opened his hands, closed them again. "You're talking about the Assistant Truth Speaker?" Lodri asked. "Truth Speaker in training, yes. She seemed to be on our side before. My side, at least. She wasn't happy that Aduel outed me in public." "But you want me to read her?" Lodri asked. I'm happy to help, but the more people who know I'm a magicker." He moved closer to her because he knew his voice would want to rise, and he could not afford that here in the back corridors. Speaking even now was a risk. "I know. Laudry, I know. But if we take Adewell down, Seor is it. She's the only truth speaker in training we have. Beyond her, I will need to help train the new truth speaker, because no one else in the kingdom knows more about Ivaku than Adewell. Even the head speakers in other cities and other worlds." "I don't like this," Zhang whispered. "We're already risking much by being away from Vitrine's room. They might find the crumbled bolt. They might have planted it just to see what we'd do with it. Is there any other way you can get Vitrine to come tomorrow without going back?" Homaj's brows twitched. He'd forgotten to ask Iata if he had another bolt. No, of course Iata didn't have a bolt. Homaj knew every centimeter of that apartment, and knew there were no analog bolts anywhere in it. That was Vitrine's paranoia, not his own. Fuck. And he knew Zhang was right, but he also knew this needed to be done. He had to know if he could trust Seor or not, and trust her too, to witness that the truth speaker was corrupt. If he didn't have that from her, maybe none of this would work. "I'll go with you," Laudry said, watching him, and she wasn't asking. But he knew that all of her help was contingent on him making some drastic reforms around magicker quality of life. No, not contingent. She wasn't holding this over him. She was pleading for him to win this bid. She was giving him every chance she could, all of it at high risk to herself. He nodded, glanced to Zhang, who grudgingly nodded. He led them all through the back corridors, to the tunnels beneath the courtyard that would take them to the Adeum. Zhang had her pistol out the whole way, whether she thought they might run into Eris again, or someone else. He wasn't sure, but he didn't tell her to put it away. In the tunnels under the Adeum, Homaj had to stop and get his bearings for where Seor would be staying. The truth speaker himself had a separate residence behind the Adeum, and then there was the housing block for the speakers. Seor was a speaker, yes, but the highest ranking among them. He'd never needed to seek out her personal quarters before, though. And was there a possibility Seor wouldn't be there, would still be at the Adeum, either in meetings with Adewell or doing her own work? "Laudry," he said softly as he guided them toward the housing block. "We're behind the Adeum. We're headed to another building where the speakers live. There's an exit and a maintenance closet. If you go out through the exit, do you think you can detect where Seor is, if she has as much command of Ivaku as I do? Would she read as truth spoken to your senses?" Laudry tilted her head back and forth, weighing his words maybe, or maybe trying to sense from here. She pointed ahead. A dais. She had range. "She's in that direction, unless that's the truth speaker." "No, that is the housing block." "Okay. There's another exit that's on that other side of the building, in a bathroom. We'll use that one. I'd like you to please go to her room and knock on her door and say that Homaj wishes to see her, and you'll bring her back to the palace. She will be able to read that the first statement is true, and the second is not." "So then where will you take her?" Laudry asked. "There's an underground garage on the other side of the courtyard tunnels, accessible only to truth-spoken and blood servants. We'll go there. It's the safest place I can think of at the moment to talk." Laudry nodded, then passed him between the narrow concrete walls and began leading the way. He had to unlock a door going up into the housing block, but he followed her up a steep flight of stairs to the entirely other side of the housing block he'd thought Seor would be. Beside him, Zhang's tension was mounting. So was his own. He'd go get Seor himself, but he knew Vatrine showing up here just now would be a disaster, especially if Seor wasn't, after all, on his side. If he'd read her wrong. Or if the truth speaker had threatened her in the meantime, and she couldn't go against Adwell. They reached a narrow landing with a locked panel door at the end, the space just big enough for the three of them if they pressed close together. Homaj stretched around Laudry to touch the scan plate. He wondered if he'd need Ida's ruler's code, and if he'd need to change his hand back to his own DNA. But no, the door unlocked. The dim back corridor lights went out when the door opened, leaving them in the dark, save for a crack of light around the panel door. He held up a hand before he pushed the door open. It would lead to a stall in a communal bathroom. Laudry said, "No one's in there." He nodded and pushed in the panel door. Laudry slipped through the narrow door into the empty stall, edging past the toilet. The bathroom lights were dim for the night. "She's one room over. I'll come back quickly if I can." Homaj nodded, then retreated and pulled the panel door as shut as he could, and still have it open for Laudry to return. If someone came inside in the meantime, he'd close it and let Laudry knock. But this was better if she had to come back through quickly. They waited. Zhang shifted beside him, restless but alert. His fingers fidgeted with the hem of the long tunic he wore, playing with the beaded trim, then turned one of Vatrine's rings over and over on his finger. He wanted that coat and orange hat again. Anything, absolutely anything, to push him away from Vatrine. Adeus. He wanted this to be over. Zhang's breaths seemed too loud in the cramped dark space. His own weren't much better, and he consciously slowed his heart rate, slowed and steadied his breathing. He heard the outer bathroom door bang open, and he tensed. 2 sets of footsteps. He didn't know Laudry well enough yet to identify her walk, but he did know Seor. And was that walk hers? The steps echoed on the tiled floor, both sets running together. Then the stall with the panel door opened. The steps came straight for the door he stood behind, and that had to be Laudry. Zhang holstered her pistol. It would do no good in this tight space. He saw the barest glint of her uniform buttons, the blue of her hair, in the sliver of light from the edge of the panel door. She moved toward the door, pushing him back, and he didn't protest. He himself tensed to run back down the stairs behind them, knowing Zhang would buy him time. He hated the thought, but knew its necessity. He knew what hung on his survival. The door swung open. Chapter 95. Live. The regard of someone who trusts you is worth 1,000 times more than the regard of someone who doesn't. Unknown, colloquial saying. Homaj caught Laudry's scent as she stepped onto the cramped landing. Ida's shampoo she must have showered in his washroom. And then he saw a glimpse of Seor's dark, glossy hair pulled up into a tail before the panel door shut behind her. He had to take a step back onto the stairs so they all could fit. The dim lights in the back corridors flickered on. Seor stared down at him, and he stared back up at her. He wasn't trying to be Vatrine just now, but he also wasn't broadcasting his own tells. He was almost certain Laudry hadn't told Seor he'd be Vatrine. Did she already know? Did the truth speaker? But he saw the subtle signs of Seor's tension easing as she marked who he was. No, she hadn't known. And that was step 1 accomplished. He led them all back down into the tunnels beneath the Adayam complex, then under the courtyard, and to a small underground garage with electric bikes and racks. Not the same one he'd taken Zhang to the day before. Zhang looked around as they entered the garage, eyes sweeping everything. "No one here," Lodri said. "Can we talk?" Seor reached for a pocket on her shirt. Zhang's hand twitched toward her pistol, and Seor paused. "A dampener. I've been carrying one since yesterday, anticipating you'd track me down at some point." A dais, had she? Homaj, momentarily thrown, surveyed Seor's appearance, dressed down for the night, yes, but not in any way disheveled. It was late, but she hadn't been disrupted from sleep. "You have one of the smaller apartments?" he asked. "You could have one of the much larger ones on the other side of the building." She shrugged. "I don't like moving. I stayed where I first started. It suits me fine." She clicked on the dampener, and Homaj's ears pressurized, then popped as the field went up around them. If Adewel had managed to gain access to the back corridors, through coercing Iris or Vatrin or even Tavan, he could have bugs here, his own cameras. Or Vatrin could have their own bugs. That was certainly possible. He didn't have his bug-sniffing lip gloss with him. But Homaj needed to not be Vatrin just now. Not for this. He had to take the risk. "You're in danger," Seor said. "A lot of danger. You and Iata both. I'm assuming you know what he's been doing and approve." "Yes, right. But you're in the most danger just now, I think. I didn't know that you were Vatrin. Have you been all day?" "Yes. I was Vatrin in truth at their bid, at their request. They think I'm Iata." Seor swore softly, her brow furrowing as she studied him. "I don't think Adewel knows. You haven't been in his sight yet, and you exited the reception hall this morning, before he came in." Her gaze flicked to Lodri. "I don't know your companion." "Lodri Veraminatra," Lodri said. "I'm a magicker." "She is the daughter of the first magicker," Homaj added. "They support me in my bid." Lodri didn't let her aura flare, but she did hold out her hand. Seor took it, no hesitation. "Where are your loyalties, Seor Gatri?" Lodri asked, before he could more diplomatically get around to asking the same thing. "To the kingdom," Seor said promptly. "To those sanctioned by a dais to rule it. And no, that is not Adewel. He has broken that sanction and that trust. I have suspicions." "We have confirmations," Homaj broke in, and Seor's gaze snapped back to him. "Do you?" she said, and there was a dangerous edge there, not, he thought, aimed at him. "No tangible proof," he said, "yet, but we have a witness around that proof, enough to have Adewel arrested, and Alava will certainly arrest him." "Enough to make that arrest stick?" Seor asked. "If the high houses in the General Assembly demand his release." "I think so. Maybe." A dais, if Adewel had some of the heads of high houses under his blackmail control too, that could get ugly. Homaj couldn't think about that now. There was nothing he could do about that now. "Arresting Vatrin might be trickier," he said, "but also, I think, not impossible." Vatrin had their own allies among the high houses, and would that be a problem? Almost certainly. But Homaj was an Iolorius personality. He would assess and adapt. He would find a way. He had to. Seor slowly nodded. Emotions, briefly, flickered across her features, too fast to fully read. and then her face showed the emotion he knew she wanted it to show. Rage. A righteous fury. "You have my loyalty, Homaj," she said. "You've had it all along. All of it that I can give that isn't fully given to a deus. I'll be your balance. You be mine." He swallowed but nodded. The truth-spoken ruler wasn't positioned over the truth-speaker. They were a balance to each other. Secular ruler and religious ruler. Seor was as much as making her own bid to rule just now. "True," Laudry said. "You have my witness." And she let go of Seor's hand. That letting go was as much a witness as anything else. Laudry didn't feel she needed to read Seor any further. "Then you have my loyalty as well, Seor Guthrie," he said. "I'll be your balance too. You'll be mine." He paused, letting his own rage, for just that moment, surge. "And we'll take down these fuckers who killed my parents. We'll take them down." Seor gave a small smile, and that was done. Not an official ceremony, not officially sanctioned words. But he had his truth speaker, if he could take down the old one. And she had her Ceratarchus, if he could manage that too. "What do you need from me?" she asked. He thought quickly. "Iata and I are both going to maneuver Aduel and Vatrine to the North Hall tomorrow morning at 10. If for some reason Aduel doesn't want to come from Iata's prompting, make sure he comes. On my end, I don't know how it will go with Vatrine yet tonight, if they'll discover I've been out." "Then don't go back." "I have to, Seor. I have to. I haven't figured out any other way that Vatrine wouldn't discard. This doesn't work if Vatrine thinks I'm working against them. And what excuse will you give if they find you're not there? They're expecting you to be there. How long have you been gone?" He shrugged. "Too long. They might already be searching for me. I'll tell them that Homaj, summoned me. Or maybe that I was worried and wanted to see him after the attack on his life." "Adeus, Maja." Her voice cracked, and that break in her normally rigid control nearly broke him. "I'll figure it out, Seor. I can adapt, and I have Jong and Laudry with me if I need to escape." Seor gripped his shoulder, gave a fortifying squeeze. For him or for her, he wasn't sure. "And if Vatrine panics and flees tonight," she asked, "will that change your plans?" He glanced to Jong, and she looked expectantly back. He was still not used to having to make decisions that broadly changed lives, not on this sort of scale. He'd been trying not to do that these last few years. "Yes," he said. "If that happens, we'll figure it out." He shifted, and Seor let go. "Okay. Then if you're with us, we should go. Be there at 10 tomorrow." She nodded once. "We will be. But if we're not, do you have a second time to meet?" They hadn't thought of that. 4 in the afternoon, and I guess we should change the location if that happens. The Lavender Hall, if we miss 10. That time before dinner would likely hold the least amount of scheduling overlap. He would have to stop by Iata's, his apartment again, to quickly coordinate that. But he knew to his bones that they would only have one chance at this. Everything else was moving too fast, and the assassins had already made their second and third moves. Seor bowed a shallow bow to him, and he returned it. "Be careful, Maja," she said. "I'd very much like you to live to actually rule. I'll see you tomorrow." Chapter 96. Back. How do truth-spoken deal with their own pains? Do they have vices? Surely some of them have vices. Sinander, vid commentator, in a viral vid on their feed. His second meeting with Iata that night was a terse conversation held just inside his bedroom. Facts exchanged, anxious looks hidden as well as they could be. Iata was fully Homaj again now. Homaj easing himself back into Iata being Vatrine. One last night. One last night. And then whatever happened tomorrow would happen. But Adeus, he did have to get through the rest of this night. He had to get past whatever would happen next with Vatrine. I sent Yalava to Vatrine, Iata said, just after you left. I had a feeling you would go to Seor. Sent Yalava to do what? Homaj asked, his tone waspishly Vatrine's. He closed his eyes, opened them to Iata's tight and knowing smile. To interrogate Lieutenant Sarah about your poisoning. That was, an hour and a half ago. They haven't come back. Iata opened his hands. You might need to rescue them. And that was an unsettling thought. Now, Homaj slowly opened the panel door into Vatrine's bedroom. He waited, listening. Behind him, Zhang pressed close, trying to see around him. She hadn't won the argument to go first this time either. Vatrine was much more likely to shoot her than they were to shoot him. He was mostly sure of that, but he heard nothing. The bedroom was still night dim, still messy. Had he really been gone an hour and a half? No, more. And Vatrine hadn't noticed? Was Jalava still out there? Had Jalava taken Lieutenant? Sarah somewhere else? Surely Vatrine would protest, or be suspicious, if Jalava marched them off. Adeus, surely Jalava wouldn't even attempt it, knowing who Vatrine really was. Jalava was not good at this sort of pageantry, but Jalava was, he'd seen, good at moving into Job mode. Would he step into the prep room and find... What? He paused, listening again. Zhang and Laudry entered the bedroom behind him, Laudry silently shutting the panel door. He heard nothing. He leaned close to Laudry. Is anyone in the apartment? How many? 2, she said. They're not in the prep room, though, but farther out. The sitting room, then? That would be smart on Jalava's part. If Vatrine had gone out to meet Jalava, and they would have been curious for news themselves. So that was likely. Meeting in the sitting room wouldn't have allowed Vatrine to call for or try to wake their truth-spoken, without arousing suspicion of their own guilt and wanting to dodge the interrogation. It was, after all, an investigation into an assassination attempt by someone who'd had access to the truth spoken. And Jalava was the commander of the palace guard and had that right to question. It might not be standard practice for Jalava to interrogate a guard in a truth-spoken's apartment, but there were a lot of reasons why they could justify that right now. It is Vatrine and Jalava. Can you tell for sure? He asked. A truth spoken. Yes, Vatrine, and a non-truth spoken. Who feels like Jalava? There is a directness to their soul essence that isn't common. Good. Adeus. So Jalava was still doing what they'd come to do. Had they been out there grilling Vatrine as Sarah all this time, with Vatrine unable to shake them off without breaking character? Homaj took a breath, checked Iata's personality around himself, and checked Vatrine's own personality. He'd let it slip a little in the time it had taken to come back here from talking with Iata. Pulling Vatrine back around himself was just that unpalatable. He moved around the bed, opened a dresser that he knew would hold underwear and nightclothes, and pulled out a knee-length satin nightgown. He shrugged out of his coat and started to undress. then stopped when he remembered the impossible row of buttons up the back of his tunic. "Jong," he said quietly, "help me out of this monstrosity of a tunic." She moved and fumbled at the buttons, finally finding a flow. Laudry stepped up and started undoing them downward as Jong went upward. Out of the tunic, he stripped quickly from there and dressed in the nightclothes. "Laudry, go to bed in Eris's room. You were asleep. Jong, you were guarding me, so you were awake. You knew the commander was here, but were under orders not to wake me because of the poisoning earlier. Me. I was restless and demanded to know what was happening, and you told me. I'm going to make sure nothing is wrong, because as Iata, I'm concerned about Vatrine's safety, and as Vatrine, about the new guard commander grilling one of my guards." It was a complex flow of motivations, but they both nodded, and Laudry strode toward the blood servant's bedroom. Homaj checked his body, and carefully let more of the exhaustion he'd been keeping at bay show. Let it thicken his voice. He ran both hands through his hair to muss it before trying hastily to fix it again. He glanced at Jong in the dim light. She nodded. He moved with sleep clumsiness toward the door and flung it open, then strode through the prep room and flung that door open as well. "What's going on?" he demanded, crossing the hall to the sitting room beyond it. He squinted for real into the brighter light of the sitting room lamps. The air was cool on his bare legs beneath the knees. Jalava, who'd been sitting in a wingback chair across from a very angry Vatrine on the couch, stood. "Truth spoken. Forgive me. I was hoping not to wake you." "Well, you did." Homaj strode over to them, peering down at Vatrine, not bothering to hide his annoyance. Vatrine stood as well, mostly failing at keeping their own temper from showing. They hadn't been able to break character even a little here, not when the sitting room was under surveillance. Not if they wanted everyone to continue to believe that Homaj was Vatrine, and that had meant obeying the commander of the palace guard's orders and letting themselves be questioned. He was witnessing a deadlocked war zone here. "Commander Jalava has been questioning me, at length, about the poisoning, and about anything I knew about the assassinations. Sir, truth spoken. Which, of course, I knew nothing. They would not let me wake you." Homaj inwardly winced at this speech. That was coming dangerously close, on Vatrine's part, to gross insubordination, to breaking their character, and to implicating some kind of guilt from their choice of words. Had this interrogation thrown them that far off their control? Homaj turned to Jalava. "Lieutenant, Sarah is loyal to me. When I said keep me informed of the investigation, I didn't mean start grilling my personal guard in my own sitting room." Jalava's chin went up. "Sir, truth spoken. With all respect, Lieutenant, Sarah is not your sworn guard, but a rotation guard. I intend to be thorough in this investigation and interview all rotation guards." "Well, you don't have to be thorough here tonight." Jalava's eyes flashed, but then they took a wise breath, took a step back, gave a shallower bow than they had earlier. They were learning. "Truth spoken. I will finish questioning Lieutenant Sarah another time. Yes, and not here, where it can disturb my sleep. You are out of line, Commander. Please leave." The please was probably a mistake. Vatrine seldom said please, especially when they were upset, and Vatrine would have little intention of ingratiating themselves to Jalava, because they'd absolutely intend to replace Jalava as soon as they were the ruler. But he knew he was taking the right overall tone, because Vatrine as Sarah had drawn themselves up and was looking self-righteous. which was also out of line for what was happening just now. And he couldn't think, not at all, about how the real Lieutenant Sarah was dead at the hands of the person who now wore their body. Of course, truth spoken, Jalava said stiffly, and smartly turned, striding out. When they heard the main apartment doors close, Vatrine rounded on Homaj, glaring until he motioned them back toward the prep room. The prep room door closed behind them, and Zhang took up position by it. "Why did you wait so long?" Homaj held up his hands. "I was asleep, Vatrine. Zhang woke me." Adeus, he shouldn't have put that on her. But the lower down the social order, the less competence Vatrine expected from people. "I told her not to disturb me," he said. "I needed to sleep after the poisoning." Vatrine pinched the bridge of their nose, not their own gesture. It had to be one of Sarah's, which did not settle well at all. Fine. Fuck it all. Adeus, fuck it all. I'll charge Jalava for that gross breach of protocol. They won't last a day past my confirmation as ruler. They are an insufferable prick, invading my apartment to interrogate my guards. But Vatrine had let them in. Jalava wouldn't have come in without permission from someone in the household. "Fuck," Vatrine said again, and wiped at their eyes. "I should sleep. I got very little work done tonight," implying it was Homaj's fault, or Iata's in their eyes. Had they truly not known Homaj was gone? Had it not been a setup? And they weren't suspicious of Jalava now. He saw no signs, and he was searching as hard as he could. What he saw was eyes a little bloodshot around the edges. What he smelled were traces of alcohol on Vatrine's breath, the effects of which they would have smoothed away when they went to meet Jalava. But they couldn't totally eliminate the smell, and they had been drinking. He saw the bottle now, stashed away again on Vatrine's vanity, beside the various colognes and perfumes. Homaj didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He had the manic urge to hug his sibling, to completely deny everything, because they had just lost their fathers. Couldn't he take a moment, just this moment, to grieve with someone else who understood? But Ida also understood. Eiras understood. Vatrine's gaze on him sharpened, their posture just this side of defensive, but they said nothing. "I'll sleep in the guard's bunk room," they said. "I'm due an off shift." A sour smile at that. "Go back to sleep, Ida. You're getting up early. We have much to do tomorrow." Homaj nodded, just deeply enough to be a bow. "Yes, of course. Truth spoken." Vatrine growled something incoherent, left, and Homaj didn't say another word until he was back in the bedroom, the door shut and locked behind him. And he still wasn't sure if he should speak. If Vatrine had thought he was still here, did that mean Vatrine didn't have their own bedroom under surveillance? Or that they hoped Homaj would go talk now and reveal information that Vatrine wanted? He was too tired for this yet tonight, and shaky at the close call. And wary, too, that Vatrine hadn't been as vigilant as he'd thought they'd be. Vatrine had wanted time to be alone to get drunk. That's why they'd pushed them all out to the bedroom. Vatrine so rarely drank at all that Homaj was rattled by Vatrine's need and their negligence. He'd been running circles around Vatrine, not the other way around. But Vatrine had killed their lover the day before. Vatrine had killed the man they'd risked so much to marry. Not by their hand. No. But they'd ordered the strike. Vitrine had hit Eris hard enough to bruise. He swallowed, tasting the edge of bile. Letting out his exhaustion to fool Vitrine had truly let out the exhaustion. He wanted to cry. He just wanted to cry. But at that moment, he felt all dried up, his soul a tightened knot within him. He waved to the bed beside him. There was more than enough room for two people to sleep, without even a hope of touching. Sleep, Zhong. You have been up most of the last 2 days. I need you sharp tomorrow. We both do. That last for Vitrine's benefit, if they were listening, which he was almost certain now that they weren't, but he couldn't count on that, not even a little. It gutted him more than a little that his sibling was falling apart. It gave him hope. Yes, hope for a resolution tomorrow, but it cut him to his core. Zhong frowned, but exhaustion was written on her face too. And if Vitrine wanted him dead, well, Vitrine would have already killed him. There had been plenty of chances so far. Zhong nodded and carefully got into the other side of the bed, far from him. She'd sat beside him in Eris's bed earlier, propped up on the pillows, but that had been on medical watch. He sensed she thought this was different, and he knew. He knew some of her discomfort was his reputation as a player at court. Yes, he preferred men and masked people, but he did sometimes sleep with women too. And maybe she still had Eris's reality of the horrors of living with Vitrine in mind. He wasn't Vitrine. He had his faults, yes, but he would never be like Vitrine. He held up his palms, held her gaze. I'm going to sleep. That is all. And he hoped she saw that was all he'd ever do around her. And maybe he'd been reading too much into her hesitation, because she shrugged and said, "Of course." Chapter 97. The Ceratarchus. That saying's been going around a lot lately, and I'll add to it. The regard of someone who wants to use you, however, is something you can use in return. Kirim Talor, social commentator, in a post on their personal feed. In his prep room, Iata centered himself. His hair was impeccable, done up in looping braids today with interwoven strands of pink Nova heart gems. His gray jacket, more sober than usual, covered a flowing cream knee-length tunic. High boots with the barest hint of pale pink filigree around the top. Gray suede leggings. He knew his makeup was entirely on point. His armor, his weapons. He was about to give the performance of his lifetime, and when it was all done, wherever he ended up when it all fell down, he knew he would have done his best. He was a Rhialden. He was a Rhialden. And today, the kingdom was his. Truth spoken, Jalava asked, stiff and formal. Chadrakur had taken over immediate command of his personal guard, which Jalava had filled out with a few more people they trusted, while Iata regretted that he wouldn't always have Jalava close at hand, having decided not to relax his persona at all around Chadrakur, Bozde, and Agi. He felt much safer with Jalava running palace security. Much safer. But Jalava was still here now, at the start of this most important day. He nodded to them, and they both stepped out into the hallway. They collected Chadrakur, the rest of his guards, then set out on the walk through the palace to the Adayam. On the way, Jalava's eyes roamed everywhere, head tilted as they listened to their ringcom. Jalava had released the palace lockdown early that morning. The palace couldn't function. The kingdom couldn't function under sustained lockdown. They hadn't yet found the assassins. But Iata was fairly sure he was now walking toward one of them. At least, the person who'd given the order. and Homaj, still back in Vatrine's apartment. Jalava had said that their intervention with Vatrine looked to be successful. Iata knew, though, that they hadn't been happy about gaining that powerful of an enemy. He would do what he could. If this didn't shake out the way they all hoped, he would do what he could to protect Jalava. Iata could only hope Homaj was faring well, and that Jalava's worries wouldn't be valid worries much longer. Crisp morning air met him in the courtyard, and people were looking at him differently now. Did Homaj suddenly become a person of note once he'd proven that he was worth trying to assassinate? The truth speaker was in his office, as Iata had known he would be. Adewell had given him the command the day before to show up early. They had rounds to make again. It had absolutely been a command. "I see you're alive," Adewell said, not bothering to stand as Iata entered. "You are too," he snapped back. Adewell's dark brows rose. "Oh, are we sharp this morning?" Iata took a seat across from the truth speaker's desk, which the truth speaker didn't offer. "Did you poison Vatrine yesterday?" "Of course not," Adewell said immediately, and with perfect sincerity, as far as Iata could tell. "Because if you did," Iata said, and stopped, sat back, took a breath. Adewell smiled. Iata could make no threats here, and the ground they were on was re-established. Iata waved a hand glittering with rings. "What do we have today?" Adewell pulled up a hollow window and turned it around, pointing out various items on a very tight schedule. Was Adewell trying to kill him from sheer exhaustion? But it was more of the same from the day before, this time built around Adewell's insistence that Iata as Homaj should be paraded around. "They need to see you're not only alive, but thriving." Iata began to wonder if Adewell had in fact arranged that assassination only for it to be botched, so he could use it politically. But those holes in the wall had been aligned with Ida's head. He shivered, which Adewell noticed. The truth speaker smiled, which Ida definitely noticed. Iata pointed at the 10 o'clock block in the schedule. "This. I want to be in the North Hall at 10. Vatrine will be there. I want them to see I have your support." Adewell sat back, regarding him. All of those statements could be true. Iata held his sincerity with those statements at his core. He met the truth speaker's eyes. "My sibling has ignored me all of my life," Ida said. "Worse than that. They dismissed Homaj, too, as someone who couldn't dream of ruling this kingdom. Give me one moment of vanity, Adewell. Just one. I know. If I'm going to rule this kingdom, then my sibling has to fall. I don't want that, but they can't rule the kingdom." He gestured in the general direction of the palace. "You've seen how they are. They think power is their right. Yes, they were born into it, but they look at everyone else around them as if they're less than. Me, certainly. Even you, I think." "Homaj," Adewell said in his deceptively smooth tone. "You're trying to push me." "Yes!" Iata exploded. "Because I might not have another chance if I'm being shot at, and Vatrine's being poisoned. A deus. I just want to see them once more, and whether they know it's me, or think I'm still Homaj. Because they can't get it out of their head that anyone other than themselves could possibly impersonate Homaj well enough to pull this off. Let me have that, Adewell. If all my siblings will be gone, and my parents that I didn't even know were, and they're gone. If this is to be my life, if this is what's needed for the good of the kingdom, Then please let me have that satisfaction. Just for myself. Just this once. He sat back, muscles tight, looking to Aduel, looking away, forcing his gaze back again. His eyes stung with tears he was trying to hold back, and he tried to smooth them away. Mostly succeeded. He forced his gaze on Aduel's to hold, to gain presence. He let himself fully inhabit the Seritarchus he could become. Could become. Homaj had said they would do this together. This moment, he would choose to believe that. Aduel's face turned pensive, but he nodded. At 10, you said? Yes, we'll divert there. A short diversion, mind you. He paused, still studying Iata. Some might call this petty, but I do see it for what it is. Those of us who live close to power and never fully see its light on our own faces crave to have those moments where we can be the suns ourselves. Iata nodded. His eyes were still shining with the fervor of his request. Yes. Thank you. Yes. You will make a good ruler, Iata. An excellent Seritarchus. Now come, let's review what must be said at our first meeting this morning. Chapter 98. Flawless. A perfect performance isn't just something we strive for. It's required in almost every situation. If we slip, we fall. And so the kingdom might fall too. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the changed dialogues. Homaj had decided, when he woke that morning, that the best lure to get Vatrine to the North Hall at 10 was the prospect of outmaneuvering their younger brother and chipping away at his support while bolstering their own platform. The plan was for Vatrine to show their outrage that Homaj had been shot at the day before, all the while subtly undermining everything Homaj was doing. The chance to goad their younger brother in public was not to be missed, especially after his minion had grilled Vatrine for over an hour the night before. Outshine the enemy, and your work will be done for you. And you're sure that Aduel won't be there in the North Hall? Vatrine asked for the second time, which was a mark of just how nervous they really were. You've been doing well enough, Iata, but I don't think you're that good. Certainly not that good. If Aduel knows that the person the palace sees as me is not me, he'll try to find out who I am, and kill me that way. Not poison this time, I'm sure. Homaj will have his guards. They'll protect you as well. They'll protect you, not me. I'm supposed to be one of them, and I don't trust Jalava at all. Vatrine straightened Homaj's collar. At least the tailored suit for today was something he could put on and take off on his own. But it was tight. So tight. Did Vatrine ever like to breathe? Homaj glanced at Vatrine in the mirror as they fussed with his hair. Have you found out anything more about the assassinations of the Seritarchus and... I have leads, Vatrine said shortly. Right now, I'm more concerned with staying alive. If you're worried that Homaj might usurp my bid to rule, don't be. He doesn't have the approval of the people. If the high houses and the General Assembly go to a vote, and Homaj should see he won't win, or give up this game, and concede long before then, they will certainly choose me. You don't need to worry. He won't be the next ruler. That Vatrine thought Iata was worried that Homaj would rule was illuminating. They truly could not see beyond their own inflated sense of greatness, and maybe they thought that Homaj treated Iata as badly as they treated Eris, and that they were an improvement. Adeus. How did they think he treated Iata if they considered themselves an improvement? They truly thought they were doing what was best for the kingdom, didn't they? their reforms, their projects. But it wasn't about that at all. Did Vatrine even care if the Blue District education system got an overhaul? Or if hospitals around the kingdom had enough funding to cover the influx of patients with the spread and growing concern of the bruising sleep? That was all beneath Vatrine. Vatrine used those things as a means to let the people adore them. They didn't actually care about those people who did, though. They'd killed their lover, the man they'd wanted to marry. He had to keep reminding himself of that. That was who he was dealing with. Homaj would do anything to keep Vatrine from taking the rulership. Vatrine ran lipstick over his lips. It tasted vaguely of cherries, and he wanted to gag. "You're ready. The schedule is full today. And yes, we will make a detour to the North Hall if my brother will be there. And if my brother will be there, I want you to be me in truth today. That is safest for us all." Safest for Vatrine, surely. We've gone over everything you need to say, all the points you'll wish to make. Build that all in. You are very upset that anyone would make an attempt on a truth-spoken's life. You are personally handling the situation. "Yes," Homaj said. "I'll submerge." "You're getting good at that," Vatrine said, as if that was high praise. He nodded, held up a hand, closed his eyes. He was already most of the way toward Iata's personality, his own hovering just outside himself. Now, he made sure Vatrine's personality shifted to the center. His performance must be absolutely flawless, because he didn't submerge. He opened his eyes, blinked, refocused, stood, and Vatrine stepped back to give him space. "Sarah, why are you standing there? Get the rest of my guard. We're due for my first appointment. Jong, Laudry, come." Vatrine's brow creased, but they didn't question, as he gathered his two allies with him. Vatrine would assume that he as Vatrine would have found value in Jong and Laudry. Vatrine would be right. For the wrong reasons. Chapter 99. The North Hall at 10. It's not just our duty in the eyes of a deus, but our duty to humanity as well. Truth speaker Aduel Shin Myrna, in striving for prosperity. The truth speaker walked beside him, not before or behind, but beside. The truth speaker had never walked beside Homaj Rhialden, but always a step behind, though they were technically equals. Iata had no illusions that the truth speaker thought he was an equal. Seor was at his back, though, and she'd given him a look when she'd joined them, and a small, gracious bow, as befitted both of their stations. It was nearly 10. Their steps echoed down the long corridor that ran between Lavender Hall, where he'd last met with a group of Valon billionaires, and the North Hall, where Aduel was about to grant him his request. Homaj had been holding Vatrine's personality all morning, adapting and flowing with Vatrine's inherent momentum. Vatrine was a Melisori personality and functioned on being in motion, being visible, carrying their thoughts and ideas from person to person in a charismatic whirlwind so people didn't look too closely. He hadn't broken character once, not at all. He was supposed to be submerged. As they neared North Hall, coming from one of the antechambers of Rose Hall across the corridor, where he'd been meeting with a cadre of mid-nobility sycophants, he said, "My brother will need an example of what a ruler should be. He's certainly not making a good show of it now, with the palace just out of lockdown again, and everything in disarray, which I've spent all morning cleaning up." The running monologues were killing him, but Sarah's satisfied nodding just behind him kept him going. This day had an end, and it would be soon. Jalava, ahead of Iata, pushed open only one of the double doors to the north hall, waving 2 more guards inside. They'd been doing that all day, checking ahead. And though the truth speaker seemed vaguely annoyed at the new security procedures and the new guard commander in general, there was no reason to protest now as Jalava blocked the view into North Hall with their body. The lights were on in the hall. Iata lifted his chin in anticipation, glancing aside at Aduel, who'd raised a brow at him. He smiled one of Homaj's edged smiles in return. Because they couldn't both fit through the single doorway, it was Aduel who gave way to Iata entering first. Because whatever other power games they'd been playing all day, the people still saw the truth-spoken ruler as a higher position than the truth speaker. Iata stepped into the hall, glancing at the doors across from him, which were still closed. The north hall had doors on each wall, but only these 2 facing walls were the main entrances. Vatrine would certainly wish to make an entrance. But it was 10. It was 10. On the other side, both doors opened, and Vatrine and their retinue swept in, and froze, as Aduel entered behind Iata. Aduel, too, stilled, staring at Vatrine. Then the hall's 3rd door to the right side opened, and a 3rd person stepped inside, completing their triangle. First, Magicker Onya Noren. Aduel leaned to Ida. "You said this was a reception?" Ida held himself stiffly. "I thought it would be." He didn't know if Aduel believed him, but Aduel was at least distracted. "What is this?" Vatrine called, striding towards the center of the room. "This was supposed to be a reception. I don't see a reception here. Good morning, Aduel." A very slight bow, absolutely not mocking. Ida couldn't see a flaw in Vatrine, absolutely saw nothing of Homaj. For a moment, his mind stuttered, and he searched the other faces. But Lieutenant Sarah was there, eyes locked on the truth speaker. But then Sarah glanced toward him, and he looked on to Jong beside them, to Lodri. Adeus, Lodri. He let the storm build in his own eyes, brought his gaze back to Vatrine, to the person who was currently wholly Vatrine, and Iata hoped to a deus that Homaj hadn't actually submerged. "Why is the first magicker here?" Vatrine continued. "She witnessed my bid. That is all I needed." "Good morning, truth spoken," Anya Noren called, walking across the hall. "Good morning, Aduel. I was told there would be a reception as well." "Then we should find who has done the telling," Aduel said, glancing at Ita. But Ita was busy glaring at Vatrine, his turn to say something. "Vatrine, have you—" Lodri tensed. First Magicker Anya Noren paused, glanced back behind her. The door the first Magicker had entered through banged open again, and they all turned. Commander Tavin, former Commander Tavin, stepped through. And that was not planned. Oh, Adeus, that was not planned. Because Tavin had a gun. Chapter 1. 100. The Usurper. When we see what's truly there is when we see for the first time. See Gatri, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Tavin limped into the North Hall, their pistol aimed straight at Homaj's head. His heart jumped into his throat. But he didn't lose his focus as Vatrine. He could not lose his focus. "Commander Tavin," he said, stepping forward, as both Zhang and Sarah grabbed his arms to pull him back. "We need to go," Vatrine hissed into his ear. "Truth spoken, we really need to go." "No shit," he shot back. "Let go of me, Lieutenant." "I'm done with your games," Tavin announced. Their voice was unsteady, but their aim was not. They were still advancing. If I'm going to go down, then it will be with my honor intact. What little I have left. Jalava, across the hall, had fanned out their own guards around Iata and the Truth Speaker, sending 2 more along the perimeter of the room to shore up Jong and Sarah, and Vatrine's other 2 unfamiliar guards. All of the guards had weapons out and aimed at Tavan, though Homaj saw the conflict in some of their eyes, the anger in others. Tavan had been their commander, and now Tavan held a gun to a truth spoken. "Tavan, put down your weapon," Jalava called. "Surrender, and you will have a trial." Tavan laughed, a sound so wrenching it made Homaj flinch. "I won't survive until a trial," they said. "Ask the truth speaker. Ask the truth spoken here." Oh, Adeus. Oh, Adeus. Was Tavan the witness they'd needed all along? Tavan continued to advance on him. "I've done nothing," Homaj said, hands out. "You are covering your own incompetencies. You let my parents die on your watch. Or did you kill them? And you just tried to assassinate." Tavan fell with a cry. Homaj jumped back, feeling heat sear his left side, where Sarah was. He whirled. Sarah held a pistol out and put 2 more shots into Tavan's chest. Homaj opened his mouth to protest, because he was fairly sure he knew what Tavan had been about to say. And of course, Vatrin wouldn't want anyone to hear that. And he was reasonably sure, too, what Vatrin was about to do next. Tavan. He had not expected Tavan to show up. The former commander had to have been watching and waiting for an opportunity like this. Had they bribed the staff not to report them? Was this a last revenge? An attempt at redemption? He looked down at Tavan crumpled on the floor with outward contempt, and had to smooth hard to shove down the bile that wanted to claw up his throat. Tavan was a villain here, but they'd known they weren't coming back from this meeting alive. And yet they'd still come. "I've been usurped," Vatrine as Sarah yelled. Homaj pulled in a sharp breath. Yes. He thought. Yes. Vatrine couldn't just erase the witness. That had been impulsive enough. And so fucking dangerous. If Tavan had seen the shot coming and fired at Homaj. "This person," they stabbed a finger at Homaj, "has been impersonating me for the last 2 days. I have been coerced and threatened." Vatrine had erased the witness, and now they were trying to pin someone else with their crimes. It wasn't a bad spur-of-the-moment plan. If Homaj had actually been Iata, he would have had little recourse. The first magicker was here, and he thanked Lodri deeply for that connection, and could verify that he wasn't Vatrine, and could verify what Vatrine would say next. "AUDIOBOOK Rhialden is trying to usurp the Rhialden rulership. He can change, and he has decided to rule by usurping my life. He tried to kill Homaj. Witness, first magicker. Witness that he is not Vatrine Rhialden, I am." It wasn't a horrible spur-of-the-moment plan, but Vatrine didn't have all the facts. Homaj glanced across the hall to his brother and smiled. Iata saw the moment that the truth speaker got it. Adewale glanced to him, back to the person who was visibly Vatrine, to Vatrine's guard, Sarah, who was claiming to be Vatrine. His nostrils flared, his only visible sign of rage. "We are done here," he said, and turned to go. Iata caught his arm. "No, we're not." He was near quivering at the audacity of that move. But he held Adewale's arm, though Adewale tried to shake him off. "No, we're not," Sarah said, advancing. "You're the one who planted Iata to usurp my life." "No one here believes that," Adewale growled. turning back to face the oncoming Vatrine, who was still, apparently, oblivious to what was actually going on. Iata saw the burning, manic look in their eyes. Fear, or grief, maybe. A rage that looked like it might consume them. "So, you side with my brother," Vatrine said. "You told me we would make a better kingdom. You told me. You promised that to me." Iata stepped back, eyeing Vatrine's pistol, which was coming up again. Vatrine was an excellent shot. He knew that. They'd always been. And they just demonstrated they were a lightning-quick shot, too. But Jalava's people had their guns up again, pointed at Vatrine this time. Vatrine jerked to a stop. "Don't aim your weapons at me. Arrest the truth speaker. I have been usurped. He's the one who." "If you are Vatrine," Aduel said calmly, "then you'll submit to the authority of the palace guard until we sort this out." "I will have my truth witnessed," Vatrine screeched. "First, Magicker." Iata saw a rustle in Aduel's formal red and purple robes, a glint of metal. Aduel had his own pistol, didn't he? And with Vatrine as crazed as they were at this moment, few would blame the truth speaker for shooting them. At least, not enough to make a conviction stick. And the truth speaker would come away from this free. He'd spin it all. He had too much power. He'd hold what Iata had done, and what Homaj had done in impersonating Vatrine over them. Iata strode forward, stepped between Vatrine and the truth speaker. Jalava lunged to stop him, but he was already moving. "Vatrine," he said, "I believe you. We will work this out." "Brother," Vatrine snarled, then hesitated. Their eyes flicked over him, and though he was still holding his persona as Homaj as tightly as he could, he knew the edges were frayed. Vatrine looked back to Homaj, to the person who was still visibly them, and the look of naked betrayal on their face was wrenching. "You!" they shouted. "Oh, Adeus, you!" The truth speaker's pistol arm shot up. Iata jerked to jump forward and push Vatrine out of the way, but Vatrine saw and whipped around. Vatrine's shots hit Aduel with the same unerring accuracy as they'd hit Tavan. Everyone froze, just a heartbeat. "Do you see?" Vatrine shouted. "Do you see how they're all trying to take me down?" Then they swiveled again, their pistol this time aiming at themselves. Visibly themselves. At Homaj. Chapter 1. 101. Stricken. Time does slow when a moment is all you have. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Homaj watched Vatrine whip up their pistol, aimed at him. He was their brother. He shouldn't be looking at that kind of rage, that kind of hatred aimed at him. He watched with a horror that rooted him in place. He'd known. He'd known even before Eris had come to them, that Vatrine was rotten to the core. That Vatrine shouldn't be the one to rule the kingdom. That Vatrine had, in fact, had something to do with the murder of their parents. He had known. And that was why he was where he was right now. Who he was right now. And why Vatrine's finger was pulling the trigger. He unfroze enough to try to dodge, to drop to the floor. But he knew he wouldn't be fast enough. He didn't even have time to close his eyes. Vatrine's face, the face of yet another person they'd murdered, leered at him from behind the aim of their gun arm. Then, it didn't. The light went out of Vatrine's eyes. Vatrine fell, roughly hitting the mosaic-tiled floor, their pistol clattering, sliding away from them. A shot rang out. Homaj did drop to the floor now, and looked up, looked around, frantically, for who'd shot Vitrine. Who'd been fast enough? Jalava? Jalava was charging toward him. But no, the shot had come after Vitrine had crumpled, and from behind him, not the direction Jalava had been standing. And Homaj had never seen. He'd never seen life leave someone's eyes like that before. There had been no space between one moment and the next. Vitrine was there in their own body. Vitrine was gone. He heard a scream beside him and footsteps running. A woman's scream. Homaj shook off Jalava, who was trying to pull him up, and turned to see First Magicka Anya Norin skid to a stop on her knees beside her daughter. What? Adeus. Had Laudry been shot? But Homaj watched in a new and entirely different horror as Laudry flickered once, twice. She looked up at him, met his eyes, and then she vanished. He waited. He waited, his heart hammering in his throat. But she didn't appear again. What had just happened? He turned back to Vitrine, crumpled on the floor, looked up at Iata, who stood rooted a few paces away, hands out, mouth open in an echo of his own horror. Truth spoken, Jalava said, trying to haul him up. Please. Jong, who'd been beside Laudry, shook herself enough to join them, but she kept looking back at where Laudry had been, and so did he. Homaj yanked himself out of Jalava's grip, crawled over to where Anya Norin sat with her face in her hands, rocking, her voice a thready keen. He knew what that posture meant. He felt it rising in himself. He'd lost his fathers the day before. He'd just seen a person who he'd thought a permanent fixture in his life. Taven, shot. And Adewale, who'd helped teach him much of what he knew. Despite everything, it still gutted him to see the truth speaker also laid out on the mosaic floor. And then, his sibling. Vatrin, lying still and undignified, not even in this moment, themselves. And he knew, with everything else, he knew, that he shouldn't be feeling a keening rising up in himself. He shoved it back down. He shoved it down deep. Because he knew what he had to do from here, as people who'd heard the shots and other palace guard finally pushed inside past the bubble that Jalava had given them. He knew he had to be Vitrine just a little while longer. Just a little. He reached for Anya, gripped her shoulder, leaned close. She killed, he asked, with her magics. A nod was her only answer. He squeezed her shoulder again and used his other hand to push himself up. Jong was there, steadying him, her eyes wide. But she was there. She was alert, and scanning the growing crowd for further dangers. My people, he called, holding up his hands. The murmurings around him died down as more and more courtiers and staff and guards spilled in. Jalava's guards were trying to corral them back. But the press was inward and inevitable. Everyone knew something momentous had just happened. My people, the person who arranged the murder of my parents, has revealed himself, along with one of his conspirators. The conspirator murdered one of my guards, who tried to stop them from harming me. I will be forever indebted to Lieutenant Sarah, and I honor them for their sacrifice. And I will not dignify the acts of those who betrayed us all by saying their names. He had debated, in that last second, on pinning this all on Taven. Tavan wasn't innocent, and they may have well been the one to order his father's assassination, on the truth speaker's command. On Vatrine's command, they had tried to kill Iata as the interim ruler, and they might have succeeded there too. But they had a family, and they'd been trying, for whatever value that trying was worth, to make something right in the end. The truth speaker would make the much flashier villain, overshadowing Tavan's part in this. And too many people, too, knew how rotten the truth speaker was. The truth speaker's hand in this wasn't something he could neatly cover up. He hoped the high houses would see this as a warning, though, if they ever wanted to take power for themselves. The truth spoken saw, and the truth spoken took down their enemies. No matter how high the position, the truth spoken saw everything and acted on it. He only wished he'd known any of this sooner, been more aware, had even tried to see what was going on for weeks, or months, or years beneath the surface of his life in the palace. Homaj looked up. He expected gasps, the drama of the court. Instead, there was utter, intense silence, as people took in those lying on the floor. Tavan, a guard lieutenant, the truth speaker. They have been... His voice broke and he let it. They have been stopped, and I have failed you, my people. He dropped to his knees, looked up to Iata, who still stood frozen, now for a different reason. My brother was the one who discovered the root of this plot, he said. I didn't believe it was possible. How could a truth speaker turn against his truth spoken? I believed, and he killed my lover. He let out a sob, a genuine sob. Because fuck it all. Iata unfroze and reached him, nudging out Jalava to stand by his side. Homaj held up his hands again. I am stricken with grief. I cannot rule in this state. I didn't see the danger. He swept his gaze around the crowd, stopped when his eyes caught on a guard he didn't recognize. But the broadcast tells, he absolutely did. Eras. She was cradling a pistol. He knew. He knew now where that last shot had come from, the one that had hit Vatrine while they were already dead. Her eyes were red, but not streaming tears. She met his gaze, bowed her head, then pushed back through the crowd. Homaj swallowed. He wanted to go after her, but he had to finish this. He had to. He swept the crowd again until he found Heir, who'd moved a distance from where she'd first entered, with Iata and the truth speaker. Well, she was the truth speaker now. Truth speaker, he called to Heir. Witness, I, Vatrine Rhialden, abdicate all claim to my title and the rulership, under the eyes of a deus. I forswear change. You will not see me again, for the good of the kingdom. And then, waving away both Iata and Zhong, he slowly made his way out, head held high. The people parted as he passed, and no one stopped him. Chapter 1. 102. Cheering. The eyes once open have been closed. The breath once spoken has returned to the first breath. The heart has returned to the whole. To await she who wakes. Traditional green magicka memorial rite. Iata watched his brother go, a deus like an angel from the stars, parting the crowds. He knew what Homaj was doing, saving the Rhialden name and pinning the blame where it couldn't be denied, with how many people Aduel had bribed and coerced in the palace, and who knew how many in the city and the rest of the kingdom. It had to be done. Homaj wasn't wrong. And he wasn't wrong that implicating Vatrine would crack the kingdom just now, especially with how much Vatrine was loved. Vatrine would be mourned as a hero, a martyr even. Homaj himself would get a boost in public opinion from Vatrine's endorsement. It had to be done, but it hurt with a force that tore at his soul. Truth spoken, Zhang said quietly, coming up beside him. She hadn't gone with Homaj, hadn't departed in Homaj as Vatrine's wake. That had to be done alone. He hoped, oh, a deus. He hoped that Homaj hadn't just made a grand gesture of his own and would truly disappear, run away from all of this for good. But no. He knew he'd find Homaj in their apartment. He knew how life must go on from here. Homaj knew too. Iata nodded to Zhang, looked up at the people watching him now, watching what he would do. He straightened, pulled from his body's waning reserves to put strength into his posture, into his voice. People of Valoris, he said, I am... He looked at where Homaj had just gone, back at the people watching him now, waiting. He bowed, low and deep, then straightened back into his full strength. Homaj had wanted to be a Seritarchus. That was the style of rule needed just now. So Ida would fully inhabit the Seritarchus that was needed, the Seritarchus that he himself was. I honor my sibling and their sacrifice, he said, and I grieve with you at the loss of my parents, at the betrayal of the truth speaker, who has betrayed us all. But I promised you that I would find who had done this to our kingdom and would make them pay. And they have. They have. We can rest now. We can move forward now, in strength, in the breath and will of a deus. He beckoned to Seor. My sibling, Vatrine, saw fit to name Seor Gatri as the next truth speaker. I have already witnessed the truth and sincerity of her service. She will not betray our people like Aduel. She helped me expose his crimes for what they are. And for that, Seor, you have all of my gratitude. He bowed to her again deeply, and she bowed back just as deeply. Truth, speaker, he said, I appoint you, in the eyes of a deus. Watch over our people. Be my balance. I will be yours. Homaj had told him the informal vows they'd given each other the night before. His throat wanted to tighten now at echoing them, but she smiled slightly, nodded. Seritarchus, she said, I appoint you, in the eyes of a deus, and accept your bid to rule. Watch over our people and be my balance. I will be yours. There would be formal investitures later, because ceremony must be followed. But now, the energy in the hall was changing, from one of chaos and despair to one of excitement and hope. This had been the right choice. The security and control of a Seritarchus rule had been the right choice. We will move forward, Iata said, and the crowd quieted again. We will go forward in strength. Those who sought to bring us down will only make us rise higher. I know I wasn't your first choice to rule this kingdom, but I will rule fairly and with strength, and we will flourish under the eyes and will of a deus. This I promise you, with the same strength and fervor that I promised I would avenge you. The kingdom of Valoris will only grow stronger. Ida rocked back as the people cheered. They actually cheered. He did not look at the bodies still lying on the floor. He wanted to go to the first magicka and do something a deus, and he would have to process what had happened there later. But Jalava saw where he was looking, and pointed Eiji toward helping the first magicka. And now, Iata needed to make his exit, with as much if not more style than Homaj had just done as Vitrine. He decided, because Homaj was going to have to inhabit this persona he was rapidly creating, that he would keep that edge of sarcasm, transform the don't care attitude into a you can't disrupt my strength attitude. So he smiled, made a flourishing bow to the crowd that was just a hair's breadth from mocking, then dipped further into a true bow and held it, while they continued to cheer. Then he rose, looked at no one in particular, and left the opposite way Homaj had just gone. Back through the way Homaj had originally come in, posture casual, sardonic smile in place, head held high. He held that all the way back to the royal residence, and even then, the staff who had access followed him into the wide corridor, still cheering him on. Chapter 1 103 Promises. A legend is never to be discounted. A legend is a tool, a weapon. Each ruler is their own legend. Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus 8, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Homaj shuddered out of his Change trance. He didn't look down at himself, didn't test the bounds of his body. He just tumbled straight out of bed, grabbed a dressing robe, and wrapped it around himself, and headed for the washroom. Zhang, who he was vaguely aware had been sitting in a chair near his bedroom door, followed him. Truth spoken. He looked in the mirror and saw himself. Tan skin, long black hair, his own familiar features, and a dais. He'd never been so glad to see his own face. He put his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking, as emotions he'd been shoving down caught up with him. Zhang, hovering near the door, said after a minute, "Homaj." He laughed because, fuck, it was good to hear his own name. He didn't usually get dysphoria through a change. Slipping in and out of personas was breath to him. But this time, had been drastically different. He glanced at himself again, recentering in himself, not Ida, not Vitrine, not ever Vitrine again. Vitrine had made their exit, and now they would disappear. He would never have to see, or be, Vitrine again. He leaned over the sink, swallowing as he worked to calm a sudden surge of nausea. "Oh, Adeus, Zhang." She stepped closer. "Is it still the poison?" He shook his head, wiped his beating brow, then reabsorbed the remaining cold sweat. "No, not that kind of poison." "What do you need, sir?" she asked, and he was aware of her being there, and aware of the small distances she was putting between them again. Distances that needed to be there. He was the ruler now, not just the interim ruler. He knew Ida would have finished that for him, even as he'd stumbled his way back into his apartment, through the back corridors, crashed into his own bed, and threw himself into a fast change. How long had it been? He didn't have a comm. How long was I? 40 minutes, I think. We arrived 25 minutes ago, and that was Ida's best guess. Do you need to eat? She pulled 2 energy bars from her pocket. Adeus, he could hug her. He tore one open. And Ida is in the prep room. And he stopped on a mouthful of energy bar. Too many questions could follow, and none he really wanted to ask just now. He finished the first bar, grabbed a cup by the sink and filled it for a drink, straightened. "What I need from you, Zhang, is to be the captain of my guard, and call me Homaj or Maja in private. I need someone to see me and know me for who I am, and you have, through all of this." She straightened too, stiffening way up. Shit. He'd gone too far. He wasn't fully present yet, his thoughts still jangling. He had to clear his mind fully from his trance. But she nodded, her eyes filling. I will. Thank you, Homaj. She looked at him in a way that made him think that maybe he wasn't the only one who'd been seen today. He offered her a smile, the first genuine smile he'd felt in what seemed like years now. Iata looked up from his place at the vanity, where he'd set down his comm and put it into projection mode. He was rapidly sorting through hollow windows of the messages pouring into the ruler's inbox. Homaj entered, fully himself, hair damp from a shower, dressed in loose jogging pants and a sweatshirt, something he might typically wear before dressing for the day. It felt jarringly normal. Iata's fingers stopped mid-air, the window he'd been about to flick away blinking in his indecision. This was Homaj's chair. Homaj's comm. Homaj's inbox. He shouldn't be sitting here. He shouldn't be making decisions on which urgent matters to address and which to set aside for later. He stood, knocking the comm off the vanity, and bent to pick it up. With shaking hands, he straightened, held the comm out as if it would burn his hand. "Take it!" he hissed, and couldn't meet Homaj's eyes. Homaj did take the comm, but then Homaj's hands pressed lightly on his shoulders. Iata. Yan. Iata's chin snapped up. That's not my... You need a private name, but that's only for truth spoken. Does it suit? Did it? He was having trouble thinking through the fact that Homaj was himself again, and the ruler, and Iata. Latrine hadn't been wrong about Iata being a usurper. Iata took a gathering breath. No. Homaj had told him the day before that they were equals, they were brothers. He met Homaj's eyes, blinked several times until he reoriented himself to not being Homaj. At the moment, he was merely Homaj's twin, his own self. He let his own mannerisms flow back over himself, shuddered through a series of his own tells to reground again into himself, as Iata. Yan, did it suit? Yes. Homaj grinned. No, Maja grinned. This person who he'd thought had slowly succumbed to the pressures of the Rhialden court, but who he'd seen again these last few days. Who was here again now? His brother. Ada jerked forward and embraced him, holding tight. So tight. A deus. He'd been sure he would lose his brother to Vitrine's unerring aim. Homaj crushed him back just as tightly. Don't you ever stand between me and a gun again. That is not your job anymore. Iata didn't agree, but he didn't disagree either. Homaj pulled back. Yan. He held up the comm. This is the Saratarkus's comm, not mine. When you're... But Iata was shaking his head. He glanced around them. He'd been alone, and Zhang, who'd been guarding Homaj while he'd changed, nodded at Iata and retreated again to the bedroom. The door shut quietly behind her. They were alone. Iata brushed stray hair out of his eyes. Maja, I can't be you again. Iata, I can't do this alone. I can't. Not to start with now, maybe not ever. Iata hissed. Maja, what I told the truth speaker, I want it too much. I trust you, Yan. A deus, but those words cut. Because he shouldn't. Because Homaj didn't know all the things Iata had been fighting not to feel for the last few days. I trust you, Homaj said again, but weighted the words this time, his eyes locked on Iata's. I trusted you with the kingdom, and it's intact. I trusted you with my life, and I'm pretty sure it's in a better place than where I started from, isn't it? He shifted. You don't have to push your ambitions aside. Use them. I'm going to need them. I don't know how to run this kingdom the way you do. Iata closed his eyes. Maja. Yan. So much in that one word, a private name, a truth-spoken's name. Iata slowly nodded. But I need to change now. I can't be you for the confirmation, for your formal oaths. Agreed. Very much agreed. But when I need a break, or when there's something that is best suited to you. It was so much, and not enough, and too much all at once. But Ida nodded, because it was more than he would ever have hoped, more than he likely deserved. Or maybe not. He dipped his head in a bow, but not a deep one. He looked up to see Homaj smiling in a face that was crumpling. We lost a sibling today, Homaj said, but I didn't lose you. I didn't lose my brother. I'll change, Iata said, and knew he'd better flee now before everything poured out. All the grief, all the joy, all the anger, all the pain. He whipped past Zhang waiting in the bedroom, then stopped, glancing at the prep room door, back to her. He asked you to be his guard, Captain. She nodded. Good. Keep him safe. And you, she said. He stopped short. When you are Homaj, I will keep you safe as well. She got it. She understood every nuance going on here. All of them. Thank you, he whispered, and fled into his own bedroom. It wasn't that the room seemed smaller. It didn't, and it wasn't. But he felt like he'd expanded beyond it. He would have to learn to re-inhabit Ida, the blood servant, again. But then, that wouldn't be his only role, would it? Homaj would have his formal confirmation ceremony later today, but Ada had been the one who'd actually, in the moment, sworn himself to the kingdom as the Ceratarchus. And Seor hadn't said Homaj's name in that oath. Had that been on purpose? He tugged at his braids until they came loose, carefully loosened his clothes all around, then lay down to change. Chapter 1, 104. Butterflies drifting on the wind. I know that becoming the ruler never happened to you, Uncle. And maybe growing up, you knew it was a possibility, like I did. But did you ever fear, secretly, that if it happened, it might consume you? That, I think, is my greatest nightmare. I throw my whole self into every role I assume. I have to. It's who I am. So what if my role is the kingdom? Where does that end? Where does it stop siphoning off all of my life force until my only name is the kingdom and my only identity is the kingdom? Isn't that terrifying? Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. The city air that morning was chill and bracing. The sounds of the port controlled chaos. Homaj wasn't himself. He wasn't Tannerin like he'd been the last time he was in the city. He wasn't anyone he had a name for unless someone asked him in the moment. He hadn't come with Zhang, though she'd protested. Iata had protested too, but Iata had changed again and was holding the palace while Homaj was out. It was 3 days after his confirmation as Ceratarchus, and it would have been 2 days too late if he hadn't begged his uncle to stay until he could see him, until he could manage a moment away from the palace. The comm code Iata had found in their father's desk at least, had worked. Now he stood in the busy city spaceport, watching for Wayan Odea's tall frame. Watching, too, for someone he didn't know who wouldn't be a stranger. He spotted Wayan a distance away and started toward him, letting himself be jostled in the crowd. The last few days had been intense. Learning to shape himself into a persona that was both himself and moving further from himself by the moment was hardly easy. He hadn't yet had a breakdown, but he was sure it was coming. And now, the wind blowing his short, bright red hair, he just let himself feel this moment away from everything. The people had slid from the mythos of Vatrine right into his own, and he'd been hard at work, with Iata's help, crafting exactly how that should play out. Seor had also moved gracefully into the role of truth speaker, and she was self-possessed enough to know that she did have all the training she needed, if not all the experience. But then, that was where they were both starting from. Training without experience. It wasn't a horrible place to start. The state memorial for his fathers was yet to come. The heads of high houses and the various nobility had to travel inward from the farthest worlds in Valoris, and that would take weeks. There would be no memorial for Aduel. His ashes weren't to be sent into the sun, like every other truth speaker before him. Vatrine would have no memorial at all. They weren't, legally, dead. Though he would say a quiet prayer for them, even still, in his heart. And Tavan had left a fully signed and sealed paper confession in their palace apartment, as well as details on everything they knew about Aduel's activities in the palace and city, including names of people they knew Aduel had blackmailed or bribed. They made absolutely sure to mark that distinction. They themselves had been blackmailed. Though they confessed that it had turned into bribes as well. It was how they'd gotten the job as commander of the palace guard to begin with, on Aduel's recommendation to the Ceratarchus. They'd also listed the locations of every bug they'd personally installed at Aduel's request. Or command, however you looked at it. None of them, thankfully, were in the residence. Tavan had emphasized their refusal in that as well. They'd asked that their family not be punished for their own sins. And yes, Homaj would honor that. Though Tavan had, in the end, confessed to looking away when Aduel had inserted his own people among the Ceratarchus's guards on the day of the assassination. People, it had turned out, who were carrying chemical explosives, and Tavan themselves had, under Vatrine's command, given orders to the sniper who'd shot at Iata, so that was confirmed. That sniper would have killed Ida, if not for Laudry. Jalava had caught and arrested the sniper that morning, but Tavan was dead, and their family was not. And Homaj was feeling very much like the sins of one family member shouldn't touch the innocent. If they should, Vatrins would surely have stained him. Wayan spotted him in the crowd and waved. Homaj was no one recognizable, and Wayan hadn't been truth-spoken in years, but Ivaku training still held true. Wayan's smile was a somber sort of smile. Everyone's was these days. "Hello, nephew," he said, and pulled Homaj into a hug. Homaj caught his breath. The last 3 days had been full of a lot of things, but familiar affection wasn't one of them. He blinked hard, but didn't try to smooth away the sudden sting in his eyes. He also wanted, for just a few hours, to not be truth-spoken, to not have the strain of being on every moment of every hour. He pulled back and saw the petite woman standing beside Wayan. She didn't look anything like Era's, but he knew the tells. He knew. knew his sister's tight smile for the pain it was. "Sister," he said, reaching for her. She shook her head, stepped back. "No. No." It hurt. Adeus, it hurt. But he nodded. This was the family she'd been born into, but it had hardly been that, too. Two fathers who'd never once told her she was theirs. A truth-spoken sibling who had been horrible to her. And himself. He knew he hadn't exactly been kind. His deepest regret was that he hadn't seen what was happening sooner, and he might have if he'd had any interest at all in paying attention. "Will you be staying with Wyan?" he asked. She glanced up at Wyan. "For a little while, I think. Then—" She shrugged and let out a strangled laugh. "It's weird, isn't it? Having no choices at all, and then suddenly having all of them. Don't ever ask me to come back, okay?" He bit his lip, glanced at Wyan's hardening face before saying, "I won't. Unless you want to." "I won't," she said, with absolute finality. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Goodbye." She turned, started walking toward the gathering line into the commercial shuttle. Wyan glanced over his shoulder at her, then stepped closer and gave Homaj another hug. "She's hurt. Adeus knows I know a bit about that, if not nearly what she's gone through." "Take care of her," Homaj said into his shoulder, holding tighter than he would have wished to admit. Wyan wasn't his father's, wasn't anything like. But he was a connection, a door that was fast closing. "I will, as best I can, but I think she'll mostly be taking care of herself, and that will be good." He let go, surveying Homaj closely, not remembering what he looked like. Homaj knew, but his tics, his tells, his posture, his demeanor, and even all of those right now were mostly not his own. Wyan leaned close. "I hope your rule is long and uneventful." He leaned back, smiling, a sad smile that crinkled his eyes, even though, with truth-spoken genes, he still didn't look the age he should be. "If you ever have need, and mind you, only dire need, but if you do, find me. You have my comm code, and I'm not terribly hard to find if you know where to look." Homaj stepped back, suddenly feeling more awkward than he should. "Do you want me to write like my father?" No, I think it will be better if you don't." Then he shrugged. "But maybe when your children are born, that would be a good day to write." He nodded. Wyan nodded too, then hesitated. "What you have with your brother. I never had that. I wish I'd had. He looked around at the people around them and couldn't say blood servant. "My sibling. I see them occasionally, but we're not close now. What you have is good. Do everything you can to maintain it." "I will. Then, goodbye. I'm sorry I couldn't have been more help." "You were, though," Homaj said, and wanted to go on, to draw the moment out. But Wyan just patted his arm and walked away. Wyan caught up with Eris, who'd already found a place in line. What was the world Homaj lived in that his family, his blood, had to scatter like this? Had to kill each other? Had to die? He turned and walked slowly out of the port, letting the ordinary sounds of loading, of boarding, surround him. The ordinary people. Did they have families like his? Did anyone? Well, maybe the high houses. And that was his family before, he decided. But it wouldn't be that way with his brother or his own children when he had them. He would make sure of that. Green Hall sat at the edge of Portside District, just next to Financial. Homaj craned his neck to take in the imposing, 6-story carved gray stone building. He'd known he would come here after seeing Wyan and Eris off. He'd known he'd have to. And he could have just summoned Anya Norin to the palace. He knew that. But also, he couldn't have. He climbed the stairs and was challenged at the door. "I'm here to see First Magicker Norin." "The First Magicker is not taking any appointments right now," the door guard said. "You'll need to leave." "Tell her Homaj wishes to see her." And he let a little more presence into his stance. Let a sardonic smile tug at the side of his mouth. The guard stiffened. "If this is a prank..." "It's not," he said, and let steel enter his voice too. The guard slipped inside, came back a moment later with 2 more. They escorted him in silence into the marble-tiled entryway, into the elevators, up to the top floor where the First Magicker had her office. He'd never been here before, though he knew his father had once. She wasn't at her desk when they entered, but to the side of a room that was more greenhouse than office, windows high overhead, letting in rays of sunlight, plants covering every available surface around the walls and only marginally leaving space to walk along the floor. The First Magicker looked up, looked at him, and pointed to the procession of guards. "Out. I'll see him." The guards blinked, but didn't protest. Homaj approached her carefully, posture non-threatening. She snorted. "I know you're not going to harm me. You have no reason to do so. Sit, please." She waved at a chair across from the one she was sitting in. She was nursing a steaming mug, one of the kind that stayed hot until you turned it off. He wondered how long she'd been holding it without drinking. She glanced down at her mug, gave a small shrug, set it down. "Why are you here, Homaj? Why have you, the Seritarchus, deigned to come visit me here in this humble hall of magickers?" "Don't patronize me, Anya," he said without heat and sat across from her. "I'm here as your ally." He spread his hands. "I have a debt. Twice over. Maybe more than twice." She nodded, then looked away, sighed. "You want to know what happened?" "Yes," he said, choking on the word. "I thought..." "You thought magickers couldn't kill. We can't. Not usually without also harming ourselves. Usually dying ourselves." Her eyes were like diamonds, refracted in the deep green light of her aura. A beam of sunlight through the high windows glittered the dense, holographic rank seal on her cheek. "Why did my daughter, who grew up as a non-person, who has hid who she was every moment of her life, from your family, from people like you, why did she kill to protect you, knowing what it would cost?" He nodded. His throat was too tight to do more. Yes, that was his true question. Anya opened one hand. "Forgive me. Even those words, to you, are violence. If you're truly an ally, then I welcome you. If you feel you're indebted, it's a debt you owe to your fellow humans who are magickers, not me. That's why. My daughter believed, and I believe, that you are our best chance at safety, at freedom, at basic human rights. Homaj, I know you aren't the person you project. Your truth clashes with the image you show the worlds. You know the conditions we magickers live under. You know. I know you tried to fight for us with the last Seritarchus, your father, and were shot down. I do know that." Her mouth pulled tight. "Laudry knew. And yes, that's why. If you had died..." He sat forward, feeling upended and raw. There would have been Ida. He's a better man than I am in almost every way. Maybe, she said, though I don't believe that. Everyone is equally their own person. He ran his hands through his hair. Please, please, don't try to give me that bullshit. She gave her life for you, Anya said, her voice ringing throughout the room, shivering the plants. She saw you were worth saving that much. Enough to give her life. For you. Don't you dare waste that gift. He sniffed hard through tear-blurred vision. After a moment, Anya handed him a tissue. By she who wakes. Blow your nose, it's running everywhere. I thought you truth-spoken were supposed to be able to keep your noses from running. He blew hard into the tissue and had to reach for another. Yes, but... He waved at the words that would not come. She sat forward in her chair, held out her hand. He'd just blown his nose, but that didn't seem to matter to her. He wiped his hand on his pants anyway, before stretching out to take hers. Warmth flooded into him, like a summer morning. Meadows blooming and butterflies drifting on the wind. She saw him. He felt it in her clarity, sweet and stable. She saw him now and had still decided, was still deciding, that he was the ruler she wished to follow. You're here as an ally. You have allies, too. Never forget that. I will honor my daughter's choice, too, and make it my own. He sighed as a chill that had settled into his bones these last few days eased. He'd thought. He was sure he'd only find recrimination here. Maybe he'd wanted it. It might have been easier to believe that he'd failed, and would continue to fail. But he only felt warmth and approval from Anya. And a sadness, a depth of grief that they both shared, in their own separate losses. She patted his hand, then let go. Now, while you're here, I'd like to go over some of the ways you'll be making our lives better. And he would. He promised himself he would. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed A Bid to Rule. The story continues in Court of Magicers, which is currently available. Want to stay up to date on the latest books? Sign up for Novi Kailam's newsletter at novakailam.com/newsletter. This has been A Bid to Rule, The Stars in Green Magic's Book 3, by Novi Kailam. Text copyright 2022 by Novi Kailam. Recording copyright 2025 by Novi Kailam. All rights reserved.